Chapter 45, Days of Strife. Naruto, decked out in his plain root mask to protect his face, stared down Deidara, who was apparently waiting for him to move from his position in the sky so that he could attack again. Okay, first things first. Take that bird out of the sky and get him down to my level. I don't need him bombarding me from the sky again, I had enough of that the first time. In the air on his clay construct bird, Deidara looked down at Naruto, still eager for an actual fight against the person that killed Sasori all on his own. All he got out of Naruto the last time around was a little scuffle that was more or less Naruto running away from his explosives while he attacked from a place that Naruto couldn't reach. While with that mask on his face he couldn't read Naruto's expression. The fact that he wasn't running and wasn't looking anywhere but up at him was evidence enough that Naruto was ready to gut this one out to the bitter end, and that just left Deidara in an all-around good mood. As far as he was concerned, giving someone who was already aware of his art's greatness a repeat performance was just fine with him. He would probably appreciate it more than any other would since he had seen its awesome power once and lived. I know that it hardly bears repeating after I know you remember this well, Deidara said, reaching into his pouch for more clay, but art is an explosion, Naruto wordlessly began dashing along the ground towards Deidara, zigzagging, but the man only laughed and flew higher into the air in case Naruto actually could jump high enough to reach him in one move. What are you going to do from down there? I thought you had more moves to take me on with. Naruto didn't say a word, and the blonde, white-masked figure jumped off of the ground towards Deidara, only muttering one phrase, Fuuten, Kaze Wakshikaru, wind release, wind burst. Deidara's jaw almost dropped when Naruto jumped on the air and came towards him, full out running towards him. He can fly? Deidara thought before realizing he was still in a fight. He jerked his bird hard to the side to dodge the incoming Naruto, but he didn't escape without some sort of loss. Naruto cut through the wing of the bird instead of Deidara, who he was aiming at. Still, Deidara's bird was no more good to him as it fell to the ground and lost its ability to fly. After their first meeting a few years back, Naruto had honed his supplementary technique that initially allowed him to more or less get a second jump off of thin air to the point that he didn't even need hand seals to pull it off. Since he knew that at least one member of Akatsuki could fly, it was a technique that could be used to reach them on their level. It was a main project Naruto had been working on for years after being so outclassed by the long-range fighter Deidara in Uzushio-Gakure, and with the use of his clones to train he eventually became proficient enough to do so as if he were hopping from branch to branch in the trees, only he could select exactly when he needed to step on the branch, allowing him to avert his path in mid-air. He was basically as close to flight as he could conceive, and it was something he was extremely proud of, especially when he tried to teach Temari how to do it during some time together and found that she couldn't do it even after working with her for an entire stay of hers in Konoha as soon as Liaison. Mastering the jutsu that was the source of his brainchild technique was far too difficult to be done with just one short stay, and it was simply too tiring for someone that wasn't a walking battery of chakra. However, this took things a step further. Each step he took was now able to produce an air bubble underneath his feet, allowing him to literally run on the air instead of needing to jump, and even if the previously mentioned Wind Mistress had the energy, learning it would take years, just like it did to master with him, only it would take longer than 2 years since no one else could use clones like him. A fighting style for use against those with flight capabilities. Hard work personified. Hertsu Seigen, burst limit. An attempt to follow up came from Naruto, who rushed towards a falling Deidara with his sword poised to take him out. Deidara quickly formed small clay spiders and threw them at the incoming Naruto, who stopped in the air and allowed himself to fall to avoid the explosives that detonated in the air over his head. As Deidara fell to the ground and rolled safely to avoid a flat-out fall from his position formerly in the air, he saw Naruto dart to the ground much the same way he got into the air to attack him in the first place. Deidara, instead of being angry or upset, merely smirked. It seems you can teach an old fox new tricks after all, But then again, they are known to be wily and resourceful, so I guess it's not that much of a stretch. He dug back into his pouch and retrieved even more clay to go with the amount he had already placed in the mouths on his hand. Amazing. You truly are a remarkable Jinchuriki. Naruto didn't say a word, keeping the blank slate of the plain white mask on his face a reflection of stoicism and silence as his attitude overall. He simply stood in a ready stance with his blade, ready to continue. C1 isn't enough for you this time. Deidara sounded rather pleased about this fact. No. I think it's time you see my more advanced art. Prepare for C2. In his hands formed a large sculpture of a dragon that in a puff of smoke grew to a towering clay dragon that walked in front of Deidara and glowered at Naruto dangerously. Naruto thought hard about what to do next. Unlike Deidara birds, this thing looked dangerous. I could summon Gamikachi. He's big enough to tangle with that thing. No. It can probably fly and Kichi would get picked apart from the sky. I can handle that thing. He sheathed his sword as he felt he'd need his ninjutsu for this one more than the weapon. Naruto formed several Kage Bunshin that chose to draw their swords in place of their creator and rushed towards Deidara. Even his clones are fast, Deidara said as he jumped onto the dragon. Let's begin for real this time, show me what you've got, kid. Deidara dragon took off and spat out a smaller dragon made of clay that was still human-sized and relatively large. The mini-dragon smashed into the ground in front of Naruto's clones and detonated, taking them all out in the larger explosion. Naruto didn't need to shield his face from the explosion as his mask covered his eyes for the most part. He was able to see Deidara dragon take to the skies, and noticed that after forming that attack the tail of the dragon grossly shortened. And it shortened again as Deidara ordered his dragon to launch another mini-dragon. Toby isn't here, so I can't set any mines, but once the kid sees them he could just stick to fighting in the air. Those would be useless against him. Unlike the last time, I can't corner him and take him out. I'll have to outmaneuver him. No Kyuubi's chakra. Naruto said to himself resolutely, if I can't beat Deidara without it then I can't beat Itachi without it. He's even more of a poised, polished fighter than Deidara is. If I need to rely on it then I'll lose to him later even if I win here. Naruto took off from his place on the ground and began using Hertsu Seigen to run in the air again in an effort to dodge the dragon that didn't keep flying at the place he was once standing at. You've got to be kidding me. It's chasing me? Deidara watched as Naruto ran across the sky, changing levels, doing whatever he could to shake the smaller dragon. However, he was unable to. It's not going to stop until it explodes and takes him out. A smirk came across the former Iwan ninja's face. Sorry, kid. You should know how the big leagues work by now. Naruto took a great leap and turned in the air making hand seals before positioning his hands to snap his fingers. Raiten, Kyuzuseka, lightning release, surge flash. From Naruto's hands flew a volley of sparks that pummeled the dragon until it fell from the sky to the ground below with a crash. Naruto turned back around in the air and kicked off of an invisible air bubble to get his footing right again before rushing at Deidara again. If I can't beat you as I don't deserve to be able to go head to head with Sasuke or Itachi. If it's power that we're testing I know I've got you beat. I'm testing my finesse. Deidara's eyes widened when he heard what Naruto said. What did you just say? He said, flying around aimlessly at this point. You heard me, Naruto said, you're not stupid, and I know better. Itachi Uchiha is more dangerous than you and he's why I'm out here right now. I'm going to beat you, and then I'm going to beat him or his little brother. If Deidara could see behind Naruto's mask he would see a smirk, because that's how I roll. Deidara growled and clenched his teeth. Itachi is more dangerous than me? Itachi is more dangerous than me? I'll show you exactly how dangerous I am, he shouted as his dragon fired off another missile Naruto's way. This again? Naruto growled out as he made the seals for his last jutsu again. Raiten, Kyuzuseka, lightning release, surge flash. The sparks of electricity again pounded the poor projectile and knocked it from the sky. How is he doing that? Deidara wondered about why his explosives weren't hitting Naruto anymore. Naruto kept running trying to cut off Deidara in the air, eventually getting sick of chasing him. Time to go a little old school with a new school twist. Naruto ripped the tape off of his left arm to reveal multiple tattoos in the fashion of seals going up and down the arm. Picking the one he wanted to use, in a puff of smoke he summoned a Fuma shuriken and threw it directly at Deidara. Deidara smirked once he saw the spinning weapon coming at him. You'll never hit me with a shuriken like that, you idiot, Who do you think you're dealing with? Use some style. Fuuten, Ripuashu, wind release, gale palm. Before he could taunt Naruto any further, a hard gust of wind from Naruto pushed the weapon, but that wasn't all. The shuriken seemed to split off, one going in one direction and the other coming right at Deidara at a faster speed. It looked like it was guided, almost like his dragon missile, by the wind itself. What? He thought as it flew right at him. Kage Shuriken no Jutsu, Shadow Shuriken Jutsu, and a Henge no Jutsu, Transformation Jutsu, Sucker. Once the shuriken got closer to Deidara it burst into smoke and turned into a Naruto that had an explosive tag in its hand that was almost burned down completely. How's this for style? Naruto taunted mercilessly, art is an explosion. With that, an explosion rocked the skies. From the cloud caused by the explosion, chunks of clay and Deidara fell from the sky, his cloak now gone and his black short-sleeved shirt revealed underneath. That crazy bastard blew himself up. Amazing, but it's not over yet. He thought angrily as he reached for more clay. I love my Kage Bunshin combinations. Datara heard Naruto shout from above him as Naruto fell from the sky with his right arm cocked back. Now Rasengan, spiraling sphere, you son of a bitch. Naruto grabbed the back of Datara's neck and smashed the blue orb of chakra through Datara's back. He then drilled all the way through, securing his death as his arm punched through the chest. However, when he pulled his arm back it stuck fast, and at that time Datara lost his color and turned solid gray-white. Oh, you've got to be fucking. From one of the falling globs of clay, Datara revealed himself and made a single hand seal, covered in scuffs and burns, but still with a look of victory on his face, Katsu. The clone detonated in midair with Naruto stuck inside of it at point-blank range in a fiery explosion. XXX. Sai and Maki waited by a rock formation for Naruto to arrive. They had managed to blaze a trail right to the town they had intended to arrive at very quickly due to them flying through the air without dispute. It was clear that flying was definitely the swiftest way to get there, even if they had been seen somehow. Apparently Naruto didn't mind it anymore as he had directed them to do so, and they had beaten him there by a mile. So now they were waiting on their fearless leader to arrive so that they could re-coordinate their search efforts. Wow, you fly like Datara-senpai. Both young root teens turned towards the rock formation they were resting near to see a man in an orange swirl mask sitting atop it swinging his feet. I bet his art's better than yours though. Sai and Maki immediately went on the defensive and drew their respective tanto, prepared for a fight. Sai narrowed his eyes. Maki-san, go back and look for senpai. Why? She asked, ready for any strike from the strange man that was waving at them both. Black cloak with red clouds, he said in response, what did Naruto-senpai and I tell you that meant? Then shouldn't we fight him together? Maki questioned. Naruto and Sai had told her of how powerful each member of Akatsuki were. Some of the strongest ninja ever. Sai shook his head, they work in pairs. If this one is here then where would the other one be right now? She gasped and her eyes widened, with Naruto-senpai. So go find him and make sure he's alright. Toby can't let you do that. The man on the rock said before dropping down onto the ground. Doten, Mogaragakura no Jutsu, Earth Release, hiding like a mole jutsu. Maki tried to leave the area only for Toby to pop up in front of her. Hello again. The girl jumped back in shock at having her escape routed by the strange shinobi that was incredibly fast. He's faster than senpai, Maki exclaimed at Sai's side. The latter grunting in acknowledgement of his junior ninja's statement. What do we do now senpai? We get you past him Maki-san, Sai said, whipping out his drawing scroll, Kuju Ugiga, Super Beast's imitation picture. A group of lions formed from Sai's scroll and went at Toby who let out a shocked cry and headed back into the ground. He quickly drew another bird and set the girl on the ink construct before immediately sending it off. Find Naruto-senpai. Wait, I don't know how to fly, Maki cried desperately as it took off and flew away from the area. Sai watched his bird take Maki into the air and turned his attention back to Toby who emerged from the ground. That wasn't nice. That girl didn't even say goodbye, and I never even got her name. Hey, what's your name? I'm Toby. Sai said, ready for another fight against the Akatsuki. Maki would find Naruto, and Naruto could take care of himself. For now he had to worry about himself. Naruto-senpai says to introduce yourself to new people that you meet, but I don't think that applies to the people that I'm supposed to kill. XXX. Nearby village elsewhere in Hino Kuni. The group from Konoha had split up once they had gotten a trace of Naruto's and Sasuke's scents. Kiba and Akamaru went off on their own to find Naruto, as did Kakashi, but instead he was looking for Sasuke, deigning that he could take care of Naruto's objective for him if he got to Sasuke first, believing in Naruto's ability to find the wayward Uchiha in his own way. Shikamaru had paired off with Neji. This left Sakura and Tuya to travel together, and they weren't exactly on the same page when it came to who to look for. Kakashi had provided some of his summoned Ninken for whoever needed a strong tracker, which meant that Sakura and Tuya both got one. Pakun to be exact. And they were on the clock. It was currently cloudy out, and if it began to rain the sense of Naruto and Sasuke would be lost. Finding Naruto would become difficult and finding Sasuke would become impossible. The small pug walked out in front of the girls who seemed to be bickering. Listen bitch, Tuya said, trying to keep her temper down as they were in a populated area. The mission is to find Uzumaki, not your beloved Uchiha. I figured that you would want to find someone that actually gave a damn about your village enough to, oh I don't know, stick around? Sakura let out a huff. Pakun said that he can't even get a trace of Naruto's scent. As if it's not even existent at all, or altered too much to find from this far away. It was strange. How could his scent be altered that much to mess with one of Kakashi's dog's senses? And besides, Kakashi-sensei said Naruto would be looking for Sasuke-kun, so if we find Sasuke-kun first we'll find Naruto. That is ass-backwards logic and counterproductive as all hell. Tuya griped audibly, I know what he's going to do from the first time I met that little shit. First he's going to act like you aren't even there, then when you press the issue he's going to attack you. Can you fight your boyfriend like that? Sakura glared over at her, oh I don't know, do you think you could fight Naruto? Tuya grinned in response to her attempt at a scathing comment, any day of the week. Uzumaki knows I'll kick his ass. And by the way he's not my boyfriend. Just because I fucked him doesn't mean I'm in love with him. Sure it doesn't, Sakura said rolling her eyes, is that why you were so angry you were about to cry when you heard he was killed? And why you were so happy you actually cried when you heard he wasn't dead? Tuya growled, informing Sakura that it might not be such a good idea to continue that line of conversation, I'm just saying. You'd better check yourself Pinky. Tuya warned lowly. Pakun started looking around suspiciously, I smell Sasuke Uchiha. He's close. Where? Sakura asked the small dog excitedly, can we find him? Yes. The dog said, keep going forward. Tuya and Sakura put their game faces on as it didn't matter who wanted to go after who at this point. The most blatant lead at the moment was Sasuke, so it didn't matter whether or not Tuya wanted to go after Naruto, it was out of her hands. The two kunoichi navigated their way through the very busy street as everyone was trying to get home before the rain started to fall. We're right on top of the scent, Pakun said, it's right here. Sakura and Tuya looked through the crowd as hard as they could when a red-haired girl in glasses walked near them. Sakura didn't pay her a second glance, but Tuya on the other hand stared at her and went wide-eyed. The other girl recognized her and did the same before turning and running. Tuya smirked and grabbed Sakura by the arm, I recognize that bitch. Come on Pinky, that chick knows where your Uchiha is. What? Sakura said before swiftly following after the former Oto kunoichi, you know her? How do you know her? Tuya rubbed the back of her neck, because that bitch was the one that gave me Orochimaru's stupid cursed seal. He was right there when she did it. I survived, then he took me with him from the base I was a prisoner in after my village was done in and lumped me right in with his forces where it was either excel or fucking die nameless. It's a rags to rags story and I owe that bitch some crippling pain. Now kick it into gear so I can catch her already, she said, taking her flute out. XXX. Naruto vs. Deidara. Deidara got up off of the ground, holding his body and nursing his multiple wounds from Naruto's earlier explosive tag and the fall he took afterwards. Luckily the clay he hid in was enough to break his fall and keep him from dying. He painfully smirked and chuckled, got him. I finally got that bastard good, He started to limp towards the river where Naruto's body was lying face down by the rocky shore, blood surrounding his body. Hopefully he wasn't dead. Leader Sama would take Deidara balls if he somehow killed the Jinchuriki by accident and delayed their plans. Naruto was completely motionless, his body was racked with injuries from what Deidara could see. But if he hadn't been knocked unconscious and drowned he would be fine. The Kyuubi would see to any injuries that Naruto suffered. Come on Kyuubi kid, Deidara said as he neared Naruto and reached down to grab him, while you enjoy your nap I'm taking you to the leader. I'm sure he's going to be more than pissed at you and wants to see you again very much. Maybe you can tell me what he looks like if you wake up before we take the Kyuubi? Find out yourself when you see him in hell. He'll be right along after you. Deidara didn't even have time to register the sound of Naruto's voice before it sounded out again, Fuuten, Fuujin Seiken, Wind Release, Divine Fist of the Wind God. From behind, Deidara was crushed by a massive force slamming into his back that sent him flying and skipping across the river, coming to a crashing rest on the rocky shore on the other side. The Naruto in the water dispelled in a puff of smoke. Against a large boulder in the chasm they were fighting in, a cloak dropped to reveal Naruto. He had used the inside of his traveling cloak to blend in. It had been lined with the proper material to allow for the technique Kakuramino no Jutsu, Cloak of Invisibility Jutsu. An E-rank academy basic. Deidara grit his teeth in pain as he sat in the shallow water against the rocks he had hit. He could have sworn that last attack slipped a disc or something because his back was screaming bloody murder at him. Gah! He got up? Tough. He then honed in on Naruto. He was just as wounded as his clone let him see. His root top was in tatters and a lot of his upper body had intense burns and wounds, and the blood that he saw in the water earlier was apparently from somewhere on Naruto's face as it was just pouring down the right side freely. Naruto growled deeply and angrily, gritting his teeth as hard as he possibly could, either in anger or pain, Deidara couldn't tell. He was holding his hand over the right side of his face, trying to keep the blood from streaming freely from whatever wound he had as if he were keeping his hand over a loose faucet. I am going to kill you. Right fucking now. Deidara sneered at Naruto, who seemed to be glaring murderously at him. Come and try it, I will blow you away. Let's see you get back up from this. He reached for his clay pouch but found that it had been blown off when Naruto hit him with his last attack. While Deidara realized he was out of ammo, Naruto had formed 2 Kage Bunshin at his side and the original had his hand held out in front of him, forming a Rasengan in it. His 2 clones latched onto his outstretched arm with their hands and lightning began coursing through the original's arm. The Rasengan started flickering with electricity before shrinking to the size of a stone. When it shrank, however, it began emitting a loud humming noise that seemed to even move the water Naruto was standing in front of, making steady waves away from him. Naruto formed a fist with his left hand that had the strange jutsu formed in it. His entire left arm glowed yellow as the noise grew louder and louder, and the intensity of the force moving the waves grew more and more powerful. Deidara didn't like the look of that whatsoever and tried to move, only to find that he couldn't move his body. What the hell? Can't move? Naruto asked, still holding his right hand over his eye while his jutsu was charged and ready. Good. The waves aren't being made just for the hell of it. I charged the Rasengan with lightning chakra. Right now it's discharging high amounts of electricity into the air around me, and you're close enough in range to get a steady dose of it. Your body is numb, and the way that your body is screwed up you're as good as paralyzed. Easy pickings. No. Deidara thought to himself frantically. Even trying as hard as he could barely will his fingers to twitch. He's really going to? No. Naruto's clone steadied his aim with his single arm and braced it for recoil. Tamari-chan helped me with the other one, but I did this one on my own. You're the first living creature that isn't a spider to see this move. Thank you Kakashi-sensei and goodbye Deidara. Raiten, Rasen Raiseki, lightning release, spiraling marble. Naruto opened his hand once more and all of the built-up energy in his arm fired off the small ball of energy. The moment it left Naruto's hand, the tiny blue Rasengan stone became surrounded by harsh, crackling high-voltage electricity. It shot across the river dissolving every drop of water that managed to touch the attack and it served a double purpose of shocking Deidara as he waited for his inevitable doom. He opened his mouth in a silent scream as the new Rasengan hit him and instantly vaporized him as it continued to pass on and plow into the canyon wall, pulverizing it and bringing down the entire thing. A large cloud of dust flew high into the air from the annihilated side of the gorge that could be seen for miles. Naruto watched the destruction that his new jutsu caused, still holding his right hand over his face as his clones dispelled and his left arm fell limp at his side. The dust from the destructive technique blowing all around. Naruto was steadily breathing and it was slowly becoming more and more frantic and erratic as he walked over to a boulder and sat down against it, holding the right side of his face as he tried to calm himself down. He told Deidara that when it came to matching power between them he just didn't measure up. At least not without taking Naruto out altogether. Being a Jinchuriki made him a target, but at least it meant that they couldn't kill him. He didn't have to be so nice. And what that bastard did was the last straw. Recoil from the jutsu or not, he had to just die. Naruto threw his head back and let out a loud yell of pain that pierced the sounds of nature. Fuck. Fucking lucky shot. 1 in a million fucking lucky hit. Fuck. He cursed repeatedly. Naruto-senpai. Maki and the ink bird she had been riding on landed nearby Naruto. She barely had time to take in the damage of the battlefield and properly survey it when she got a look at Naruto, more specifically his terrible appearance. What happened here? Who attacked you? Deidara, Naruto said, trying to hold the pain out of his voice to keep Maki from potentially panicking. It's over Maki-chan, I won. He isn't coming back. He gestured his head towards the other side of the canyon where all of the destruction lay. Maki's hands glowed signifying a diagnostic jutsu as she tried to check him over. She moved her hands up his body and eventually by his face where she stopped. His hand was covering his eye, blood was pouring out, and she had already seen it with her diagnostic jutsu. Naruto-senpai, she said lowly. Turning her head down almost as if she didn't want to see what she already knew had happened, move your hand. It's a scratch, he said to her firmly, it's always a scratch. It'll heal. It always heals. Move. Your hand, she said to him assertively as she looked back up at him defiantly. Move your goddamn hand Naruto-senpai, she said planting her hand around his wrist before her tone softened, her voice almost breaking. Please move your hand. Naruto frowned and let out a sigh as he let Maki slowly move his hand away from his right eye. The same scar he had for years was still there. But the eye itself wasn't. There wasn't any healing that. When Datara clone exploded in Naruto's face, it destroyed Naruto's mask. The mask was sturdy, supposedly sturdy enough to take the force of an explosive tag and remain intact, but not in this instance, at least not from that range with the shock of the explosion all directed right at him. When the explosion happened, the mask shattered, and the sturdy material became sturdy shrapnel that wounded Naruto's face. Most of it would easily heal even without treatment, but his right eye had been hit directly with shrapnel and had been destroyed. Maki cupped Naruto's face in her hands and looked at him with quivering eyes. "It's my fault. It's my fault again. I left you alone again when you needed help and this happened. It's my foul." "It's not your fault," Naruto snapped at her to get her to stop. "It's not your fault. I was the one that split us up. Datara found me and fought me. It was a battle, this is a wound. Shit happens. It's no one's fault. If it's anyone's fault, it's my fault." She nodded and choked back a sob. She wasn't going to cry. Root Ninja didn't cry. "See, can the Kyuubi?" "Kyuubi can't regrow body parts," Naruto said with finality, shooting down her hopes and reminding himself of how bad things were for him now. "My eye is gone, it's not coming back." He shook his head. "Just heal me up, Maki-chan. We've still got to catch Sasuke team or Itachi. We didn't come all this way for nothing." Maki looked at him like he had grown a second head. "You're still going to fight one of them?" She almost yelled at him. "How are you possibly going to fight one of them? It's Itachi Uchiha. And Sasuke beat Orochimaru. I know you said you could have done that too, Naruto-senpai, and after seeing this I believe you, but with you like this Sasuke could beat you. Why would you still go after one of them?" "I promised that I would," he said resolutely. "I never make promises, Maki-chan, not anymore. Because I don't like being forced to keep my word for trivial bullshit. But this is different. There are too many factors and I made a promise that I would get back one of Kiri's swords. I had to make that promise. And I can keep going." Maki slapped him across the face. "They will tear you apart. Itachi Uchiha isn't going to care that you're hurt. Sasuke Uchiha isn't going to care. Kisame Hoshigaki will just laugh and come at you like a shark in the water. They're not going to care like I do." "Oh Kami, your eye," she said before tears finally started streaming from her cloudy gray eyes. Naruto just pulled her into a hug and let her cry. It was okay. He needed time to rest anyway. Time to heal, if only a few minutes. Those few minutes might have wound up being golden later because he wasn't just taking his ball and going home. Not now. And Maki cried her eyes out. He had never seen Maki cry. He didn't even know anyone en route was capable of tears, and this was when he realized that Danzo never broke her. He never even told her that showing emotion was wrong like he did for everyone else. She simply picked it up from everyone else en route by proxy of just being around them. That was why she was able to blend in so well in the academy, because she was normal. Why? He understood why Danzo quit trying to break him. He simply couldn't. Naruto's will was strong and the Kyuubi kept him sane. Well, sane are. Having someone with emotion do what they did, that was kind of a liability. How much work did Maki get without him before she was stuck in the academy? What was she supposed to do? Just watch him? What was her designated purpose en route? Because everyone had a certain job that they were intended for and he was racking his brain trying to figure out hers. He was a jack of all trades even though he focused in infiltration, demolition, and open combat specialist, and his job was to be Danzo's secret weapon and later the man that would be Hokage. Sai was an infiltration and espionage specialist that was no joke in a fight or a slouch in any real department. He was one day meant to succeed Danzo as head of Root. Fu was for interrogation, infiltration, and espionage, and he was Danzo's bodyguard. Torune was meant for assassination, and capture and detainment, and he was meant to work his skill in conjunction with Fu's as Danzo's bodyguard. Maki was a genjutsu specialist and medic nin and was meant to be his direct support as her areas of focus were his antithesis. What was her role supposed to be? "Please don't cry anymore, Maki," Naruto said after letting her do just that for a few minutes. "I'm not dead, I'm not dying. I just don't have an eye. It's okay, I'll manage." She slowly started calming down. "Come on. We don't cry over little things like this. You're stronger than that." "I know that," she mumbled into his shoulder miserably before looking up at him and pulling back, sniffling one more time before trying to get some form of stoicism back. "Okay. Let's fix you. You have a job to do," she said, beginning the seals for a medical ninjutsu. "Do you really think you can adjust to only having one eye to fight against the Sharingan? She asked that question before her eyes went wide. Naruto-senpai. She stopped because she knew she didn't have to say another word. Naruto's mind had already beaten her there by a mile, and she could tell he had been thinking it over ever since he had first thought about next having to face an Uchiha. It's lose-lose. Either go in with one fucking eye against one of the strongest nuke nin in recent Konoha history, or go in with two eyes, one of which is new and has powers that I don't know how to use. Naruto-senpai, Maki said, getting his attention once again, if you're going to make a decision it has to be now. There are too many things going on right now for us to just sit here. I'll heal you, but once I'm done you need to have come to some kind of conclusion. Naruto just nodded silently as Maki got to patching Naruto up so that he could be prepared for another fight sooner rather than later. In the distance at the top off the bluff, a man with a Venus flytrap around his head wearing the Akatsuki cloak emerged from the ground. One half of his body was black and the other was white, so the Kyuubi Jinchuriki has new tricks up its sleeve, does it? Leader Sama will want to know all about these events, he said, disappearing back into the ground. XXX. With Sai. Sai was befuddled. This Toby wasn't attacking him at all. All he was doing was moving away from him with his incredible speed and apparently taunting him, because no sane person would act the way he was in the middle of a fight. Well, then again, he had yet to meet or hear of anyone in Akatsuki that was playing with a full set to begin with, so he guessed that was irrelevant. As he stared at the odd individual who really didn't seem to be taking this seriously, in the distance, Sai saw a billowing cloud of dust and debris in the sky. That was where I sent Maki-san. That has to be where Naruto-senpai is. Is he alright, I wonder? He focused back on Toby. Maki-san is with him. Even if he is injured, she should be able to handle it easily enough with her and the Kyuubi abound. Ooh, that's a big cloud, Toby said rather absent-mindedly. Sai couldn't believe this person had turned all the way around to look at a cloud and wondered if it was a feint. Datara-senpai must be going overboard again. His art is too pop for his own good, even if he does say it's super flat. No, this was the real deal, Sai surmised. And with that in mind, he couldn't just let an opportunity like this slip as he drew his tanto and disappeared in an ink sunshine. He reappeared at Toby's side and slashed at him with his blade, only for it to seemingly just pass through his body harmlessly. What? Sai let out in shock as he jumped back away from the strange ninja. What in the world just happened? That hurt, Toby mumbled childishly, though it was clear he was purely faking it. You're not bad at all, Sai-san. What kind of defense was that? Sai wondered to himself. Well, if I can't cut him. Sai put his sword up and pulled out his drawing scroll again. Choju Ugiga, Super Beast's imitation picture. The pale shinobi drew a trio of large birds that went flying at Toby. However, Sai had slapped explosive notes on the ink constructs before they headed off, and they were timed to explode once they reached the enemy. A fiery explosion erupted that forced Sai to jump back to avoid the blast radius and remain uninjured by his own attack. As the smoke cleared, Sai looked at the remains from the explosion to see that Toby was nowhere in sight again. Is he really that fast? Maki-san was right, he is faster than Naruto-senpai. Thank you, Toby said from behind Sai before hitting him with a stick after popping out of a hole. Sai was knocked across the ground before retaking his feet and looking back over at Toby, who was waving around a garden variety stick that he looked like he had just plucked off of a tree and ran over to hit Sai with. This is by far the strangest ninja I have ever come across in my life. It's like he's toying with me. Akamaru, and I heard it over here. A voice called out from nearby, followed by the barks of a rather large-sounding dog. It's coming from the direction of that cloud, and I think I've finally got Naruto's scent. From the trees came 5 blurs that landed on the sideline of Sai and Toby's little encounter. Kiba, Akamaru, Neji, Shikamaru, and Kakashi looked at the two combatants appraisingly, trying to decipher whether they were friend or foe. Kakashi quickly noticed Sai's hideout with the leaf insignia. Konoha ninja? Sai immediately responded in kind. Registration 012420. You may call me Sai. He smiled over at the new arrivals. It is nice to meet you, Kakashi Hatake. Naruto-senpai has told me much about you and you're quite famous in your own right. Kakashi raised his visible eyebrow at Sai. Naruto had a team with him? I wasn't told of that. He remembered hearing of a Sai from one of Naruto's probationary missions, but why was this person here? It is not a widely known mission, that is all I can say, Sai said before turning back to Toby. There is something more important at hand. Kakashi saw the orange spiral masked man in his cloak. He knew what this meant. Everyone be on your guard. This is a member of Akatsuki. That immediately put everyone on the defensive. Where is Naruto? He asked Sai. I do not know, he said honestly. If I had to guess, he would be east of here, a few miles away. Possibly in combat with another Akatsuki member as we speak because our other squad member hasn't returned with him yet. Kakashi frowned behind his mask but nodded. Well, anyway, we have to deal with this person right now. Hi there. Toby waved over to them all excitedly. Nice to meet you, I'm Toby. Sorry about this, but Toby has to go now. I need to go find Datara Senpai, so later, he said before jumping up on the top of the rock formation nearby and over the edge. Everyone jumped up after him only to see nothing on the other side. Shikamaru let out a groan, troublesome. XXX. With Tuya and Sakura. Tuya and Sakura were hot on the heels of Kirin, who managed to get some distance between them when she was running through the crowded city streets. However, Pakun was still able to track her and the two kunoichi were right on her trail as they jumped through the branches. Tuya held her flute to her mouth as she ran. I wonder if the bitch is in range. She played a few notes but didn't feel any effects take hold over anyone. Fuck, she's either out of range or she's covering her ears. Probably the latter. We can't lose her, Sakura said as they continued to run. And we won't, Pinky, just calm down, Tuya said, don't go flying off the handle while we're still working here. Sakura nodded and followed the senior kunoichi's lead. Dog, how close are we? She said, addressing Pakun. The pug sniffed the air and responded, not far, just one more short push and we've got her. Tuya smirked, you heard him, Pinky. Let's finish this. Sakura returned the smirk and they pressed forward, eventually catching sight of Kirin. Let's see if she can keep away from this one. Mateki, Mabaroshi Keiki no Uda, Demon Flute, Phantom Comfort Song, she said as she started playing her flute again. Both girls noticed Kirin slow down momentarily and Sakura charged ahead to take advantage. With a cry of exertion, Sakura smashed the tree branch Kirin was about to land on with her fist, forcing her to misstep and fall to the forest floor in a heap. Kirin got up and turned to face the two other women in a defensive stance. Tuya twirled her flute in her hand as she looked at Kirin. Hello again. Do you remember me? Orochimaru's old bodyguard, Kirin said, speaking of Tuya, having fun playing traitor to your comrades? Tuya shrugged, there wasn't too much camaraderie between me and my comrades. I was a prisoner that became a ninja for Orochimaru lest I die and I had his little slave mark on me. Why would I have been loyal? She scoffed, good of you to break my genjutsu, though. I wonder how well you can actually fight. She nodded her head towards Sakura who was pulling a pair of brown gloves tight onto her hands. I'm sure Pinky here is dying to find out. Sakura had an intense glare in her eyes. Tell us where Sasuke-kun is. We're only here to take him back to Konoha. You are you? The sound of that voice made Sakura stop cold and made Kirin relax somewhat, relieved that this person was here, Sasuke-kun. Sasuke walked into the area of the forest casually. Well, Sakura? Is that why you're here? To take me back? Sakura couldn't even speak, having come face to face with Sasuke for the first time in years. Realizing that she wasn't going to talk, he turned his attention to Kirin. You almost went ahead and got yourself caught, Kirin. I thought you were better than that. Come on, let's go. Wait. Sakura called out just as he turned to leave. Sasuke-kun, come back with us. Orochimaru is gone, we can go back to the way things were before. You don't have to keep running. Sasuke turned back around towards her completely and gave her a dry look. There's nothing there for me, Sakura. I grew far stronger out away from the village than I did inside. And now I'm going to flush Itachi out and take my revenge, he said, forcing her face into one of dejection before he turned his attention to Tuya. Speaking of revenge, is that why you're here? Revenge against me for being the reason you were left behind and captured? Tuya smirked at him. You wish, needle dick. That crack raised a tick mark on Kirin's head as the woman growled at Tuya. I'm not out here looking for you. I'm here looking for someone who's looking for you. Uzumaki. Hearing Naruto's name got a look of interest out of Sasuke. Yep. He's supposed to be looking for you so he can kick your ass for the sword you swiped from Nami no Kuni. He wanted that himself for another reason, a better one in my opinion. Naruto is looking for me? He said, taking a step towards Tuya. He remembered how Akatsuki's goal was to retrieve the Kyuubi and other bijou like it, and he remembered Itachi coming directly for Naruto himself once before. Capturing Naruto would let him simply wait it out. Itachi would come to him eventually, and he could simply keep honing his skills further while he waited. Tell me where he is? Ooh, Tuya said as if she had been burned. You see, I can't do that. But I can fucking catch you myself for Uzumaki. It's the least I can do for the bastard, I owe him that much. She finished as she took out her flute. She looked over at Pakun who met her eyes and took off on his own to find Kakashi. Really, Sasuke said, letting the curse seal drift over his body, how about I just make you tell me where he is? Sakura watched the black mark spread across his body like flames and had flashbacks to seeing him like that before when they were Jinan. Sasuke-kun, don't use that mark. Don't do this, why are you fighting? Save it, Pinky, Tuya said, narrowing her eyes on Sasuke. If there was one thing she might have missed about having the curse seal on her, it was the power boost, and Sasuke had his. He isn't going to listen to us anymore. And that's what I was expecting in the first place. Kirin, go find Suigetsu and Juugo. I'll take care of this. The girl in question nodded and ran off, giving one last look of longing before she did. Sasuke drew his sword from its sheath. You'll be good practice for Itachi's genjutsu. Come, he said, gesturing for Tuya to attack him. Tuya let out a laugh. I've only ever let one man say that to me, motherfucker, and you sure as hell aren't him. She put her flute up. Genjutsu is going to do all of jack shit to you. I already know that. Luckily that's not all I've got. She made 2 hand seals and shot her arm out towards him. Sinayashu, hidden shadow snake hands. Snakes flew from her arm at Sasuke. Sasuke simply cut right through them with his sword. His Sharingan wasn't even active. Is that all you've got? And this is why I didn't want to chase down Uchiha Cockbite. Tuya thought to herself, none of my genjutsu work on this dipshit, and if I'm going to start getting into a ninjutsu battle with an Uchiha I might as well label myself legally retarded. She looked over to Sakura. Come on, Pinky, if you want your boy toy back you're going to have to force him back. That's funny, Sasuke said from behind them both, his back to them. Sakura and Tuya were shocked by his raw speed. They hadn't even seen him move. Thinking that either of you could possibly force me to do anything, he said before turning around and swinging his chokudo only to hit nothing but intangible figures that dispersed. Genjutsu? He quickly turned his Sharingan on just in time for Tuya's fist to appear in his face. He wound up taking several more hard haymaker shots before swinging his sword at her. Tuya pulled up her flute and blocked with the sturdy weapon. That's right, needle dick, she said, trying to push back against him. Shirozatsuan, white noise, to double layer another genjutsu that let you think you were winning the fight. You underestimated me and you paid for it. Now Pinky. From Sasuke's blind spot, Sakura leapt at him with her fist cocked back. Ukashao, cherry blossom impact. Sasuke was able to get a view of her at the last moment and disengage from Tuya just in time for Sakura's punch to miss him by a hair while Tuya jumped as far and as hard away as she could. The punch hit the ground and turned the place to rubble, even dislodging trees from their roots. Sasuke was knocked away by the tremor shockwave and found himself caught underneath a series of fallen trees. Tuya returned to the area and glowered at Sakura. What the fuck was that? You could have knocked his fucking block off and you missed on purpose. I saw that. Sakura defended herself. I didn't want to kill him. Newsflash, he wanted to kill you. Tuya told her, or do you think he was swinging that sword in my genjutsu to put on a show for us? He really thought that was us. She let out a sigh of exasperation. That was the best fucking chance we were going to get. There's no fucking way he's going to let that shit happen twice. His Sharingan is going to be out and blazing from this point on. Sakura pointed over to the trees that had fallen on top of Sasuke. He's still down, we could. The trees exploded into a mass of splinters and bark to reveal Sasuke with his level 2 form active, and like Tuya said, his Sharingan was sure as hell out from this point forward. Fuck. Tuya muttered bitterly. That was good, Sakura, Sasuke said to the pink-haired medic. It would have been better if you had hit me, but I actually felt that, so good for you. His eyes locked onto them both coldly. Now I'll only ask you one more time. Tell me where Naruto is or I'll have to force it out of you. I only need one in the first place, so don't test me. Tuya growled at him, knowing the shitstorm had just started at this point. Go fuck yourself with that butter knife of yours. Sasuke sheathed his sword and held up his right arm. Have it your way. His hand became engulfed in black lightning and the dark sounds of birds flapping their wings instead of the intended chirping noise rang out. Catch this, he said, rushing right at them. Sakura was entranced by Sasuke's dark appearance until she heard him fire up his Chidori. Sasuke-kun, stop. Tuya had already prepared countermeasures as the second she had seen Sasuke she had bitten her finger, and by the time his Chidori was fully charged she had already made the snake hand seal and slammed both of her hands on the ground the second he moved. Kami, rest your miserable black fucking soul sock on. Kushios, Rishomen, summoning, Rishomen. From the ground, a gate large enough to shield both Sakura and Tuya emerged with a demonic face on it. It was meant to keep damn near anything from getting past, but Sasuke's arm punched right through to the extent where his head had space to fit through as well. He reached out and grabbed Tuya's throat and her body was immediately engulfed in black and white electricity. She let out a loud pained yell as the lightning ripped through her body until her eyes rolled into the back of her head and she fell to the ground motionless and smoking from the attack. The gate returned to the ground and Sasuke walked towards Sakura, who was shocked by Sasuke's brutality and power. He let his cursed seal regress as he stalked towards her. Now. Where is Naruto? Sasuke-kun, she said weakly, looking over at Tuya. Why? Sasuke didn't even blink, because I wanted to test the limits of my ability. His answer confused her. I could have just gone around it and still gotten her or you. I just wanted to see if I could have broken through it, and I can. That's why I'll achieve my ambition, because I've done nothing but test myself and grow since I left Konoha. Now tell me where Naruto is. Sakura didn't answer as his Sharingan seemed to pierce her very soul. Eventually he scoffed and turned away. You don't know. Sakura let him walk past her and leave. Just like all those years ago, all over again. Once again he was walking right away from her, and she couldn't stop him. Flashback, 2 years ago. Sakura fell to the ground, exhausted after another day of Tsunade's harsh training. It was without a doubt the most difficult task she had ever taken, and Tsunade was a rigid taskmaster. But Sakura was no fool. She knew that any shinobi would give their right arm to be in her shoes, and she would be damned if she would let this opportunity slip. As a matter of fact, why was Tsunade training her? What was the appeal? She wasn't that spectacular of a shinobi, and she was certain that Tsunade didn't know her by name before they had begun training, so what was it? Tsunade Shisho? Sakura asked, needing to get to the bottom of it. Tsunade looked at her with a questioning look that instructed her to go on. I'm grateful. Your training is incredible. Even now I can feel how much better I'm getting every day, but I have to ask. Why are you training me? For a moment from the frown on Tsunade's face she figured she had said something wrong, and that it was all over. She would think she was ungrateful and drop her just like that. Surprise was her response when Tsunade actually smirked. It took you long enough to ask me why I did it. She let out a short chuckle. Do you really want to know why? Sakura had to know at this point, knowing that Tsunade wasn't offended. Yes, please. Tsunade turned around with her arms crossed over her chest. If you must know, it's because of Naruto, your old teammate. Sakura's eyes widened with surprise. She hadn't even seen Naruto in forever, like he had disappeared. He told me to train you if I wanted to have a good apprentice. I think he just really wanted to help you out. But, Sakura said in disbelief, Naruto hates me. During his exam, and after Sasuke-kun left, the words he said to me. Tsunade laughed again and turned around with an amused look on her face. You think you got it bad from his little fight with you during his exam? Everyone else got it way worse than you did. You were lucky he only hit you once. And if he hated you he wouldn't have gone out of his way to say anything at all, he would have just avoided you. He has been avoiding me. Sakura argued back, I haven't seen any sign of him in months. The last time I saw him was at the hospital with Shizune-senpai, and that's because he was there for injuries. He said hello to me and asked me how I was, but any other time I never saw him even at his house. Tsunade let off a sweat drop. Maybe I am working too hard after all. She muttered to herself, scratching her cheek. Well, the idiot volunteered for the mission overflow we've been having, so it's his own damn fault for not paying attention to the meeting. She returned her attention to Sakura. I'll have to set your next mission to work with him somehow so you can let him tell you these things yourself, but he told me that he wanted to believe that you could achieve your goal. He said that you felt so strongly about Sasuke that he would hate himself if he didn't try to help you somehow. Regardless of what he's doing now, you were his teammate and he does care about you somewhat. Sakura just looked at her teacher in shock. He did? He does? Tsunade shrugged. You're here, aren't you? She turned around, her green jacket swinging with her as she left. That has to mean something. He thinks you're stronger than you appear and I want to believe he's right, so I do. And flashback. No. She had worked so hard so that she could actually be of use and do something about it herself the next time around. Naruto put his own word up to vouch for her. Tsunade believed in her. And she was just going to let him leave without doing anything? Sakura turned around abruptly with the intention of taking the swing at Sasuke she should have taken earlier, only to see him vanish in a burst of speed right in front of her eyes. Still not good enough, Sakura. Sakura's eyes widened at hearing Sasuke speak that close to her before she felt her body shut down. She had never even seen him move. Just like back then again, love doesn't give you power. Hatred does. Was the last thing she heard before her vision went dark. I never even saw him. Just like then. He's still so far away. Sakura thought before blacking out. Sasuke just stared down at her and began to walk away from her when something jumped from the trees. They just keep coming. He turned towards the disturbance and saw Naruto kneeling over Tuya. Naruto. So you came after all. She said you were looking for me. Naruto didn't reply, he simply stayed focused on Tuya, checking her for signs of life and frowning visibly while doing so. Sasuke placed his hand on his sword and prepared to walk over to Naruto when a voice called out to him, "So I found you, Sasuke." Sasuke immediately turned and glared at the figure that walked from the shadows. "You've certainly gotten bigger." "Itachi," Sasuke said darkly, forgetting about Naruto who was still doting over Tuya trying to get some sort of response from her. She had suffered electrical burns from what he could see and was hurt. He could care less about the Uchiha brothers at the moment. Itachi stared at his little brother impassively. "So are you going to shout and run right at me again like last time?" Sasuke smirked before it just as quickly fell from his face. "You know nothing about me. How much hate has filled my heart, how much stronger I've grown because of it." "You know nothing," he said as he and Itachi began a skirmish of sorts. Meanwhile Naruto was looking for vital signs. Tuya was still very warm, but she wasn't breathing. "Come on Tuya-chan," he said warily, "give me some kind of sign here." He lay his head on her chest and cursed, "Fuck. You'd better not die on me out here, do you understand me? You're better than this." He focused his lightning chakra into his hands and took a deep breath. "Come on, wake up," he said, pressing both down on her bosom in a CPR/defibrillator combination. Tuya's eyes immediately shot open and she sat up taking deep breaths and coughing. She looked around rapidly to see Sasuke and Itachi fighting, but she only focused on the concerned whiskered face right in front of her, Uzumaki. Tuya threw her arms around his neck. "I thought you were gone for a minute there Tuya-chan," he said, holding himself close against her. "Don't fucking scare me like that again," he said in relief. Tuya let out a short laugh. "I won't." A flock of crows flew from where Sasuke was standing in what had once been Itachi's body, but him. "Don't worry about him," Naruto said, glaring intently at Sasuke as he also looked at the fallen Sakura. "She was fine, just knocked out." Sasuke stared at Naruto before turning and leaving. He didn't need Naruto anymore. He had gotten his message from that clone of Itachi's and knew where he was, come to the Uchiha hideout alone. Naruto had also heard that message and let go of Tuya to lay her down on her back. He walked over to Sakura and carried her over to Tuya before waking her up. Sakura's green eyes opened to see the blonde shinobi that was once her teammate, Naruto. She sat up and whipped her head around. "Sasuke-kun." She then locked eyes with Tuya. "Tuya, you're okay." "Not okay," Naruto said, "alive, and that's all that matters right now. Heal her up for me, Sakura." He stood up and walked away from them both. Sakura prepared to begin working on Tuya. "Where are you going?" "To deliver a message," Naruto said before disappearing in smoke. XXX. With Naruto and Maki. Naruto sat at the front of Sai's ink bird while Maki held onto his back tightly, her eyes heavy due to fatigue from healing all of his numerous injuries and getting his left arm to be fully usable. This was all to make him as fresh as she could for what would come next. It wasn't perfect, but the Kyuubi could handle the rest. She had also requested that Naruto use Fuin Jutsu, Chakura Taku Weru Kuriuru, sealing technique, stored chakra transfer, to take what chakra she had to give to refuel him just in case he needed it. Needless to say, she was utterly spent. Naruto had new clothes on and a heavy bandage wrapped around his head, covering his right eye, much like Danzo's bandages usually covered his own eye. "I'll be damned if I'm going to go around looking like a mummy like Danzo Gigi though," he thought to himself when the memories of a dispelled clone hit him. He suddenly looked to one corner of the rolling forests and looked over to another end of it, narrowing his single eye. "Maki-chan, I'm going to give you a clone and he's going to take you to the ground and help you get to Sai Kouhai. I've got some business to handle." "What?" she asked tiredly, holding her arms around his torso tightly. "What's wrong, senpai?" "Nothing's wrong," he said to her softly, "but it's time." Maki frowned but nodded. He couldn't take her with him as she was. Even if she was full strength, she would still probably be useless to him. Her genjutsu attacks would be next to useless against the Sharingan. Naruto placed one of his hands over both of hers that were holding on to him and rubbed the backs of them soothingly before forming a cage bunshine that picked Maki up bridal style. "Be careful with her. Get her to Sai fast. I'm going to need every drop of chakra I can get." The clone nodded and jumped down, hopping along the air like stepping stones on the way down. Maki looked up into the air at Sai's bird that was now flying in a new direction with a vengeance. Maki curled against the clone's chest tightly as it continued to move with her. Please be careful, Naruto-senpai. XXX. A short time later, Uchiha hideout. You found the hideout, Sasuke-kun, Itachi said with his eyes shut as he sat in a throne at the end of a massive ceremonial room. Then I guess it's finally time. Sasuke's Sharingan was out as he glared at his older brother. My eyes see everything clearly, Itachi. And what they see right now, as clear as day, is you dead at my feet. You say you see me dead? Itachi said questioningly. Well then let's see how good your eyesight really is, he said, opening his eyes to reveal his own Sharingan out as he disappeared and reappeared right behind Sasuke back to back. He drew a kunai and went for a stab just as Sasuke pulled his chokudo and went for a slash. The two blades clashed with a loud ringing of steel sounding out. 4 kunai landed all around the two combating brothers, and they both jumped away right in the nick of time as a dense dome of electricity formed around the weapons. Itachi and Sasuke both snapped their heads towards the entrance as they heard a voice. Damn, almost got them both in one. My depth perception sucks like this. Both Uchiha members widened their eyes as Naruto strode into the base with a bandage wrapped tightly around his head. Sasuke immediately understood why this Naruto looked so different and battle-weary. The other one was a clone. That's why he didn't fight. Naruto slowly walked inside, not caring that he was interrupting a conflict 8 years in the making. Once he had gotten enough inside he spoke. Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha. 2 of the most infamous nuke nin in Konoha history. I am Naruto Uzumaki, registration number 012607, Jounin level shinobi of Konohagakure no Sato, Jinchuriki of the Kyubi no Yoko, and the future Hokage. Nice to see you both again, and you're to both be captured for your crimes against the village. Please surrender, I don't have to bring you back alive. Sasuke and Itachi just stared at him until the silence grew uncomfortable to him. Didn't work? Didn't think it would. Oh well, I tried to do this without the violence. How did you find this place, Naruto-kun? Itachi asked him curiously. He really wanted to know. I could tell, but I'd have to kill you, Naruto said plainly. Sasuke shook his head. Never mind that. Look at you, you're a mess. What do you think you're doing here? You're as blind as a bat, you're going to get yourself killed here. You can't even see, you might as well have shown up with your eyes closed, it's the same difference. Naruto shook his head. No, Sasuke, not really. You see an injured guy that can't see, a guy that might as well have his eyes shut altogether since the outcome against your dujutsu would just be the same no matter what. He reached up to the bandages on his head and loosened them. But what you don't see, Sasuke, Itachi. He ripped the bandages away from his face with one swift pull. If Naruto could take a picture of a pair of faces at that exact moment and guarantee anyone that it could sell for millions, he would have banked his money on the image of pure shock and so many other emotions he couldn't even begin to label them that was currently reflected on the faces of Itachi and Sasuke, and that picture was eternally seared into his mind the second he took the bandages off. The two brothers locked red eyes with each other, as if to confirm with the other what they were seeing, and then they turned back to Naruto. And ignored his left, blue eye to lock their red eyes on his solitary, single one in his right socket. The red, 3-tomoed eye of a fully matured Sharingan. Naruto dropped his bandages to the ground and took in the sight of what his new eye provided him. What you don't see? Is that my eyes are wide open. Chapter 46, Use Your Illusion. Naruto, Sasuke, and Itachi all faced off with each other. The shock from Naruto's Sharingan was still settling in the two brothers and Naruto was trying to adjust to the sight. It wasn't letting him see in red vision the way he thought it would. Good thing it didn't. But he had never been able to see so clearly in his entire life, out of that eye anyway. His left eye had the view that it always had. It was like looking through a half of a freshly cleaned glass window on a bright spring day and leaving the other half unwiped if he had to compare it to anything. When Maki first put it in, he had a rightly tough time trying to get down timing. What his left eye saw full speed, his right eye saw in damn near slow motion. The mixture of the two was a total mindfuck at first until he came to terms with the fact that whatever moved slowest was the correct moving speed. He hadn't tried this in a fight yet, but he was going to have to learn on the fly if he wanted to walk away from this one. When he looked at Itachi and Sasuke, he could see the chakra built up around their eyes, signifying their Sharingan use beyond just the physical appearance of the Sharingan. He might be able to get used to this. He could see when techniques were forming and have time to prepare if he got his timing down, which he would have to in this battle or die trying. But there was a time and a place for everything, and now wasn't the time to be thinking about his replacement eye. This was only meant to give him his full breadth of vision back for the battle, nothing more. Fighting anyone as dangerous as these two handicapped would be a grave mistake. Okay, decision time. Naruto thought to himself as he found himself in a three-way standoff. If I go after Itachi, then Sasuke will try to take me out because he wants Itachi to himself. If I go after Sasuke, then Itachi would just sit back and watch and try to pick me off later. Just me. Not Sasuke. He'd save Sasuke for last no matter what. But if I don't do anything, then Sasuke would just attack me anyway, and Itachi would just attack me anyway. And I'd be fucked no matter what I did because I'm in the way. He had to drop in when he did. This was Uchiha land. This was an Uchiha hideout. And like he said, he was on the clock to catch up to them in the first place before the battle ended and one was dead and the other vamoosed. It was either get in now at the start, or get caught skulking around when they started winging the big stuff at each other, which would expose him when he started dodging collateral damage and they would double team him anyway. Uchiha business was Uchiha business, and don't let the eye fool you. He wasn't a fucking Uchiha. They called each other out. There was no invite to a Naruto Uzumaki at all when they ran across his clone in the forest. He crashed this party, and party crashers were never welcome. Itachi looked between Naruto and his little brother Sasuke. His Akatsuki target and the brother he had been building to a deathmatch struggle against for over half a decade. He was not about to allow Naruto to ruin this. This was to be his redemption. Sasuke was his target, Naruto had no business here, and what is this familiar feeling I'm getting from his Sharingan eye? How did he even get a Sharingan eye? He decided to question Naruto on this. Naruto-kun, how did you obtain that eye? Why do you have it? Naruto never took his eyes off of either brother lest he get his head taken off. This was a whole different situation than the last time he had fought both. Itachi was still Itachi, badass. Sasuke was now not only naturally stronger as he had been good enough to put Orochimaru down and beat Tuya without taking any damage, but he was certain he had been subjected to more than a few experiments from Orochimaru or Kabuto to improve his body for Orochimaru's eventual possession. If you have to know, I was given the eye by someone who was a mutual enemy of you both. I was going to find out more about it before I thought about using it, but blamed Datara for rushing my decision. The bastard took my eye when I took his life, and I couldn't let either of you just walk away from this. This chance was too good to get one or the other. I didn't think I'd be getting both. Was Naruto threatening? If Itachi didn't realize that by now he would have been a fool, and Itachi Uchiha was no fool in battle. Naruto was scary strong, far stronger than their first encounter where he actually managed to land a blow on Itachi, but the thing was, he always had a weakness that Itachi's Sharingan was tailor-made to combat, genjutsu. But now he would have to go to the Mangekyo Sharingan and used Tsukiyomi like he did to Kakashi to put him down for sure with a genjutsu. And with Sasuke still here, he couldn't waste chakra like that on him. He was going to have to get them both in the same shot if it came to that. Who do you think you are? Sasuke said to Naruto coldly, barely keeping a sneer from his face. A Sharingan. A damn Sharingan in Naruto's eye socket. Kakashi was bad enough, but now Naruto as well? It was like his former comrades were laughing at his fallen clan and abusing their inherent powers. What gives you the right to use that eye? That power is the birthright of an Uchiha. Naruto could have been nice about his response. He could have simply said that it was all for the mission, so that he could operate effectively enough to accomplish it. His job was to detain either Sasuke or Itachi long enough for Sai and Maki to find either Kisame or the person with Zabuza's sword and take it from them. If he could, he would kill them, but he was the only one strong enough to take either or. But hearing Sasuke say that just triggered the smartass in him. It's my right as a ninja to use what I need to win. I didn't have an eye. Would you like to know what that's like, Sasuke? It fucking sucks. And besides, Uchiha are famed for using the skills of others to bolster their own. Why can't I do the same thing? Wrong answer to Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke disappeared in a blur, but Naruto saw him coming without having to guess and feel things out the way he had to before this. And with his reflexes on point due to him fighting so many quick people without the Sharingan in his life, with it he had his sword out and clashing against Sasuke's from the side. I can see everything. This is awesome. He thought, right until he felt a harsh jerk on the back of his collar and wound up slammed hard against the ground without warning. He quickly looked up to see Itachi standing over him with a kunai drawn and prepared to end Naruto's short run in the battle before Itachi was forced to abandon his attack to block Sasuke's Chokudo strike. Naruto didn't waste any time and got back to his feet, although he didn't intervene in Sasuke's clash with Itachi. Because that wasn't Itachi. Naruto vanished in another blur of speed, reappearing on top of the throne where Itachi had been sitting the entire time. Naruto had his sword positioned for a downward thrust right through the top of Itachi's skull. It's not enough, Itachi. I can see everything now. As Naruto said that, a chokudo buried itself through his back and out through his chest from behind before he could strike Itachi. You still can't see anything, you pretender, Sasuke said from behind, having been the one to bury the blade into Naruto's body. The Sasuke and Itachi that had been fighting dissolved into crows and snakes respectively. But Naruto, instead of letting off a gasp at being impaled, he burst into white smoke, revealing himself to have been a clone. And you still can't see through the smoke, Sasuke? Naruto's voice projected through the room while his body couldn't be seen. That's what your life has always been since you were a kid, just you chasing shadows. Itachi's shadow, Orochimaru's shadow. Sasuke looked down in the throne to find that Itachi's body had dissolved into crows again before he turned his attention to Naruto, looking around to try and find him. And what would you know about it, Naruto? The chamber went silent before Naruto's voice sounded out again. I was raised in the shadows, I was simply chosen to go into the light. I'm still in the shadows just like you, only they're different from when I was young, and they're different from yours entirely. Sasuke growled as his eyes caught a glimpse of movement, and he hurled a mess of shuriken at it only to hear the popping noise of more clones. What do you know about shadow or hatred? What can you say about anything like that to me, someone like you that doesn't understand the darkness? Naruto's clones began to litter the chamber from the dark reaches of the room all over, and Sasuke proceeded to ruthlessly exterminate them the moment they hit the ground or came into sight with his sword skills. All the while the original continued to speak, you literally don't know the first thing about me. I've seen terrible things, Sasuke. Done things you could never imagine. I know more about shadow than you ever will, but there's a difference between shadow and darkness. Shadows are necessary. Where there is light and people to bask in the light, there is always shadow. Shadows must exist, the gray neutrality of shadow to maintain balance. Darkness is unnecessary and evil, it forces people to make mistakes, it hides the truth from you more than shadow ever could, and the worst elements of this world can be found in the dark. A fine speech, Naruto-kun. Itachi's voice echoed out as well from nowhere, but your plan has no foundation. I have already neutralized your seal tags hidden in this room, you will not be trapping anyone, you will not be bringing down this fortress on top of us today, and you will not be escaping even if you understand your situation. Your first mistake was simply coming here in the first place. This never concerned you. After that, the sounds of metal clashing and sparks flying from the shadowed areas of the room began going off all over. Sasuke could see the figures dueling with blades in the dark. It was clear which one was Naruto by way of it being the figure making sparks with the larger weapon attacking the other one, Itachi, that seemed to dance around his blade, just out of reach. He formed a Chidori in his hand and took careful aim, Chidori Senbon, 1000 birds Senbon. The attack transformed into multiple Senbon, countless in number, that fired rapidly directly at Naruto and Itachi, forcing the pair to scatter away from each other and dodge the widespread attack aimed at both of them initially, but once they broke away, the focus was solely on Naruto. Get away, Naruto. Leave and stay out of this or I'll kill you first. There are things I want to know before I kill Itachi, he snapped at him. Itachi himself won't come out and face me until he leaves. Better idea, Naruto said as he ran directly towards a wall, cornering himself seemingly until he jumped at the wall and kicked off of it to jump back towards Sasuke. Sasuke diverted his aim to hit the airborne Naruto until he saw Naruto jump off of the air itself and duck under his stream of lightning Senbon. Adjusting his aim only resulted in Naruto adjusting his jump in the air until he reached Sasuke himself. I'll just beat you until he comes out and faces me or leaves. After all, I only need one of you right now, he said as his sword swung at Sasuke and was blocked by the youngest Uchiha, as he held Naruto's weight in the air. A smirk came to Naruto's face and from his back foot he used a pair of air bubbles as stepping stones to push himself again, driving Sasuke back with the pure physical force of his glorified leap forward. Sasuke's guard eventually failed and Naruto took a step on the air to deliver a kick right to Sasuke's face. Sasuke slid back against the ground, gritting his teeth harshly as he tensed from the force of Naruto's kick, his movements with what he's doing. I can see him forming wind chakra and letting it burst with each step he takes on the air. He stopped his slide by stabbing his sword into the ground, but his every step is so sporadic and sudden. Almost instinctual. I can barely see what's coming before he does it. He doesn't telegraph his moves because he's simply flowing and reacting. Naruto could barely believe what he had just done. Hitting Sasuke all those years ago when he damn near made a drinking game out of it was one thing. He was so much faster than Sasuke back then and Sasuke's Sharingan wasn't fully matured. But now, Sasuke should have been able to see him coming, shouldn't he have? Naruto hadn't even known that he had discovered a way to make his taijutsu unreadable to the Sharingan's ability to predict moves simply by the compounded use of his own Sharingan, and the reflexes and reaction time he had to develop just for him to use Hertsu Seigen, burst limit. With the Sharingan he could actually track his and his target's movements and instinctually react accordingly, and he didn't even know it yet. Naruto-kun, you are a nuisance, Itachi said from behind the still amazed Naruto. Why is everyone I fight so damned fast? Naruto thought before turning abruptly and cutting through Itachi. Fucking genjutsu. How many layers does this shit have? He yelled in exasperation when Itachi's body faded to crows once again. Kushios, Raiko Kenka, summoning, lightning blade creation. Sasuke revealed seals inscribed on the bottom of his wrist guards, similar to some of the multiple seals that Naruto had inscribed all over his left arm. In the blink of an eye, shuriken were summoned and thrown at Naruto from where he had been left by Naruto beforehand. Naruto blocked the weapons with his sword only to have Itachi stalk him from behind again. He turned his head to retaliate when Sasuke pincered him in from the other side. Naruto was starting to get angry. He was no longer a sucker for a low-level genjutsu, but the more elaborate ones still troubled him as he made a swift hand seal. Enough fucking genjutsu. Fuuten, Shinku Gyoku, wind release, vacuum sphere. Naruto inhaled and exhaled several small blasts of wind chakra in multiple directions, cutting through the genjutsu of both Sasuke and Itachi. Having disposed of the genjutsu distractions once more, Naruto immediately brought his right arm to one of the numerous storage ceiling tattoos up around his shoulder and selected the one he wanted, causing an immediate crack noise and a blinding light to surround his body. The light only lasted for a moment, but when it cleared, Naruto was no longer in sight, having used the flash bomb to cause Itachi and Sasuke to avert their eyes momentarily to cover his movement. As silence once again reigned through the room, it was revealed that Itachi's body that had been in the throne and had dissolved into crows was actually covered to get Sasuke away from him. They never dispersed, they just hid the fact that he had never left the seat, and there he sat. Sasuke. You said there were things that you wanted to know. Please, don't let Naruto-kun's presence here stop your intention. The battle has not yet truly begun, but whatever you have to ask, I'm willing to listen. He sensed the presence of something from up near the ceiling drop from the air above him, only for it to stop in the air and jump away as if it had been chased. Before he could react to what was obviously Naruto, a sword was driven through the back of the throne and the point had emerged from his chest. The Naruto that had attempted to drop in on him disappeared in a puff of smoke, revealing it to only be a feeler clone. I couldn't care any less if Naruto was here or not, Sasuke said from behind the throne. As long as my question gets answered before I kill you, I don't care. He then grit his teeth angrily. Now tell me what I want to know or I'll make you wish I actually did kill you with that last move. Itachi sat at the throne with blood coming from his mouth. You avoided my vitals on purpose. Sasuke ignored him and went ahead with his question. On that night you claimed there was a third person. And I realized that it could only be someone you didn't kill. Meaning it was someone to help you wipe out the rest of the clan. Not even you could have killed the entire military police force on your own the way you did. Now tell me. Who is the third surviving Uchiha that you spoke to me of? Boy, you will stay that blade right now or I will make your life a living hell forevermore. The Kyuubi roared at Naruto as clear as if he were standing right in front of him. This was the first it had heard from it since his conversation with it the night before. It hadn't spoken up any time since then whatsoever. But now he had a chance. If nothing else he could at least get rid of Sasuke's. You will listen to the Uchiha. This is important to you as well. What? Naruto couldn't comprehend why the Kyuubi would say that. Couldn't it see that? No, that was exactly it. It couldn't see. Damn it, he knew that was going to happen. And why do you want to know of him? Itachi questioned Sasuke. Because after I kill you here he's next on my list. Sasuke muttered darkly. You? Kill him? Itachi asked in scathingly dry disbelief before going silent and eventually speaking up with his answer, Madara Uchiha. One of Konoha's founding fathers and the first person ever to awaken Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke drove his sword deeper through the throne. Don't fuck with me. If that were true he would have been long dead. You don't have to believe me, Itachi said calmly, if not strained due to the sword in him. Naruto-kun had it right earlier. Shadow may hide things but it is necessary to maintain balance, but darkness hides more truths than shadow ever could. What you can see in this world depends on your perception of reality, how people are bound by what they perceive as the truth, but truth can be a mere trick of the eyes. A trick of the darkness or shadow. A mirage. One must consider the possibility of living in one's own little world, shaped by these beliefs they perceive to be the truth. Like the way you simply decide Madara is dead, or like the way you used to believe I was a kind, caring brother. Sasuke growled and launched his ranged Chidori behind himself at the real Itachi sitting at a second throne, something that Naruto's clone picked up on when it attacked from above, missing him on purpose by an inch. I can see right through your genjutsu and lies now. He glared up at the ceiling at Naruto. I'm the one that can see everything now, he said, echoing Naruto's earlier statement. Cursing from his place on the ceiling, Naruto dropped to the ground. He should have known there was no way to hide with the way things currently were. Come on, think. You're doing good. Better than you should have done, all things considered. He looked between Sasuke and Itachi with a grave expression, but that's because of the Sharingan and I know it. I have a feeling things aren't going to be getting any easier. For as strong as your eyes are, you still don't have the same eyes as me, Sasuke. Naruto could have almost cried when he heard Itachi say that, because he knew what it meant. The same thing it meant the last time he said it to Sasuke. Then use your Mangekyo to try and kill me right now, or am I too strong for you now? If he actually thought that it would have done anything right now, Naruto would have thrown his sword directly at Sasuke's head. Itachi seemed to shut his eyes as he stood up from the throne. Confident are you? Naruto for his part was not. What he had said earlier was true in essence, he could see everything. But he could see all he wanted to because this was what he was meant to see. This was what was supposed to happen as directed by Itachi and to a lesser extent Sasuke. He was barely forcing his way into the picture and keeping his head above the proverbial water through literal brute force. He needed to get himself out because as he expected all along, even the Kyuubi was no help here, that had been proven earlier. And Naruto could see why the Kyuubi despised the Uchiha clan and their Sharingan so much now, because under the Dujutsu's influence it was nothing more than a subject to the world that was created around it, and it never had a clue. Here he was a one-legged man in an escaking contest. He had the tool he needed, but he just couldn't use it the way he had to in order to succeed. He knew all of nothing about genjutsu, and what he knew about Sharingan he remembered from Danzo. He seriously doubted that the old man knew anything about Tsukuyomi. There was nowhere for him to run, and nowhere to hide. Because this was their world, and to them he was just an anomaly that had no place, that was unwanted, unneeded. And just like anything else that was unwanted in the ninja world, he was about to be disposed of. Itachi's arm hung lazily through the opening of his Akatsuki cloak. The Mangekyo Sharingan has a very unique characteristic. Naruto growled, other than mind fucking me into a coma? Itachi ignored him to continue his explanation that was directed at Sasuke. From the day you awaken it, your eyes begin a slow descent into darkness. The more you use them, the quicker the process moves. What? Sasuke asked, confused as to what that meant. The kaleidoscope will eventually lose its light. Sasuke's face hardened. Blindness. That revelation was news to Naruto. So Itachi's ridiculously strong eyes had a drawback all along? If he had known that he might have let himself take a hit of the Tsukuyomi 3 years ago so that he could weaken him for now, so that's the price you pay for gaining control of the Kyuubi no Yoko. You actually read the tablets I told you to read, Itachi said, sounding rather pleased as he slowly started walking down the stairs in front of his throne. Sasuke couldn't have cared any less, but Naruto could barely move. Any move Itachi made could have been the last thing Naruto ever saw. Sasuke spoke, who is Madara? Itachi's eyes shifted to that of the Mangekyo Sharingan, a man who tamed the Kyuubi and controlled it like a pet. Naruto's eyes shot wide open. He knew that. He knew this already. He was aware of who Madara Uchiha was. The Kyuubi despised the man and cursed his name for sport for as long as Naruto had been in contact with it. But here Itachi was saying that he was still alive, and that made his blood run cold, my accomplice and my teacher. The only person in history to learn the Sharingan's final secret. An invincible immortal. That's who Madara Uchiha is. XXX. From the ceiling of the building, the strange plant man that had witnessed Naruto defeat Deidara watched the battle at hand. He would have headed down to engage Naruto himself if he thought he would have won. The blonde had no place here. However, the fact of the matter was, he knew that in a fight with Naruto he would have been torn asunder. He was not the most battle-adept member of Akatsuki, and Naruto had actually gone head-to-head with Konan and Pain and walked away to fight another day. That was out of his level of ability to deal with. He was a spy, not a fighter. But after his opening gambit failed, the blonde found himself caught in something that could only be described, probably by Naruto himself if he had been asked, as his worst nightmare. A battle he had never had to fight. A battle he couldn't win and neither of them could lose to him. They haven't moved an inch. The plant man muttered quietly to himself. And it was true. From the second Naruto walked in, he had been ensnared in the attempted genjutsu duel between Sasuke and Itachi. He had unwittingly forced his way in after he had missed his opening gambit, and the two had made eye contact with him while keeping it with each other, making it a free-for-all. They're fighting with nothing more than their eyes. The black half of the man said. Itachi's face was as calm and impassive as ever. You couldn't even tell he was exerting any effort. The same could be said for Sasuke. Despite his intense glare, he had been preparing for this, and was handling it beautifully thus far. Then there was Naruto. Both of his eyes were twitching again and again. His hands were shaking and there was a sheen of sweat on his face. He was trying to bat off the effects of the genjutsu by literally fighting through it with his mind, to will his mind to fight. Instead of trying to focus his mental plane and try to will it over theirs, he was simply a subject to their imagination. If he had more experience, he probably would have known that he had to let the illusion flow like water. But the only experience Naruto had with genjutsu was either knowing to avoid them altogether and tell for the signs, or to hurt himself and break one before it fully took hold. He had never been under the yoke of an eye-based genjutsu before because he had never fought a fully matured Sharingan genjutsu. But to remain in the fray to this point was nothing short of miraculous. Through sheer will he had been adapting and surviving in the middle of a genjutsu conflict between two full-fledged Uchiha, masters of the art. Though his own Sharingan probably had more to do with it than anything, as if he hadn't had it he probably would have been beaten by now, he had never been forced to fight like this in his life. There was only so much that a natural propensity towards combat could compensate for. He was out of his element, out of his league, and out of this fight before it even began. XXX. Inside the genjutsu battle. What Itachi had just told them both had left the two younger teens in stunned silence. Madara Uchiha. Instead of going blind, had taken his own brother's eyes and reached unbelievable levels of power with his renewed Mangekyo Sharingan. Had battled with the Shodaime Hokage and formed the Valley of the End with the titanic struggle. Formed Akatsuki and to this day hid from the world behind them. And had masterminded the Kyuubi's attack on Konoha on the day of Naruto's birth all those years ago, forcing the Yondaime Hokage to stop it. It was him. Naruto thought to himself, someone like that is still alive and walking around? Why is Itachi saying this? Why is he letting me know these things? Madara Uchiha is a pathetic shell of his former self. Itachi claimed, he's no longer worthy of being considered the greatest Uchiha. The only person who can surpass him, surpass the invincible Madara and achieve true immortality is me. He then looked at Naruto, and unlike Madara, you don't fit into my plans, Naruto-kun. You will die here for intruding, Itachi said, looking back at Sasuke, intruding on my prize. My opportunity to obtain greater power than him. An uncharacteristically manic grin worked its way to his face. You Sasuke. Like Madara Uchiha and his own younger brother, you will become my new light. Sasuke and Naruto both took a single step back in shock from Itachi's new attitude. You were my spare. A demonic figure appeared behind Itachi and shot its tendrils at Sasuke and Naruto, grabbing the younger brother and attempting to impale Naruto. Naruto quickly crossed his arms in an X in front of his body. Fuuten, Senpu Kakasui, Wind Release, Whirlwind Pyramid. Naruto channeled every bit of power he could put behind the jutsu to block the sharp tendrils, but before hitting his most focused point, it adjusted and went around, hitting him in sides where the wind wasn't nearly as intense. Naruto was thrown back, but not stabbed through. His defensive jutsu did that much for him at least. He didn't know how much longer he would be able to force himself to go on. But his attention returned back to Itachi and Sasuke when he realized that Sasuke had gotten rid of the demonic illusion, and he hadn't moved a step from where he had been standing while listening to Itachi's story. He got rid of the genjutsu so that I didn't have to? Naruto thought to himself, of course. He's in this too. We're all locked in the same genjutsu. Itachi got me, Sasuke got me, and they got each other. That was why they thought he was in the way so much. He wasn't fighting Sasuke and Itachi's separate illusions simultaneously in his own mind while they had it out with each other in their own minds respectively. For this moment in time their consciousnesses were linked. This was in all of their minds. Together. Now how could he use that? He had to hurry up and think or he'd find himself in the middle of a shootout, the equivalent of an innocent bystander. Come on. How do I get out? There's a way out. No technique is unbreakable, no jutsu is absolute, and no fighting style is perfect. Sasuke had enough of playing story time with his big brother and cast away the cloak he wore. It all ends here, Itachi. It's time that I fulfill my goal. You said that you see my death. But you should know that you cannot win against me, Itachi stated plainly as if it were a foregone conclusion. Because I have the Mangekyo Sharingan, I'm afraid you just don't measure up, Sasuke. Sasuke didn't bother rising to Itachi's words. Saying anything in response with venom in his voice wouldn't get the point across, so it didn't matter. You can use your eyes as much as you want. My hatred is going to turn your illusion into a reality. And the reality is your death. With that, Sasuke and Itachi began producing and throwing shuriken at one another in an untraceable amount. Eventually they rushed one another and met in the middle, each blocking the other's attempt to stab them. The shuriken had all been thrown with such force and speed that when they hit the other they ricocheted harshly. And this was what utterly amazed Naruto. Itachi had only thrown the shuriken to defend against Sasuke's, yet when they hit his they ricocheted towards him with the same velocity they had first been launched with. The timing and aim needed for that was ungodly, he couldn't even comprehend it. At first he almost didn't believe it was possible when he started blocking with his blade, but when he started getting cut up due to not being able to get them all, only the ones that were aimed at vital points, he had to concede the possibility as reality. Itachi Uchiha was no mere urban legend, he was legitimately that damn good. And taking the dozens of metal stars across his flesh brought a reality check to Naruto. Sasuke could go after Itachi all he wanted. Itachi would just avert the force of his attacks away from himself and towards Naruto. This would continue until he dropped. Genjutsu or not. A cage bunshine formed behind Itachi and pelted Sasuke with kunai, but a snake emerged that blocked the attack and surrounded him defensively. The cage bunshine Itachi turned its attention to Naruto, and before it could make eye contact with him and get him in anything else, the blonde threw his sword like a javelin right at Itachi's heart. Itachi moved to the side, but Naruto used Kawarimi to switch with the blade and simultaneously formed a seal-less cage bunshine of his own that Kawarimi'd again with the sword, putting it back into Naruto's reach and letting Naruto attack with it. Itachi clone blocked the original Naruto's attack with a kunai while Naruto clone went for the original Itachi right until Sasuke emerged from his snake defense with a Fuuma shuriken that it hurled at the original Itachi and Naruto clone. Just as it was about to hit Naruto clone, the blonde replication smirked and in a puff of smoke used Kawarimi again to switch with the embattled Itachi clone that was cut down by the weapon. The clone burst into a flock of crows and split up, flying around Naruto and his clone, and Sasuke. Itachi's silhouette rushed through the cloud of dark feathers that were abound from the crows and swiftly defeated Naruto's clone before returning the favor from 3 years prior and kicking Naruto hard in the face, sending him flying back onto his backside. Before he even stopped sliding, he abruptly stopped and let out a seething growl blocking pain. Itachi had pinned his hands to the floor with a kunai to the back of each that went clean through his gloves and hands. On the other side of the chamber he heard Sasuke let out an anguished yell of true pain. Itachi had pinned him to the wall and gouged his eye out. He could relate when he saw Sasuke activate his curse seal to get Itachi away from him momentarily so that he could come to terms with the pain and the loss of the eye. Getting your eye taken out was not an experience you could just grit your teeth and gut out. He believed there was no one on the planet that could take that pain and suffer in silence. Genjutsu or not. Genjutsu Itachi is badass. Naruto thought when he started to feel stakes drive themselves into his body, arms, legs, torso. He let out a cry of pain at the sudden sensations ripping through his body. Fuck. He made eye contact again before he kicked me. Naruto was getting a crash course in how to use his Sharingan to help him out of trouble, and he couldn't say he appreciated the hands-on approach of the lesson. I'm running out of steam here. I've got to break this. My mind can't keep taking all of this damage. And there was his answer. Like he had realized before. His mind, Itachi's mind, and Sasuke's mind were joined for the duration of the Dujutsu-based Genjutsu. His mind. And he would be damned if there was anyone in the room that had a more solid grasp on their mental state than he did. If he had been any good at casting them in the first place, then Naruto would have wound up being a god of Genjutsu. However, he was physically incapable of activating them due to the intense and delicate amount of chakra control needed to do so. He would never be able to do two things, Genjutsu and medical ninjutsu. 3 hours. That was all the time Naruto was provided to be given a crash course in basic theory by Maki while he waited for his wounds to heal after his surgery. With his Sharingan she had placed him in her best examples of Genjutsu and allowed him to memorize certain facets and nuances that kept him alive thus far against Sasuke and Itachi. But now with the on-the-job Sharingan training he was getting now, not only was he 100% fully aware that he was deep within the most comprehensive Genjutsu he had ever felt in his entire life, with layer after ungodly layer on top of it, He had enough awareness to fight back and stay competitive, or at least keep Itachi and Sasuke from turning his mind to gruel within the first moments. He was dangerous enough that they had to fight him nearly as intense as they had been fighting each other. After years of contact with an all-powerful creature of mass destruction in his mind that constantly flooded his head with murderous intent and manipulating whispers, he had the mental power to stand up to a genjutsu of this caliber and lessen the effects he would take. After years of developing his own mind to the point that his mindscape was a full-scale flawless replica of Konoha no Sato in its entirety, he had the mental composition to compose a realistic illusion if he had the ability to actually do so. And he now had the Sharingan to comprehend what he was actually looking at. It was time for a breakthrough. Ignoring the pain of the stakes in his body, Naruto looked around the chamber where Itachi and Sasuke were grappling over his last eye, and Sasuke looked to be losing. I need to get out now. If Itachi gets that eye, Sasuke won't be able to take it anymore and he can focus on finishing me. Putting that aside, Naruto looked around the room intently, focusing as hard as he could. This was a mixture of their minds. So where was the part that comprised his portion? The genjutsu environment that Naruto could see with his Sharingan was split into subtle, hard-to-see segments, like an ever-changing ink blot of each shinobi's psyche. Where is mine? Where is mine? From what he could see, it was of course vastly Itachi, including the area he was trapped in, but when he focused, starting in the area of their struggle, Sasuke's area of overt influence was spreading slowly but steadily. He was fighting back. Seeing that made Naruto's eyes widen. He can push back against that Tsukuyomi with enough will like that? Naruto tried to do that himself but didn't budge any portion of the illusion. No, I'm thinking too big. He realized, there's no way in hell I can break that Tsukuyomi, being a green-ass rookie at using the Sharingan. If he chose to hit me with that, I'd be done. But I can break this one pinning me down. Switching his focus to the stakes immobilizing him, Naruto felt his influence grow. Itachi's focus was solely on Sasuke. That left Naruto to use the negligence of Itachi over his situation to force his own way through. Naruto hadn't had any influence over the environment whatsoever with the exception of his own mental avatar. He had been surviving thus far with nothing more than his literal skills. He couldn't feint a genjutsu when he got hit like Itachi and Sasuke's mental avatars could. When he got hit, he literally took the damage, and his body felt it in the real world. The stakes in him loosened and he ripped his hands right up from the kunai, pinning them to the ground. Directly behind him lay the only little portion of the genjutsu that represented his mind, and he had never moved towards anything so fast in his life. When he stepped a single toe in that zone, he instantly built and expelled a crushing amount of chakra from his body. Genjutsu Kai. XXX. Naruto's mindscape. Naruto dropped to his hands and knees in the sewer environment that used to represent his mind, and once again behind the bar sat the Kyuubi. Its eyes were glazed over and it seemed more docile than it had ever looked in his entire life. It didn't even register his presence. No way. It's completely calm. With his Sharingan he checked the area. There was no genjutsu. This was his mind, and he had broken out. However, when he tried to will out some of the Kyuubi's chakra, he found that he was unable to. He then remembered what Sasuke said. So that's the price you pay for gaining control of the Kyuubi no Yoko. And he could see the genjutsu affecting the creature as well. Itachi had forced the Kyuubi into submission just like Madara had. Naruto stood up and walked towards the cage. He could see the genjutsu. Maybe he could break it? All he needed was to use his own chakra to disrupt the Kyuubi's flow. It would just take a little jolt. As he reached the bars, he tried to slide through the bars only to find himself repelled. That was weird. He could interact with the Kyuubi before. It was how he started taking more chakra from it to train with. The bars must not have allowed contact with the Kyuubi. He had never tried to go into the cage when he was younger before making the Konoha mindscape. He really had to hurry up. He looked up at the tag on the door that said seal and scoffed. Fine, he'd just interact with it like that. It was a pain in the ass to have to grab for the seal that was several feet off of the ground when before he could have just been in closer to the Kyuubi, but whatever. His hand was just about to make contact with the seal when a firm grasp stopped his arm in its tracks. I would rather you didn't touch that. A calm, stoic voice said. Naruto's face went back to full battle mode as he turned around, believing that Itachi or Sasuke had somehow gotten to him again in his own sphere of influence, but came to a surprised stop when he saw the person. He stood still and blinked a few times. His blue and red eye focusing on just who he was looking at before he finally found it in him to speak. Hey there, Dad. Standing directly in front of Naruto was Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage, with a small smile on his face. Hey there, son. XXX. In the real world. Sasuke held the eye that in that Tsukiyomi had been plucked from his head as he returned from the genjutsu, physically unharmed. He breathed heavily and fell to one knee on the floor. On the ceiling, the strange plant man carried on a conversation with himself. Well, that was quicker than expected. Itachi won. The white half said. But why? The black side asked in return. Well, he just got hit with Tsukiyomi. The white side explained, he won't be able to move. Now all that's left is to just take him out any way he wants to. He then got a look of surprise on his face when he saw Itachi sink to a knee as well, clutching his left eye. Huh? Itachi stared at his younger brother. Why, you broke my Tsukiyomi. Sasuke smirked as he stood up slowly before he looked over to the third man in the encounter. Naruto didn't look dead, nor did he look like he was still trapped in any genjutsu, and his body hadn't given out, so it hadn't defeated him in any way either. He broke it? Itachi looked over at Naruto and noticed the same thing along with something else that Sasuke picked up shortly as well. Is he in a trance? XXX. Meanwhile, Naruto's mindscape. Naruto didn't know what to say to the man. His father. He had grown up without one and had stopped caring or even thinking about it a long time ago. Even when he found out who his parents were, other than taking some time to look at hard-to-come-by photos of them, he had never dwelled on it too much. But now it was here staring him in the face and he had to say something. So, long time no see, old man. Literally. I've never seen you. Ever. Not even once. Minato laughed slightly, seeing as how Naruto went ahead and tried to break the ice. Yeah. My fault about that. For what it's worth, and I know it's worth nothing, I'm really sorry for what I did, Naruto. Naruto shrugged his shoulders and smiled slightly. Sorry for what? You gave me the power to do the only thing I ever wanted, to be acknowledged and to protect my home. The way you did it I really can't complain about, even though that thing, he said, pointing his thumb back at the docile QB, really chaps my ass sometimes. And you did what you had to do. I stopped being upset years ago. Still, Minato said with a frown, the fact that you're taking this better than I thought you might have kind of makes me feel worse about it. You aren't going to yell, or ask me why, or get angry? Naruto raised his scarred brow. I already said that I didn't care. You want me to be mad or do something like that? Minato shrugged identically to Naruto from moments before. It would help. Naruto sighed and shook his head before suddenly snapping his right arm up and backhand slapping Minato across the face violently. Hard enough to force out an audible crack that echoed through the sewers. Minato just kept his head turned to the side with his eyes wide in surprise as an angry red welt formed on his cheek. Naruto put his hand down and flexed his fist. You told me to do it, Hokage-sama, Naruto said with a sly smirk. I follow my cage's orders faithfully. Minato just looked at Naruto before breaking into laughter, laughs that Naruto returned until it quickly died down. I've seen everything. I've seen and know about everything you've done in your life, Naruto, be it far in the past or as recent as a few hours ago. Naruto then turned somewhat serious. I had Hamiko-chan go over your seal and she found that you would do this if I ever tried to take it off of the QB. I wasn't going to, you know. Minato nodded. I know, but if that was the case then I would have never gotten to see you, he said with a grin. I had to take the only shot I would have at doing it, and so here I am. I had to see firsthand the kind of man my son went on to be. You're almost just as tall as your old man at 16. Naruto's gaze hardened. What did the man think of him? No matter how Naruto tried to rationalize it into making him impassive over the matter, the fact remained that this was his father, a tremendous shinobi, and a great man to boot as well. Naruto had done things he wasn't proud of. He had killed so many people in his life and seen so much. Even now using this Sharingan was something he wasn't proud of, but he did it because he felt it was necessary. And if that led Minato to despise or disown. I'm proud of you, Minato said, shocking Naruto. I'm so proud of you. You'll never understand how much I am. You're a fantastic ninja, you've defended Konoha in ways that I never went to lengths to do, and you're a good human being through all of that. Don't let you taking that I put you under any kind of guilt. You did what you had to do. You never let your eyes be clouded with darkness no matter what happened to you. He pointed back at the QB, and you've done a fine job of keeping him in check as well. I knew you could do it. About that, Naruto said, I need to go, old man. I have to break the genjutsu on the QB and get back to fighting. I'm up against Sasuke and Itachi Uchiha and I'm amazed that I haven't been killed yet. Minato shook his head. It's barely been 1 second outside of your mind, Naruto. I know I don't have that much time to talk to you anyway, but I have to tell you now that you should believe what Itachi said. There was a man in a mask that attacked Konoha and used the QB as you've heard, I just never figured it would be Madara Uchiha. Naruto nodded gravely in agreement. You can defeat him. He is the mastermind of Akatsuki. The man in the orange swirl mask. Naruto looked at him in confusion, but pain. I saw that too, Minato said, remembering what he saw of how Jiraiya had been crippled and how Naruto had been crushed by the man's might. Pain is the result of the countless traumas inflicted on him even from his childhood by war under our system of shinobi. Madara more than likely manipulated him into taking on this goal of gathering the bijou, but as long as the current system exists there will be more people like him. Uro Kyofu said the same thing, Naruto said, but Pain is strong old man. I never even touched him last time. Minato placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. You can beat him because he made a mistake by not finishing you right then and there. I believe in you. You can change the world, Naruto. You just have to win here first. He walked past him towards the Kyuubi's cage and placed his hand on the seal. I'll help. Put your hand on me and channel chakra through me as if I were the Kyuubi. He saw Naruto give him a dry look. Yes, I know that's what you were about to do in the first place, but this way is safer. The last of my chakra in the seal will be a medium so that the Kyuubi, if it becomes aware while you're doing this, it won't suddenly snap for control. Next time you'll have to find your own way to do this, so don't let the Kyuubi get put in this again. Naruto nodded and touched Minato's arm to begin channeling chakra. It was damn good to meet you, Dad, and I swear I won't ever lose again. I'll be Hokage, I'll be better than you, and I'll find a way to stop all of this. I promise. I won't let Madara do what he did to Konoha to anywhere else. I know you will, Naruto, Minato said with a smile as the seal glowed and the mindscape began to fade. Remember, I believe in you and I love you, son. Say hello to your mother for me. XXX. 5 seconds later in real time, in the real world. Sasuke looked over at Naruto and drew his chokudo from his back slowly as he looked at the non-responsive Naruto. He could finish him off and focus on Itachi. Couldn't measure up after all, could you, Naruto? You should have just stayed out of our business, he said before rushing forward at him in a blur. Clang. Naruto's eyes focused on Sasuke as he blocked the strike with a sudden draw from his ninjato sheath. Naruto started breathing rather heavily and kicked Sasuke away from him as the two squared off alongside Itachi once more. Sorry about that, he said, I had to go down to the sewer and fix a clogged pipe. He quipped, referencing the Kyuubi's sewer scape. Kyuubi, are you awake in there? What? The Kyuubi shouted as it seemed to stir from a daze. What happened? Weren't you in the middle of fighting them a second ago? How did you just break apart and stop, and why? It was a genjutsu. Naruto explained. Itachi almost melted your mind like Madara Uchiha. He heard the Kyuubi growl at that name in his head. That's not important now. Ship up. No more genjutsu, so don't worry about it. No more genjutsu? Are you serious? No hypnotism either? The Kyuubi asked, sounding a mix between relieved and disbelieving. Well, the hypnotism is a subtle genjutsu, and even if I didn't have it nullified with my Sharingan, I have to deal with your yapping enough to know how to ignore another voice in my head. Naruto explained as he tried to gauge out how much chakra he had left while the Kyuubi ranted at him. He hadn't had the Sharingan on for that long in real time, but he had wasted a lot of his chakra fighting off the genjutsu and eventually shattering it. The good news was that Itachi looked like he was dead on his feet and Sasuke didn't seem that much better off than himself at the moment. I'm feeling the battle faster than I should, but I'm still good. If Kakashi-sensei knew that my first time using the Sharingan outlasted his like 20 times over by now and that I'm still going, he would probably hate me. I love being the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Itachi looked over at Naruto. I don't know how either of you managed to escape, but Naruto-kun, you're more trouble than I want to deal with at the moment. I want Sasuke's eyes, and now I want your life as well, he said. I don't care for Madara's plans. Killing you is of no consequence to me in the end. After this battle I will have achieved my goal no matter what. On the ceiling the plant man grinned. Ooh, Itachi's pissed now. He's going to blow those kids away with Amaterasu now. The black half said in an excited voice. Naruto looked between Itachi and Sasuke and put his sword up. So is the staring contest over now? Are we actually going to fight now? He said, trying to sound confident and downplay the trouble he had in the genjutsu. He was never going to let anyone do anything like that to him ever again after this was over. He absolutely despised genjutsu. On the other hand, if the actual fighting was actually going to begin, he felt right in his element. Itachi looked over at Naruto with his left eye closed. He fractured every one of my illusions without alerting me while I was dealing with Sasuke. Naruto-kun doesn't know the first thing about genjutsu combat. Even with the Sharingan he should have been overwhelmed. Were his will and chakra that strong to allow him to brute force his way through most of it until he could find an opening? Either way, it didn't matter. Naruto was too dangerous to remain here. He was ruining everything that Itachi was trying to do, and no matter what, he couldn't let that happen. Sasuke noticed Naruto's right eyelid was faintly twitching every few moments, but from Naruto's expression he didn't seem to either mind or notice it. Is he like Kakashi? He must feel the strain of keeping the Sharingan active. That wasn't it. He could most definitely feel it at this point, but he had chakra to burn. He always had chakra to burn. He had at least 10 times the amount of chakra that Kakashi had these days. However long Kakashi could keep it active for, they might as well have multiplied it by 10 for Naruto. Once again things were as they began. To an observer from afar it would have been like barely anything had happened at all. But the fireworks hadn't even begun yet. Chapter 47. FUBAR Forests of High no Kuni. Sakura kneeled over the injured Tuya and steadily healed her wounds from Sasuke's attack. She had been electrocuted, suffered multiple electric burns, had her heart stopped, and luckily was able to have it restarted by Naruto's cage bunshine before it left for some reason. How are you feeling, Tuya? She asked. Tuya gave her a dry look as she lay still on her back and allowed Sakura to work, like some prick with an iron grip grabbed me around the throat and fucking shocked me into cardiac arrest. I feel fantastic, Pinky, can't you tell? She said sarcastically as she shifted uncomfortably on her back. Thank Kami for Uzumaki. A nod was all that Sakura could give in response. This was all my fault. If Naruto hadn't shown up you would have been. No shit, Tuya said without remorse, and it wasn't even necessary. We had the prick. He underestimated us and you could have smeared that pretty boy's face all over your knuckles and half of this forest if you had just grown a spine and unloaded on him. One shot. She coughed out a chuckle. I don't think hitting anyone in the face ever felt any better to me in my life. After you hit him you probably could have put him back together. You trained with Tsunade, didn't you? You sure as hell didn't get her rack size from her, so you got the healing part at least, didn't you? Sakura looked away from Tuya. I know I screwed up. Yes, Tuya said, cutting her off from what was sure to be self-deprecating remarks. That's the gist of it, you fucked up. We almost got killed. You hesitated, against a known missing ninja that managed to take Orochimaru down on his own, and didn't cream that asshole when I served him up on a silver platter. Her face was completely serious. I'm reporting this when we get back. I have too. You're a chunin for fuck's sake. What would you have done if it were you leading the team? What if you were the jounin instead of me? What would you have done? Let him kill your team? Sakura shook her head, but couldn't say anything. She let the healing jutsu drop from her hands and she turned away fully. Tuya shook her head. Her body was still completely numb, but she could move enough to know she wasn't paralyzed or anything. This isn't a fairy tale. You can't turn the misunderstood dark prince with kisses and fucking sunshine. He doesn't give two squirts of piss about you. She narrowed her eyes at Sakura's back as she sat up, trying to work the feeling back into her body. If I ever find out you did anything like that again, I'm going to fucking maim you. She stood up and started walking about, muttering to herself, I swear. Crazy snake bitch had the right idea after all. Beating the stupid out of these fucking airheaded kunoichi Konohas got running around. Right here. Here's where I left them. Pakun's voice said from a short distance before the rest of the squad from Konoha arrived on the scene with Sai and Maki in tow. What happened? Tuya crossed her arms over her chest and leaned against a tree to take some weight off of her legs but get them used to standing again. Pinky had a nice little reunion with her Uchiha prince, who then proceeded to try and kill us while she tried to talk him down. He's long gone. Kakashi noted the multiple visible wounds on Tuya and the relatively pristine Sakura in comparison. He figured Tuya must have gotten hurt covering Sakura while she tried to reason with Sasuke. He looked at Sakura and shook his head. This is why Tsunade-sama told you it was a bad idea to come on this mission. You wouldn't be able to stay objective. He turned his attention back to Tuya. Are you alright? I'll live, she said in reply, thanks to Uzumaki. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. You saw him? He nudged his head towards Maki. She said she was with him before she got to us and the other new guy. It was a clone. Tuya explained. Neji frowned at not being any closer to either Naruto or Sasuke, so where did Naruto go? Kiba was unable to follow his trail due to the method of travel he used to search for Sasuke himself, and Sasuke's scent is all over the forest. Kiba shook his head and rubbed Akamaru's head. It's so displaced and jumbled I can't pin down the right one. Sai narrowed his eyes, but can you locate them at all? Kiba nodded. How many directions? Kiba pointed in 5 different directions and Sai nodded, pulling out his drawing scroll. Kuju Ugiga, Super Beast's imitation picture. 5 small birds formed and went off in the directions that Kiba gave. Give them a moment and they'll check your leads. They will be back soon with the information. Kakashi gave Sai a smile. Good work. He then addressed everyone else. Until then we need to take stock of the situation. He looked at Maki. You said Naruto was in a fight with an Akatsuki member and won prior to heading after Sasuke? Maki nodded but stayed silent otherwise until Sai placed a hand on her shoulder and shook his head. His other comrades will find out sooner than later. There is no way he'll be able to hide it once he returns. Tell them what you told me. Maki still looked apprehensive but decided to continue the explanation. Sai was right, he wouldn't be able to hide it by the time he got back. Naruto-senpai suffered multiple wounds varying in severity. Most of them were easily dealt with through a combination of medical ninjutsu and the Kyuubi's abilities, but he suffered one injury far more grave than anything either of them could handle. She noticed everyone looking at her, intent on hearing her out to the end, despite my instruction, and hesitance to allow him to go on. He is the squad leader, and he did so. He's found Sasuke Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha. Everyone had their jaws drop at that revelation in shock, but Maki had intentionally held back the most shocking part of the news. They could find that out only when Naruto would allow them to. He wouldn't be able to hide his Sharingan forever. And he still fucking went to fight? Tuya snapped at her. What the fuck is that idiot thinking? He'll get himself killed. Maki glared at her, but her gaze relented. It is his own self-given part in a mission given to us by the Mizukage and endorsed by the Hokage. We are to obtain one of their famed swords, from either Itachi Uchiha's partner Kisame Hoshigaki, or one of Sasuke Uchiha's team members. His part is to keep the leaders, Sasuke or Itachi, away from their partners so that we can obtain the sword. Tuya looked around at everyone, trying to keep the worry out of her voice, but failing. Everybody get up and get ready to move when the pale guy's birds get back. Kakashi put a hand on Tuya to calm her down. Take it easy. Tuya heaved a deep sigh and sat down on the forest floor. Kakashi looked up at the sky. Those ink birds better hurry if we're going to find anything. Naruto will be fine either way though. He wouldn't have gotten involved in something he knew he couldn't handle. XXX. Naruto vs Sasuke vs Itachi. Can I handle this? Naruto thought to himself absently as he stood before Itachi and Sasuke. No one had moved to attack anyone else yet and everyone was as still as a statue. Yeah, I've totally got this. I think. He noticed Itachi make a half-ram hand seal. Yeah. I'm the man. Now let's do this. Naruto saw Sasuke's hands move towards his seals on his wrists that held his shuriken and he went to the seal on his left arm to drop another flash bomb. Damn it. Sasuke said, averting his eyes from Naruto and focusing on Itachi to keep from being blinded. Itachi did the same and wound up finding himself surrounded by several Narutos. Sasuke was in a similar predicament and was already in combat against them. Itachi blocked a sword strike with a kunai and kicked the clone that had attacked, dispelling it. He then, without a single wasted motion, threw the same kunai and buried it right between the eyes of another clone and jumped into the air, spinning around, but upon turning around had a jutsu ready, Kaden, Hausuka no Jutsu, Fire Release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. From Itachi's mouth flew dozens of tiny fireballs. The more fleet-footed clones were able to survive the bombardment but the slower, less aware ones were eradicated, leaving only 3. However, in the fireballs were shuriken attached to wires that were used to wrap around the other Narutos and bind them. Only one Naruto was able to cut himself free right before the other 2 were slammed together hard, dispelling them. The original didn't sweat it though and he went after Itachi again, trying to cut him down. Meanwhile Sasuke had managed to deal with his copies with ease and then focused on Itachi and Naruto fighting it out by themselves. Taking advantage of the fray, Sasuke summoned a Fuma Shuriken. Upon a second look it was revealed to be 2. He held one in each hand and threw one each at Naruto and Itachi. As the 2 targets jumped away from each other to dodge, the shuriken then split to reveal that there had been one underneath each that had been originally thrown. Naruto had to hold back a scoff. He had just used that move a few hours ago against Madara. There was no way he was going down to that move, but as he prepared to dodge his Sharingan noticed the wires attached to them, much like Itachi had just done to defeat his clones, team specialty. Naruto thought as he coordinated his dodge to allow him to avoid the weapons and cut the wires with his sword. Itachi had been able to dodge the shuriken as well, but due to his deteriorating eyesight he found himself ensnared in the wires as he fell to the ground. He was unable to see them clearly. Sasuke smirked. So does using Tsukiyomi seem like it was such a good idea now, Itachi? He taunted before ducking as he heard wind whip from behind him. Naruto had attacked Sasuke with his sword, trying to take him out at the neck, but Sasuke was able to avoid it. To make up for his miss, Naruto was able to form a seal-less cage bunshine that swung its sword up at Sasuke in a vertical motion. Sasuke showed great dexterity in using a one-armed handstand to avoid the second slash after dodging the first. From this motion he delivered a kick that caught the original Naruto in the head and forced him to stumble back. Sasuke's Sharingan glared at the cage bunshine of Naruto as he stayed upside down in his handstand that had previously saved him. The clone tried to quickly switch to a horizontal swing to cut Sasuke, but Sasuke was able to draw his Chokudo and cut the clone down before it could finish him. Sasuke then saw the original Naruto going for Itachi, who was trying to free himself. Naruto's sword was out and poised for the finish. "Naruto! Itachi is mine," he roared at him, feeling his chance at revenge slipping away. He had never thrown a kunai so hard in his life than when he did right then. Naruto turned and saw it, almost having it bury itself in his skull, but it only wound up giving him a cut on his cheek as it narrowly missed due to his dodge. Sasuke used the opportunity to keep Naruto from getting to Itachi with a slash of his sword that Naruto was forced to block with his own. It was forceful enough to send Naruto stumbling backwards a step before he unloaded a retaliatory backslash of his own that Sasuke avoided. Naruto growled at Sasuke, keeping him from getting rid of Itachi while he had the chance, and focused back on Sasuke while Itachi was down. He was sick of them protecting each other from him while trying to fight each other and get rid of him at the same time. Naruto angrily rotated his sword and regripped it as he spun, trying to get past Sasuke's guard, but only hit air with his swing. Sasuke slashed at his belly as a counter and Naruto jumped back out of range, only to have to do so twice more as Sasuke was now intent on cutting him open. Naruto turned and ran with Sasuke on his heels and would up, having to jump off of the ground to avoid a slash at his ankles and jump again off of an air bubble to avoid a second cut at his airborne form. Naruto wound up jumping right up the stairs near the throne and was followed closely by Sasuke. Naruto tried to take advantage of having the high ground and swing at Sasuke, only for the young Uchiha to garner enough force to flip over Naruto and try to cut him in the air. Damn, Sharingan was impressive. The two started dueling blades again until Naruto took advantage of a misstep and got towards Sasuke's side, dragging the blade of his sword down the flat of Sasuke's own, aiming right for his head. Sasuke saw it coming and narrowly dodged it by backflipping out of the way, leaving Naruto with a parting gift of a rather deep gash on his leg from his Chokudo that bled freely. As the two squared off, Sasuke smirked at having drawn first blood on Naruto until he felt something trickle down his brow and cloud the vision of his left eye with red. He dabbed at it to find that Naruto's last swing had cut his forehead over his left eye. Looking back at Naruto, Sasuke found him with a smirk on his face as if to say, "Some fight, huh?" Sasuke scowled, but it slowly turned into a smirk of his own, returning the sentiment. Itachi had seen Naruto and Sasuke's swift blade duel, but the two boys were messy blurs to the weakened eyes of Itachi. The elder Uchiha brother was able to cut himself loose in order to prevent Naruto from potentially killing Sasuke. Sasuke made his hand seals at blinding speed. Coincidentally, Itachi had made the exact same seals, and both Uchiha clan members fired their attacks at the exact same time right at Naruto. Kaden, Gukakyu no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Jutsu. What the fuck is this bullshit? Naruto roared in his mind as he jumped into the air and did so again off of an air bubble to avoid the initial fireball and the updraft of the scalding air that rose up from the two clashing ninjutsu attacks. Jump on the only guy affiliated with a village day or something? Sasuke's silhouette flew from the fire with his right arm drawn back, holding his signature jutsu. Butt out, Naruto, mind your own business. Chidori, 1000 birds. Fuck you, this is my business. Naruto replied, sheathing his sword and quickly forming his own signature melee jutsu in his right hand, Rasengan, Spiraling Sphere. The two fighters slammed their attacks forward and clashed the two powerful techniques that stalemated as Naruto was driven further up into the air. Neither of them were winning the battle as the loud sound of the power clash echoed through the chamber, but Naruto and Sasuke's momentum from the push of the fireball backdraft sent them higher. Out of the corner of his eye, Naruto saw Itachi running up the wall and on the ceiling towards them, and he formed a plan of action. Naruto was basically counting the steps before Itachi got to them. Wait for it. Wait for it. Now. The second that Itachi stepped into his range, Naruto added a second hand to his Rasengan and pumped it full of wind chakra. Fuuten, Rasengan, wind release, Rasengan. The sudden addition of wind chakra to the already volatile attack combination caused a nasty explosion that blew a hole in the roof that all three ninja flew through. Sasuke landed on the roof, revealing half of his body under the influence of the second stage curse seal. The single wing on his back was covered in cuts, but other than that, Sasuke was unharmed. Damn it, that was close, Sasuke said to himself, taking note of the mostly superficial cuts on his clothes and body. That wind chakra of his is strong against lightning. I'm going to have to watch my elements when we trade our jutsu back and forth. Itachi appeared on the roof unharmed and rushed towards Naruto. Gritting his teeth in anger, Naruto prepared to defend himself when he realized that Itachi was attacking head-on. Itachi never does that. Bunshine Daibakua, clone great explosion. Fu, Naruto cried out, trying to jump out of range with his arms crossed defensively, no real time to react accordingly. The clone exploded in range of him and Naruto flew out of the smoke with a one-tailed chakra cloak around him in the shape of a fox. He was rather disheveled from the explosion, but any minor wound he received, including the cuts from Sasuke, were already healed. The single tail whipped around angrily in the air as Naruto glared at Itachi. "QB, keep the chakra low unless I need more. If he tries a genjutsu, I don't want to risk him actually getting it on you again, so I'll need to be able to switch off quickly. Tear them apart, kid. Who do you think you're telling?" Naruto yelled in vocal response as he attacked Itachi again with renewed vigor and bloodlust. Sasuke sat back and watched Naruto rush Itachi at a speed faster than he had already been moving at. This is the power of the QB. He lost his sense of awe when he realized how much stronger it made Naruto, and they had been giving Itachi a rather fitful run for his money before this. No, he yelled in fear of Naruto actually critically injuring Itachi in this form. Naruto got close and jumped into the air, high over the roof over both Itachi and Sasuke. "I'll finish you both with this one move." He placed his fists together, linking them for his favorite attack, Fuuten, Fuujin Seiken, Wind Release, Divine Fist of Wind God. Naruto shot off a massive pressurized wind attack from his hands that actually found itself enhanced by a sentient swipe of Naruto's chakra tail. The two brothers looked up in the air at the move. The only way down was to jump off of the top of the hideout, and that fall would utterly kill them. Jumping through the hole in the roof would do no good. The attack had all the power it needed to bring the place down on top of them both if it hit the rooftop. "And now you lose, Naruto-kun," Itachi said, shutting his eyes as his head was looking towards Naruto in the air. "Your wind will just make my flames burn that much hotter." His right eye trickled blood right before he opened it wide, Amaterasu, illuminating heaven. In the literal blink of an eye, the sky was filled with jet black covering the length of what was going to be Naruto's attack, and Naruto was falling right into it. Sasuke looked up in awe. Naruto was dead. He was a dead man and there was absolutely nothing Naruto could do to save himself. Once the flames touched his body he would never put them out. He would burn in the fires of hell that were as hot as the sun. The shock of seeing the sky filled with black flames, blocking his view of the Uchiha stronghold rooftop, nearly broke Naruto's focus and forced him to drop his chakra cloak. Naruto looked down at his left arm, in particular one of the multiple tattoos on it. Wrapped around the middle of his forearm was the seal of his choice, but he had never tested it. It was meant for emergency. Well, if this didn't sure as hell count. Naruto made 4 hand seals, and stopped on the half-tiger seal with his right hand, holding out his left arm straight with his palm facing the flames. Either this worked or he would be ash before he hit the roof. "I love you, Hamiko-chan." Fukahuin, fire sealing method. "What?" Sasuke said in disbelief. "That would never work. Fuuin jutsu wasn't powerful enough to contain the full power of one of the Uchiha clan's most powerful ninjutsu even conceived." "What?" Itachi said in equal shock, his left eye bleeding from the exertion the attack put on him. There was nothing to seal the flames into even if it was powerful enough to hold the Amaterasu. What was he going to use? Neither brother could see through the density of the dark flames. The appropriate seal that was tattooed around Naruto's forearm spread down until it covered his hand and a blue glow of chakra vapor emitted from his palm. Like a vacuum it sucked up the offending flames that Naruto was about to fall into. In a matter of seconds, Naruto had cleared the sky of the treacherous flames and he fell back down to the roof safely. He kneeled on one knee with his head down as he held his left arm with his right. His chakra cloak flickered in a living manner as usual. "Impossible!" Itachi verbally exclaimed, far out of character. There was absolutely nothing to transfer the flames to. What on earth did he use? There was nothing there at all. No scroll or anything. Sasuke didn't know how to feel. On one hand he didn't have to use his pre-planned escape for the Amaterasu, He could save it for another emergency if he needed it. On the other hand, Naruto had once again interfered in his battle with Itachi. How did he directly overcome the Amaterasu? A seal didn't seem like it could contain the power of Amaterasu with no effect at all. Gah! Both Uchiha brothers were alerted when Naruto shouted his lungs out and hunched forward, desperately holding his left arm as it twitched uncontrollably. He had never felt this much pain in his entire life. No one else could ever say that they had ever heard Naruto wail in such anguish before, and they probably never would again. Naruto's tattoo around his forearm was glowing an intense, burning red. The flames were settling within the storage force of the seal. I didn't know sealing something directly into a body part would hurt so badly. It didn't feel like any fire he had ever felt in his entire life. Naruto had been burned before, he had been burned a lot. That was nothing compared to this. He may have been alive, but he wished he had just let the fire hit him because then he would be dead by now and wouldn't feel the pain anymore. Kami, I want to rip my goddamn arm off. He screamed in his mind as tears of pain pricked at the corner of his eyes. Whenever he had seen anyone demonstrate this seal's ability to hold any kind of flame without anything being burned, he figured doing it on his arm would hurt, but the second the seal solidified and returned to its normal black color it would be fine. When Orochimaru and Hamiko-chan used this, the seal settled way quicker than this. Unfortunately, neither of them had ever demonstrated the seal on the sheer amount of fire that Naruto had absorbed, nor had anyone ever used the seal on their own body. He let out another unholy scream that echoed out into the darkening sky and raked Itachi and Sasuke's ears. Sasuke spared one last glance at Naruto, who sounded like he would simply die of the shock the pain was causing him. That's what happens when you take our eyes and believe you can automatically match our power. He thought before focusing on Itachi, who dropped to a knee and coughed up blood. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, no mercy. Just like he showed our clansmen. Sasuke told himself as he let his body fully take on the second stage of the curse seal, running low on chakra. Itachi? Itachi simply looked at Sasuke and stood back up, his left eye bleeding and blood coming from his mouth. He blurred from Sasuke's sight in a burst of speed. Sasuke crouched in a stance of preparation before he flapped his wings and wound up smashing Itachi, who had gotten behind him. However, Itachi's body turned into a mass of crows that surrounded Sasuke's body. Sasuke batted them all away only to find himself ensnared tightly around his entire body in ninja wire. Sasuke struggled to get free, but the amount of wire was so thick that he couldn't break it with brute force, nor could he reach a blade. "This is the end for you, Sasuke," Itachi said, standing a ways away from his younger brother, as he had anchored the massive amount of wires into the ground with over a dozen kunai surrounding Sasuke's body. "It seems this is as far as you can go. You cannot move, you cannot escape. Kaden, Ryuka no Jutsu, Fire Release, Dragon Flame Jutsu," he said as flames flicked from his mouth to the wires he had been holding between his teeth. Fire flickered at the edges of all of the wires and traveled along them towards Sasuke. They hit Sasuke's body just as the wires went slack. However, as the flames died down, the charred corpse of a snake revealed itself in Sasuke's place. Sasuke had desperately summoned the creature to block the fire enough to survive. Meanwhile, Naruto was losing it. The pain from the seal he had used to absorb Amaterasu wasn't going away. His breathing was frantic and erratic. And he was drawing more of the Kyuubi's chakra out of nothing but pure desperation. At the moment he now had two tails waving angrily and batting the rooftop, raising rubble with the intensity of the strikes. Inside of his head the Kyuubi was trying to get Naruto to calm down. "Boy, you're losing control and drawing on my chakra as a lifeline to dull the pain. You know that's only a useless crutch. That will only cause the pain you still feel to make you angrier and rely on more of my chakra." As he tried to talk Naruto into a calm state of mind, a third tail emerged, giving Naruto his three-tailed form. "Tell me you understand me, damn you. Don't you quit and let this slip. After all of this, and you're going to make me fight your battle for you? You're going to give me the reins? If you do, you'll never get them back," he warned Naruto. "No." Naruto thought to his tenant, "I'm not handing the reins over to you. I just need to dull the pain." On this level, the chakra began to hurt Naruto if he used it for too long and abused it. His plan was to overexert his left arm in this form to numb his arm enough for the pain of Amaterasu's sealing to go away. At least until the seal finished solidifying. After he had ordered his command to the Kyuubi, he didn't hear the creature's disputes anymore and he felt most of his power fluctuating around his arm where the chakra was bubbling harshly. His arm started to shake and numb and he began to calm down. He had to make this quick. At this rate his arm would shortly be useless to him if the seal didn't settle and he couldn't feel Amaterasu anymore. Naruto stood back up with his caustic chakra cloak stinging the air around him and his three tails whipping wildly. His left eye was blood red, while his left remained Sharingan. He had enough of sitting back and having to defend, that seemed to be all he had been doing since he had found his way to the roof. I can win. My old man sealed the QB in me because he knew I could grow skilled enough to beat this Madara person. Well, let's start with these Uchiha first. Itachi's attention was taken from Sasuke when Naruto began drawing upon more and more of the malevolent chakra inside of his courtesy of the QB. This is ruining everything. At this rate, Naruto-kun will kill one of us before. He had to stop his thought when a Sharingan picked up Naruto beginning to move towards him. Or was it Sasuke he was coming after? It didn't matter, he still had to stop Naruto. Before he could begin to focus a counterattack on Naruto, behind him, Sasuke emerged, cutting his way through the dead, large snake he had used to block the brunt of Itachi's last jutsu. Itachi found himself caught in a pincer between the two teens using the warped, dark powers inside of them, both of them set on killing him and each other. Sasuke looked over at Naruto who stood behind Itachi from his point of view and noted that now he was using even more of the QB's power. Of course he can use more of its power. That amount he was able to summon was still a far cry from the legends told about the QB. Even now. As he kept thinking, Naruto dropped to all fours on the roof and let out a deafening roar that expelled a wave of his chakra in a shockwave at the two brothers. The force of the sound wave had enough pressure behind it to turn the surface of the sturdy stone rooftop to rubble. Itachi put his hands up to keep his body from being overtly wounded from the attack, but the sleeves of his Akatsuki cloak began to burn away before he was thrown back like a ragdoll near the edge of the roof. He caught himself near the edge and pulled himself back up, breathing heavily, blood steadily coming from his mouth now. There's no other choice. If I don't use it I'll never last long enough. He thought as he stood back up and coughed blood into his hand. Sasuke's wings tried to flap back against Naruto's shockwave. This gave him a measure of protection from Naruto's caustic chakra, but he still managed to get driven back slightly. The unstable rooftop was unable to provide him a decent foothold and he found himself losing ground as he was eventually pushed off of the ground and thrown off of the roof into the air. Sasuke's wings caught him in the air and he glared at Naruto who jumped towards him in the air as he made the tiger seal and inhaled deeply. It has to be now. Naruto, I won't let you ruin my chance no matter what. Kaden, Gyuryuka no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. Naruto let out a gravelly gasp of shock as coming directly at him in the air was a massive dragon-shaped fireball, with flames so hot they had dark clouds already trailing behind them. He tried to stop himself in the air with an air bubble to avert his path, but failed to do so. His normally precarious to begin with chakra control was shot to hell once he went past one tail, substituting the power boost for the control he had painstakingly worked his entire career to hone. It was only meant to overwhelm his enemies with tremendous force, for times when having the control just didn't matter enough for him to prioritize it. And this time wouldn't be any different if he had anything to say about it. Naruto was hit directly with the fireball the moment he let out a roar of defiance. As the attack exploded on him, the black clouds began rising to the sky. There. You wasted your fire absorption technique on Amaterasu. You couldn't block that. And now everything's all set up for. Two red claws of chakra shot out of the clouds that had formed in the air when Sasuke's jutsu hit Naruto and grabbed Sasuke by both of his arms, holding them apart, leaving his torso open for attack. What? It's over. Naruto's gravelly QB-powered voice yelled from inside of the cloud before it floated up completely, revealing Naruto with steadily healing burns all over the front of his body. The two began falling back towards the roof as Naruto used his chakra arms to reel Sasuke in towards him. In his right hand was a Rasengan that had a bright burning red shell of chakra around it. I'll see you in hell, Sasuke. Rasengan, spiraling sphere. The demonically charged jutsu hit Sasuke directly in the torso. The twisted look of agony on his face, stuck in a silent scream, locked eyes with Naruto as his body started disintegrating from the point of contact on up and through on his right side. Naruto held onto Sasuke's body until his torso vanished up to the joint of his shoulder, taking out one of the points that Naruto had a hold of. Itachi had a basically perfect view of the scene of Naruto basically destroying the right half of Sasuke's body with his Rasengan. As they fell from the air and hit the rooftop with a resounding crash, Itachi stood staring in abject horror as he could hear Sasuke gasping like a fish, "Sasuke." Naruto stood over Sasuke's body, staring down at the youngest Uchiha to confirm his kill. From the point where he had made contact there was simply nothing. Sasuke's entire right side was gone. He was still alive. Naruto had no idea how, but if he didn't finish him he would die in a matter of seconds. Still, there was a difference between killing someone and being cruel. Naruto formed another Rasengan, intent on ending things with Sasuke now when he heard a yell of pure rage and looked up at Itachi, who had never looked at anyone with such emotion on his face in his entire life. A flock of crows flew around Itachi's body, and when they dispersed a second later he was gone. Naruto's eyes widened when he felt a punch right to the back of his head that sent him flying and rolling through the rubbled rooftop. Naruto stood up to see nothing but a flock of crows flying away. Itachi hit me? He actually touched me directly? Naruto turned his head, all about to catch the movements of the faster Uchiha brother, but whenever he thought he got a glimpse he just wound up seeing crows in his place before taking another hit. He's punching me. This should be killing him right now. Doesn't he care about being burned by the chakra? Itachi didn't care. Every punch felt like he was sticking his hands in a fireplace and pulling them back out, but he didn't care. Why would he have cared? Naruto ruined everything. This wasn't supposed to happen. Sasuke wasn't supposed to die. Naruto didn't know that. Itachi would never say it out loud, but he could sure say it with his actions, and each time he hit Naruto he was screaming it at him. The pain he was inflicting on Naruto and the pain that he was inflicting on himself was therapeutic to Itachi. Naruto could keep up with him, but his lack of experience with the Sharingan allowed Itachi to take advantage of his lack of ability to prioritize his targets. When Itachi would use his crows, they would only cover Itachi's sudden shifts in directions, allowing him to get closer and hit Naruto. There was no more need for him to keep the rest of his energy in reserve now. He was going to finish Naruto off for what he did to Sasuke if it killed him, and it probably would. There was no need to keep his last move under wraps any longer. If he did, Naruto would just kill him too. Naruto let out another roar and released a shockwave that threw Itachi bonelessly across the roof as the sky turned completely dark overhead. Pitch black the sky seemed. Naruto had an enraged glare on his face, but it didn't seem to come close to comparing to Itachi's, who coughed more blood as he rolled through, being thrown back, stopping himself easily, and faced his brother's killer. His glare turned to a look of confusion as he noticed Naruto's chakra appendages. Wait, he had 3 tails of chakra. I only see 2 now. Naruto's third tail emerged from the ground in front of Itachi and grabbed a hold of him. Itachi let out a cry of pain at being grabbed by the harmful chakra before Naruto began slamming him all over the roof angrily. Itachi's vision was unable to make Naruto out properly as he kept getting bashed about with the chakra tail slams, but he was able to focus enough to attempt to counter Naruto. You will not be taking us both without your own death, Naruto. Naruto suddenly dropped Itachi when his chakra shroud was shattered by the black flames of Amaterasu. He missed. Itachi's depth perception was off due to the beating he had taken and his own incurring blindness. Still, the attack was enough to break Naruto's hold over him with his chakra. The flames were even close enough to catch Naruto's hands ablaze, and Naruto hurriedly ripped his gloves off to keep them from leading the rest of his body to catching ablaze. He was just now getting over the agonizing pain of simply sealing Amaterasu away. Itachi breathed heavily and stood shakily as his Akatsuki cloak was now nothing more than holy rags. There were burns all over Itachi's body where the tail had wrapped around him. He would have been lying if he said that the rainfall that had appeared from the storm clouds overhead wasn't a total relief. But when lightning started to crash, both Itachi and Naruto both looked up at the sky and saw a massive concentration of chakra in the clouds. Those aren't natural. Sasuke? Itachi thought to himself. Naruto, on the other hand, could see exactly how large this was going to be as the storm built power directly over the entire Uchiha stronghold. Kyuubi. Give me more chakra. Another tail? The demon said inside of his head. No problem. No. Naruto thought gravely, that won't be enough. I need more. Whatever this is, I can't run from it, I need more. You know you can't handle more than 4. You won't be able to stay aware and protect me with your Sharingan. I will not have my power sealed by the blasted Uchiha again. Never again. I would rather you die here than fall prey to those eyes. A berserk Naruto in this case would be no good to the Kyuubi. It didn't have time to give Naruto all of its power, which meant that it wouldn't be able to escape, and Itachi wasn't doing this attack. That meant Sasuke was still alive and had enough chakra to pull this off. If Sasuke still had the power to do this, he could still subdue the Kyuubi like what was done before. Kyuubi would not have that happen again. Naruto's Sharingan was different. It managed to convince itself when Naruto had it implanted. It was protecting the Kyuubi from the other remaining Sharingan out there that could yoke it to an Uchiha will again, and inside of Naruto's mind when he had freed the Bijou from its genjutsu haze, that estimation had been proven as far as the Kyuubi was concerned. Death would be a welcome alternative to becoming a slave to the Uchiha again. But Naruto wasn't having any of that. We can't just die here. I know you can give me the power to survive this. You can flatten mountains and raise tsunamis with swipes of your tails, you can give me enough of that to let me survive. Naruto argued back as the power began to build in the sky and took shape. A massive mythical dragon took form, and roared from within the clouds. By this time Naruto was not going to be taking no for an answer. He dropped his concentration over his cloak, returning to normal to scream at his own mental inhabitant, his Sharingan spinning wildly. As his Sharingan saw the jutsu building, he was out of time and he knew it. God damn it, Kyuubi, give me enough fucking power to live through this, that's all I want, he roared in more desperation than he had ever said anything in his life. As his last word was uttered and echoed to the sky, it was drowned out by the ungodly blast of lightning that came from the sky in a flash and eradicated the entire Uchiha stronghold as well as the hill it sat on. XXX. Moments ago, when Naruto and Itachi began to fight alone. Sasuke lay on the ground with the right side of his body gone. I have to use it. He thought as he saw Naruto standing over him with the Rasengan in hand, prepared to finish him. I have to use it now. Before Naruto could strike, he was sent flying by an enraged Itachi, sparing Sasuke, but he still only had seconds before he would be dead on the roof the way Naruto had originally intended. He rolled over and carved a hole in the roof with his Chidori and pushed his head through, opening his mouth widely. His mouth stretched unnaturally wide and he began to regurgitate. From the inside of his mouth, a new body started pulling its way out, like a snake shedding its old skin. Sasuke's body fell down from the ceiling and landed on the ground before taking a knee and heaving heavy breaths. I almost died right then. He thought as he looked up and heard the sounds of Itachi and Naruto continuing to battle. Absorbing Orochimaru was a serious boon to this fight. Sasuke stood back up, and closed his eyes. This is going to be my last jutsu. I don't have anything left. But. He smirked and opened his eyes, the sounds of Itachi and Naruto battling above sounding out with massive thuds against the ceiling. It's time to achieve my ambition. They won't be able to dodge this final jutsu. No baby Kyuubi powers, no Mangekyo Sharingan. Nothing will help them avoid this. He raised his hand into the air and channeled lightning chakra to his hand. This is not a regular lightning jutsu. This is lightning from heaven itself, and no one walks away from it. He guided a wisp of lightning through the holes in the ceiling to the sky. Kirin. Now disappear with the thunder. He dropped his hand straight down and all he saw was a flash of light. XXX. Meanwhile, with the Konoha ninja. Where the fuck are we going now? Tuya snapped irritably. She was not having a good day. First her partner almost got her killed by the same kid that was almost indirectly responsible for getting her killed 3 years ago. Then she found out that the first person to treat her decently was in a battle with the two Uchiha brothers. Then she learned that the same person that was good to her was not only fighting the two last remaining Uchiha, he was doing it with some kind of handicap, pale and listless over there. Never told us what we were going for. The group was being led by Sai as he headed through the woods towards their destination. Our mission was to find the sword Kubi Kiribushu or Seimata while Naruto Senpai detained whichever Uchiha we ran across. Sai's brow furrowed. My birds located both keepers of both swords. That's where we're headed now. Why aren't we looking for Naruto? Kiba said in a disgruntled manner. A friend of his was hurt and fighting dangerous people, and he had no idea where he was to help him. Kakashi explained why. Our mission was never to go to Naruto, nor was it to capture Sasuke. It was to locate him so that we could assist him in his mission. He's handling his portion of executing his strategy. Our job is to help ensure that the objective is achieved. Respect Naruto's decision as a squad leader. He is a jounin as well as myself, Neji, and Tuya. He knows what he is doing, Kakashi said with full confidence. Neji's Byakugan was out as he scouted ahead. We're very close. In the distance he saw two men dueling with massive swords. I believe I see the men fighting that you spoke of, Sai-san. Very well, Sai said, stopping and thus bringing everyone else to a stop. I do not believe that a battle with Kisame Hoshigaki and whoever believes they can fight on par with him would be in our best interest at all. Shikamaru looked at Tuya with a pondering look on his face. I have an idea of how to handle that. Tuya wondered why he was looking at her in particular when he smirked. They're meatheads. From what I've heard of Kisame Hoshigaki, he doesn't seem to be the kind of guy that values subtlety too much. Tuya figured what his plan would be and returned his smirk with a rather vicious grin. Right. Leave it to me, you lazy bastard, I think I've got you. She then noticed Maki place a hand on Kiba's shoulder who was nearby. What the fuck do you want? Maki had a small smile on her face. If you're insinuating what I think you are, then I think I could be of some help. XXX. Kisame and Suigetsu were trading strikes with their respective swords. So far it seemed to be rather leisurely as far as the two of them were concerned. By leisurely, of course, it's meant that while they were swinging their weapons to dismember and behead, they were pleasantly bantering with one another. Suigetsu's arms were noticeably more pumped up due to his ability to manipulate his watery body as he swung Kubikirabushu with a casual expression on his face. Is this all you've got, Kisame-senpai? I thought you would be using all kinds of stuff on me by now? Kisame snorted as he blocked with Seimata and returned a slash of his own. Yeah, like I'm going to use any water ninjutsu against the kid that can turn to water. Itachi sans the idea, man, but I'm not that stupid kid. He gave the boy a shark-like grin. Besides, I like the fact that when I cut you to ribbons you're going to be a puddle. Seeing blood all the time gets kind of old. Are you sure sending your little friends away was the best idea? Suigetsu jumped back and faced off against Kisame again. The two prepared to square off again, but when they tried to move they found their bodies unable to budge. What? Kisame growled as he tried to do the same but couldn't. What's going on? Nearby, in hiding, Shikamaru held the rat seal. Cage main no jutsu, shadow possession jutsu, is a success. Good work, girls. Whatever. Tuya muttered, looking over at Maki. You have genjutsu skills? Maki gave a nod while focusing on her jutsu. Shikamaru tried to get both men to mimic his movements so that they would throw their swords over, but the resistance he was given was great. What's going on here? It's like trying to force a bull elephant to pull an anchor by pushing it. Maki frowned. Sorry. It's my genjutsu, Juur Yoku Satsujin, gravity killer. They think their bodies are 5 times heavier than normal. They're monsters. It took forever for them to slow down enough for you to get with one attempt. With them like this, trying to work their muscles in any way right now is a total strain. It relies on your physical strength against what their minds perceive if you want to move their bodies from the look of your jutsu. Neji pointed out at the battle that had been stopped. I don't think that will be much of an issue. Watch. XXX. Sai rushed into the area and quickly drew his tanto, cutting Suigetsu's arms off and grabbing Kubikirabushu, dragging the heavy sword behind him as he quickly retreated. Hey you son of a bitch, Suigetsu roared at Sai as his arms reformed. Get back here with my goddamn sword. Kisame just laughed at Suigetsu, not even really caring he was captured. Well look at you, you'd better get moving kid. You went and lost old Zabu-chan's sword. That's rich, he laughed uproariously as Suigetsu took off after Sai. Okay Seimata, find whoever put this genjutsu's chakra in me and get it out. Consider it a little snack. The sword made a vibrating noise and got to work on breaking the genjutsu. XXX. In hiding, Shikamaru dropped his jutsu as his arms went limp for a moment, alerting everyone that was around him. Geez. That actually felt like I lost my arms for a second. Troublesome. He muttered while rubbing his arms. And now it's time to go, Maki said with a smile. We only needed one, and Sai-senpai broke my genjutsu over the water one. It's still on Kisame. Tuya nodded. Okay, let's get the fuck out of here then. She looked out and saw Suigetsu chasing after Sai. Your friend looks like he's in trouble. Maki shook her head. Sai-senpai will be fine. She stood up, motioned. Shall we leave? I know where Sai-senpai is going. Kakashi nodded. Follow me. She took off, and the others all followed her. In the woods, Kakashi felt something off about Maki, and he lifted his headband to reveal his Sharingan, where he immediately brought the team to a halt. Neji, use your Byakugan and check as far as you can. Before anyone could ask why, he continued, this isn't Maki, is it? Maki turned and faced them before giving a very Sai-like smile, and in a puff of smoke turned into Sai. In shock, Neji activated his Byakugan and gasped, it's some kind of bunshine. And why couldn't I smell the difference? Kiba asked. The clone explained, Maki put a genjutsu on you right before we launched our ambush on Kisame and Sasuke's acquaintance. All it did was stunt your sense of smell, and since we were already there you didn't notice it. Kakashi nodded, it was under a henge. Maki must have replaced herself with one of Sai's clones, but why? There are many reasons. The clone of Sai said, but know that we are not enemies, nor have we betrayed you. I've taken you far away from any danger and on the path back to Konoha. I'm sorry, but Naruto-senpai cannot come back to the village yet. These are his orders to us, we simply carried them out in our own way. Let no one tail us and find me, that was what he said. Sakura gasped, but why would Naruto order something like that? Sai clone looked at Sakura and his face went emotionless. He didn't need others getting in the way of what he had to do. I believe he made the right choice on that front. The clone said, Referencing Sakura's earlier episode with Sasuke, by the time you get your bearings we will be long gone. You should just return to Konoha. We on the other hand, have a mission to fulfill. Kiba growled at the clone, as did Akamaru, you asshole. He launched himself at the clone of Sai. Kiba no, Kakashi said, as Kiba reached Sai clone. Naruto senpai will be in touch. Sai clone said, just as Kiba's claws passed through him. The clone then exploded and covered everyone in ink. Kiba coughed and sputtered, gross. I can't smell a thing, all I can smell is ink. Neji rubbed at his eyes, I can't see. I need to wash the ink out of my eyes, he said as Sakura came to his aid and poured a canteen of water in his eyes to try to clear them. I'm no good like this. Man, that girl was smooth. Shikamaru muttered, she used the smallest distraction to get away from us. When Mai and her jutsu were broken by that Sai cutting that guy's arms off, everyone focused on me, and she didn't miss a beat getting out of there. Kakashi ran a hand through his hair. Naruto's got a good squad with him. To be able to get away like that. We let Sai go scot-free due to the chase, and Maki used pure misdirection to slip away unannounced. Sai knew enough about her personality to have his clone portray her well enough to get us this far away. Kakashi let out a sigh, it will be quite some time before we can pursue. XXX. In the area where Kisame was left alone, he stood still, holding Seimata with a perturbed look on his face. What do you mean looking for that little sliver of chakra in my body is like looking for a needle in a haystack? Just get it done, he said to the weapon that vibrated a reply, don't be a smartass, just do it. From the trees, a certain man in an orange swirl mask appeared. Ooh, what are you doing just standing here? This doesn't look like a very interesting place to hang out, he said brightly. Kisame smirked, oh, some punks put a genjutsu on me and ran for it. He stiffly moved his head to a direction, one of them went that way, I don't know how many others there were or where they went though. This seemed to sober the man up for a moment before he returned to normal. Okay, Toby will go and chase the one you saw, Kisame-senpai, he said with a crisp salute before taking off in that direction. Weird kid, Kisame said, weird, but good I guess. He then realized he was still weighed down. Man, fuck this, he said as he began to walk stiffly, keep working on that damn genjutsu. He ordered to Seimata, I'm not dragging you down my arm again until it hurts me enough to break. XXX. With Sai and Maki. The two were on one of Sai's birds that Sai had kept to himself the full abilities of. After his birds returned to him and informed him of everyone's location, he had managed to hide one very important location. The location of Naruto. He used his birds, instead of just dispelling them, to form a secret message to Maki about the plan of action, to find an opening and leave the Konoha ninja behind, and everything had just fallen into place from there. They had the sword, they lost the Konoha ninja. Sai had ditched Suigetsu when Maki suckered him into another genjutsu that threw him off of Sai's tail, and they knew where Naruto was. Miles away, dark foreboding clouds had just struck down a sudden massive bolt of lightning in the distance. There was no storm that could produce lightning of that magnitude. The clouds in the sky were just for rain. The clouds in the distance were pitch black. Neither of them said a thing. There was nothing worth saying at the moment that either of them cared to hear. XXX. Destroyed Uchiha stronghold. Sasuke stared at the aftermath of his jutsu that could double as a force of nature. The entire area was a rubble-strewn wreck, nothing was left of the hideout except tattered slabs of stone. Itachi lay face down on the ground, motionless. Seeing that his goal was complete, Sasuke let his Sharingan fade and drop to his knees, his eyes starting to sag closed. It's over. It's finally all over. I did it, he said in relief, almost in disbelief that it was truly over until he focused on the feeling of pure crushing malevolent chakra. No way. Sasuke thought to himself as he rushed over to see what it was and found Naruto over the summit of a large pile of rubble. He was simply standing up, with a look of pure awe and wonder on his face. Around his body, there was a haze of red chakra that disappeared, and a layer of bone that looked like the skeleton of a fox that was draped over his back, like a pelt of some sort. It then fell to the ground with a heavy thud. Naruto swayed in place before catching his balance and his skin was red as if he had been sunburned all over. Sasuke snapped out of his trance at seeing Naruto still standing once the feeling of the murderous intent he had by now attributed to the Kyuubi left him. How are you still alive? He asked in wonder/respect/fear, before he realized who he was talking to and grew angry. Tell me how you're still alive, he roared at Naruto. Naruto didn't even focus on Sasuke's anger as he asked his question. He had just come closer to death than he ever had in his entire life, twice over the course of a month, once against Pain, once here against Sasuke and Itachi. And both times the only thing that saved him was dumb luck and timely intervention from an always reliable source. Naruto answered in a whisper, "Kyuubi." Sasuke looked at him, waiting for him to elaborate. "I don't know, just Kyuubi." Naruto went to his thoughts to contact his chakra creature and find out what was happening. "Kyuubi, did you do that?" he asked, rather relieved. "I told you I could handle your power. A second of using you past my limits wouldn't make me lose control." "How far'd you go anyway?" "That was more than 5 tails, I felt it." He waited and got no answer. Kyuubi never responded. "Kyuubi? Come on, talk to me here. Are you pissed because I yelled at you?" He then thought of something else. "Wait, I've never gotten you to do anything by ordering you to do it. Why this time?" Still no answer. And it was freaking Naruto out. He would have to worry about that later. He turned his head towards Sasuke slowly and looked at the exhausted Uchiha with his single Sharingan. "You're out of chakra," he said, not asking. It was a fact, he could find no trace of it on Sasuke's person. "I'm not," he said, getting Sasuke's eyes to widen. Naruto's body screamed at him in pain as he turned towards the Uchiha to finish him off. Every inch of his skin was screaming at him in agony due to the full body burns he had suffered from whatever the Kyuubi did to help him survive Kirin, but he was better off than Sasuke as he hissed lowly while grabbing his sword's hilt and slowly sliding it out of its sheath. Sasuke was almost beside himself at this point. He didn't know how Naruto didn't know he survived, and he didn't care, because if Naruto was still alive then that meant there was a chance that. "So this is what you envisioned when you saw my death?" Almost like instinct at hearing that voice, Sasuke immediately went to level 2 of his curse seal. "Goddamn you." He angrily jumped back to where Itachi was laying, where he saw Itachi slowly rising to his feet. Naruto moved at a more reserved pace, still trying and failing to contact the Kyuubi and letting his healing abilities handle what they could of his burns. Around Itachi's body, a flaming ethereal skeleton rose from the ground. "If I hadn't used this I would have been obliterated. Sasuke, you truly are powerful. Now bear witness to the final trump in my arsenal. Susanoo, he with the ability to help by all means." The spiritual skeleton then took the form of an armored humanoid, still surrounding Itachi. He noticed Naruto. "Consider yourself lucky to see this." He spoke to both of them. "If you have any more tricks left, I wouldn't suggest holding them back." It had been said before by many shinobi and Konoha that Naruto had overheard speaking prior to Itachi's defection. It had been drilled into Naruto's head after Itachi left Konoha and took out his clan. Naruto knew it when he had first run across Itachi 3 years ago and stalled to save his own life from capture. It was a fact in Naruto's head that he carried with him for years and all the way through this mission because the elder Uchiha was the one Naruto was most wary of. Still, seeing this in front of his eyes right here, right now, Naruto had to believe that the point was if anything downplayed and could not be accentuated enough to compliment the man. Itachi Uchiha was a bad motherfucker. Period. How can he even stand after all of this? Naruto wondered, not so much intimidated at this point, more like amazed. Itachi had taken a beating from him when he used the Kyuubi's chakra, and he was still moving forward with this Susanoo. Speaking of the Kyuubi's chakra, he still couldn't get any. He had just gotten a huge burst to help him survive Kirin and he couldn't get jack now to face off with Itachi's Susanoo. "The whole fucking world's against me, I swear to Kami." "Fine. I'll have to use that. Sorry Temari-chan, I know you don't like it, but nothing else is going to work this time," Naruto said, taking Itachi's attempt at verbally goading him deadly serious. Someone like Itachi wouldn't say that if he hadn't meant it. Still, why was he even saying that in the first place? Nevertheless, after almost being blown away by Kirin, Naruto wasn't counting Sasuke out either. Sasuke took Itachi's threat more seriously and with more trepidation. Unlike Naruto, who apparently looked like he was still ready to rock and roll, wounds notwithstanding, he didn't have anything else. Kirin was only good for one shot, as his storm clouds had cleared after his usage, and setting the damn thing up as well as using his body shedding technique to survive Naruto annihilating the right half of his body took everything he had in the tank. Shit. What the fuck am I going to do? What now? Shall I lend you my power? That voice, fuck. No. Sasuke hadn't heard whispers of that voice in his head since Naruto had defeated him all those years ago, and here it was again. In an impossible situation, only it was infinitely more powerful this time. Admit it, Sasuke-kun, you need me. Fuck you. Get out. Do you want your revenge on Itachi? Or are you just content to let Naruto-kun finish your fight for you? Kokukaku, I'm sure he'll have enough fight in him to kill you and then get rid of Itachi for you. Just wait and see. Sasuke grabbed his neck on the curse seal and dropped to his knees, scratching the ground with his sharper demonic nails as continued to struggle. Go ahead. Unleash me and your deepest wish will be granted. A scream of agony from Sasuke preceded Naruto jumping away from the Uchiha Avenger. Why? Because the space on his neck that housed Orochimaru's curse seal began expanding and eventually ripped through, producing 8 towering snake heads. The creature was white and had spikes on each snake body. Naruto got as far away as he could and palmed his face. That's great. That's just fucking great, he said to himself. Wake the fuck up, QB. He said inside of his head, still getting no response from the beast. Damn it. Am I going to have to beat these things by myself? He growled dangerously when he saw some of the heads look over at him and open their mouths in a threatening manner. Itachi, from within the defenses of Susanoo, looked at the massive 8-headed serpent that hissed at him and his spiritual warrior with a few of the heads. Orochimaru's Yamada no Jutsu, 8 branches jutsu, this is it. He tried to take a step forward, as did Susanoo, but when he did his leg buckled under him and he coughed blood harshly. No. Naruto's Kyuubi chakra is speeding up my illness. No, Itachi said, forcing Susanoo to reach for a gourd on its belt as his vision started to spin. The hydra hissed and came at Itachi, intent on destroying Susanoo. This is what all of this was for. I won't lose now. Not yet. But a cough that did nothing but spew blood from his lips said otherwise as Susanoo started to fade. Naruto, on the other hand, was facing down 3 separate snake heads that wanted nothing more than to kill both him and the weakened Itachi. I have to say, Naruto said as the snake prepared to strike, I'm surprised. How you managed to get something like this from Orochimaru I'll never know, and I don't care. Naruto formed 2 cage bunshine and held up his right arm with a Rasengan in it. This was supposed to be for Susanoo, but the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And you're the biggest threat right now. As the cage bunshine began to manipulate the chakra around the Rasengan, one whipping his hands in a circular motion to generate wind chakra, a white shape of 4 points like a Fu-ma shuriken formed around it, rotating as the Rasengan in the center held the entire thing together. It began to let off a loud bell-like screech that grated against the hydra, getting the heads to hiss dangerously. Yeah. You want to eat me, blah, blah. Naruto muttered before he charged forward with his dangerous-looking new attack in his grip. Well, you can eat this. The snakes moved together to prepare and attack the thing rushing towards them intent on attacking Naruto. But before they could all slam down onto him, Susanoo smashed against them all, disrupting their effort and letting Naruto get close enough to leap at them with his jutsu to attack, Fuuten, Rasen Shuriken, Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken. Naruto smashed his attack into the snake heads as they all let out a deafening simultaneous hiss. Itachi stared at the clash after softening up the snake with what he had left to give. Naruto's Rasen Shuriken caught the hydra in a vortex that ripped into its body with an uncountable number of tiny wind blades and eventually felled all 8 heads. Amazing. Naruto, you are an amazing shinobi. I can't even count the amount of attacks your jutsu causes. Truly an S-rank ninjutsu. Naruto fell down from his attack attempt on the snake and hit the ground hard, looking at the downed snake through half-lidded eyes as he slowly stood back up. Got you ugly. How'd that taste? He said, stumbling around as his left arm twitched uncontrollably. Before any rest could be given, a single head of the snake stood up and opened its mouth and roared as something emerged from its maw. Itachi closed his eyes and stood back up, knowing this was not over. Finally, I can bring this to an end. It's time at last. As if he expected something of this nature to happen. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw the person that emerged from the mouth of the snake. I should have fucking known better. I should have known he wouldn't have killed you off that easily. Orochimaru. Orochimaru sat with the top half of his body sticking out of the final Hydra head's mouth, and regurgitated his Kusanagi sword out, taking it in his grasp, proving that it really was him. He laughed loudly. Yes. This is the chance I've been sitting and waiting for. This battle was perfect to force Sasuke-kun to expend his chakra and lose his ability to suppress me. Now his body will be mine, and you will both die here first. Naruto looked over to Itachi and Susanoo, who locked eyes with him and nodded. Naruto pulled the Senenki no Ken from his back. The enemy of my enemy. Naruto repeated lowly, Senen Hake, Ikijura aware, Millennium release, primary materialization. The sword dematerialized and turned into his bladed gauntlets and greaves. I only need a few seconds of this. I shouldn't lose much chakra. With that he vanished in a flash of raw speed and reappeared, having run up the entire hydra and stopped in front of Orochimaru. Anko-chan says hi, he said before driving the blades of both gauntlets through his chest. I needed to stab you anyway. Now I don't have to chase down Kabuto the way I had planned to at first. Orochimaru's face froze in a face of shock before his eyes moved and locked with Naruto's. He sat with Naruto's blades in him, laughing as if he were unharmed. Your tiny blades can't harm me, Naruto-kun. He slashed at Naruto's blades to make a show of breaking them to dishearten him, but he only managed to knock Naruto loose from his body. His surprise at his sword not breaking Naruto's vanished as he made the massive snake head toss Naruto into the air. It doesn't matter, Naruto-kun. You can't kill me, I'm immort. He was kept from finishing his comment when he and the hydra head he was in was stabbed through with a massive sword made of liquid fire held by Susanoo. The weakened Itachi, serving as the medium providing the spirit with the ability to move and the chakra to exist, smirked as his eyes bled and even more blood sat around his mouth. Naruto-kun might not be able to kill you, but I've prepared for any little nasty surprises he had hiding. Like you. Orochimaru began to laugh again. Do you think that any weapon that you have could possibly harm me? He then felt himself go hazy and be drawn forward towards something uncontrollably. No. It can't be. The Totsuka no Tsurugi. You had it all along, he said, his voice distorting as he and his hydra were all sucked into the gourd on the hip of Susanoo. Sasuke's body lost all traces of the hydra, or Orochimaru, or his curse seal. Everything, as it was all drawn into the gourd and sealed away, shut tight. Sasuke sat on his knees exhausted and out of chakra. Like it or not, Orochimaru's surprise appearance was his last gasp in this fight, and Itachi knew it. This is the end, Sasuke. It's all over. His eyes no longer had their Mangekyo Sharingan design, just the red irises of the original Kekkei Genkai. Sasuke sat on his knees, unable to stand as he didn't even have enough chakra to turn his Sharingan back on anymore. Naruto had torn him apart during the fight. All of the injuries, all of the jutsu he had used to keep pace with Naruto and Itachi throughout the fight, he had nothing left. Your eyes are mine, Itachi said, walking forward weakly and panting heavily. He was hardly able to keep his eyes open as he slogged ahead. I'm going to save her. Cough cough. An intense coughing fit brought Itachi to his knees as the form of Susanoo started to fade away and his blood stained the ruins of what was once the stronghold of their proud clan. The sound of a high-pitched ringing screech directed their attention to the side, where Naruto was walking towards them, limping through the debris of the battlefield and holding another Rasen Shuriken. In addition to his body count of wounds, his root top had been ripped open through the front, revealing a seal tattoo on the front of his chest. Sasuke, you idiot, Naruto said quietly, you almost gave Orochimaru exactly what he wanted. Your eyes. That madman would have killed us all. I'm going to finish this right now, to keep you from doing something else to destroy the world, idiot. You had your chance to surrender at the start. How did you live through getting thrown into the air like a ragdoll? Sasuke asked weakly. Naruto kept moving forward, not even blinking as he held the Rasen Shuriken and found his way to even ground over all of the rubble without. I can run on the air, asshole. Thanks for that, by the way. As if I hadn't had enough happen to me today, I had to fight Orochimaru too. His footsteps started speeding up until he broke into a run towards Sasuke, but his speed was a far cry from the pace he had been moving at during the battle. Fuck you, Sasuke yelled at Naruto as he tried to stand and get away. He tried, but his legs were next to useless like Naruto's. He couldn't even manage to run. Sasuke, get away. Itachi moved in front of Sasuke and cut Naruto off from reaching him as Susanoo's arm descended down with a shield on its arm to block Naruto's Rasen Shuriken. Naruto grit his teeth as he continued to run forward. What was Itachi made of to keep going like this? Was everyone sure that there were only 9 Jinchuriki in the world? Because in Naruto's view Itachi was certainly making his case for being a 10th. Why would he block for Sasuke? How could he still keep doing this? What in the world was keeping him up? Both of you are going down, Itachi. I don't care what kind of defense you have, Rasen Shuriken can cut through it. Itachi simply focused on blocking Naruto's attack, his eyes pouring blood like tears at this point. It doesn't matter how strong your new jutsu is or what its element is comprised of, Naruto-kun. Susanoo's Yata no Kagami, 8-span mirror, can render it null. He thought until a sick grinding noise signified Rasen Shuriken slowly carving its way through. A peak of the spinning white blade of the jutsu poked through and the hole just started steadily growing larger and larger until the jutsu started cutting into Susanoo itself. There's nothing Rasen Shuriken can't cut through. Naruto thought, holding his right eye shut either in concentration or as a desperate effort to hold the last dregs of his chakra. It's my strongest jutsu and my last shot to finish this. Itachi can't live. If he takes Sasuke's eyes and grows as powerful as Madara Uchiha originally was, then I'll have 3 monsters to deal with. Naruto continued to push further and further into Susanoo, getting closer to Itachi at the core. Sasuke could only watch on. He had no chakra left, and nothing to penetrate Susanoo. He couldn't attack Itachi to ensure his revenge, and if he had, then Naruto would simply kill him with his Rasen Shuriken. Hell, even if Naruto got through and hit Itachi directly to finish him, he could still keep going and hit him with it. Itachi dug as deep as he possibly could. Finding enough chakra to power Susanoo and the shield to stop the rest of Rasen Shuriken from punching through and hitting him. Naruto, you will not be getting past me today. You will not have Sasuke. Naruto's attack arm started going into spasms uncontrollably, only this time he couldn't will it to stop. No, hold out a little bit longer. Naruto pleaded with his body, I'm inches away. I'm almost there. Using the Rasen Shuriken injured Naruto's arm, not like using Rasen Raiseki. Rasen Raiseki was a fire and forget attack and it didn't have the focused destructive power that Rasen Shuriken had. If he had shot that at Itachi, it wouldn't have gotten through, it would have been deflected. Naruto could keep plowing ahead with his Rasen Shuriken until it broke through, but also, unlike his other Rasengan improvement, using this attack legitimately had risks for him. Rasen Raiseki would just paralyze his arm for a few hours. Prolonged use of Rasen Shuriken like this tore Naruto's arm apart from the inside out, doing cellular damage. He had never held onto it this long for that reason, and this was why his arm would fail before he was done. A wicked explosion of air rocked Susanoo, the dome of white, blinding wind cutting every single stone of rubble in its wake to a fine gravel. From the smoke of the blast, Naruto's body rocketed lifelessly into the air and into the side of one of the large hills off near the Uchiha stronghold in the hidden valley it was situated in. His entire front was covered in small cuts from the backlash of his jutsu and Susanoo stalemating. Knocked to the ground, Sasuke covered his eyes as the dust cleared from Itachi and Naruto's clash, where he found Itachi still standing with his back facing him, his ponytail swaying in the leftover wind from the attack. But this wasn't what Sasuke took note of. He especially didn't pay attention to the wisps of rapid-moving wind that dissipated in front of Itachi's body just as the smoke from the attack and defense left the area. Only one thing mattered to Sasuke. Susanoo was gone. Itachi was defenseless. His spectral protector was gone. And Sasuke stood, no Naruto in his way, no Orochimaru in his head waiting to take his body, no Susanoo to take his best shot in Itachi's place, nothing. Sasuke drew his chokudo, holding it in a reverse grip, and limped forward towards Itachi with his Sharingan still off. It's time. Finally. You'll take my eyes, Itachi? I doubt it. Over my dead body. He thought as he kept limping forward, his vision going blurry. Itachi turned around, alerting Sasuke, but his appearance made him second-guess Itachi's condition. Itachi had blood dripping from every orifice in his head, his entire front was covered with cuts just like Naruto. Sasuke continued to stalk forward and weakly drew his chokudo back as Itachi lifted up one of his hands, covered in his own blood. Sasuke sneered, thinking Itachi was going to beg off, or had one last trick up his sleeve. But when he got close enough for a killing strike, Sasuke was shocked when all Itachi did was tap him on his forehead, just like when he was a little boy, mouthing words he had no power left to speak. A stunned Sasuke could only watch as Itachi fell forward onto his shoulder and rolled off to the ground where he didn't move again. Sasuke just stared at the unmoving Uchiha as the blood from Itachi's hand trailed down his forehead. Once again, thunder clapped and the clouds began to rain down onto them all, only this time it was natural. Sasuke stared down at Itachi for what seemed to be an eternity before looking up at the sky where tears began to well in his eyes. They eventually started to stream down his face and mix with the rain as he screamed out in anguish, "Damn you, Naruto! Damn you! Why is it always you? It was supposed to be me. I was the one that was supposed to finish him, Itachi was my fight." Sasuke dropped to the ground on his knees and punched the ground several times, each time weaker than the last. "He was mine," he said, his Sharingan activating one last time in a strange pattern before falling the rest of the way forward on his face where he didn't move again. Sasuke and Itachi's bodies just sat in the rain untouched for quite some time until Madara Uchiha appeared in his orange mask and Akatsuki attire. He looked down at the two brothers for a few minutes, just standing in the rain. "You're slow, Zetsu," he finally said. From the ground, the body of the plant man emerged. "Well, we can't all move through time and space like you," Zetsu said snappishly as he looked at Itachi's non-breathing body. I almost couldn't believe it when I saw it. But I'm looking at it right up close and personal. The last Uchiha was actually killed. Did you record the battle? Madara asked impatiently, incredibly upset by the turn of events. Did I ever? Zetsu replied, you're probably going to find a good many interesting things about that fight. But we're probably just going to leave now, right? He asked, getting a nod from Madara. He pointed over to a hill a few miles to the side. The Kyubi Jinchuriki is over. He saw a bird land over on the same hill and take off soon thereafter with another new one following it. Oops. Never mind. XXX. In a crater in the side of a distant hill overlooking what was once the Uchiha stronghold and the hill that it sat on top of, Naruto's eyes were fluttering open and shut as he tried to crawl out. I've got to get up. I've got to get up. Pant he crawled to the edge of the hill and looked down over the distance of well over a mile and saw no ethereal flames, no giant warrior, nothing. Naruto kept panting heavily as he rolled over painfully onto his back and used his good left arm to touch the tattoo on his right arm. He had to correspond to Hamiko to let her know that he was okay before he blacked out. After his episode with Pain, he had decided to always tell her the results of anything that had happened to him, lest he let the world think that he was dead for a second time. He thought of a message until he saw Sai fly overhead. As he landed nearby and dismounted his ink bird, Naruto saw a flash of silver on the bird's back and relayed his message to Hamiko, mission accomplished. Heading to Mizu no Kuni to deliver sword. Tell Tsunade Baka not to worry. He sent before he blacked out. Sai saw Naruto lose consciousness and picked his leader up to carry him over to their ride as the rain continued to pour. Good work Naruto-senpai, he said as he placed Naruto on his bird with Maki and created his own for himself. After making sure Maki had Naruto secured on the bird, they both took off. While he circled the site of the battle and saw the fallen bodies of Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha, he prepared an explosive note to a kunai to throw down and eradicate the bodies. Next to the two fallen figures on the ground, he saw Tobi appear out of thin air. He picked up both bodies and looked up at him in the air before he seemed to just disappear again. On her bird, after seeing the man with the mask look at what she knew was Naruto, she held onto him tightly as if he would just pull him right in away from them until he simply left. Sai narrowed his eyes and grunted before flying away. Chapter 48, No Reset Button. Amigakure no Sato, Pain's Tower. The body of Pain's arguably most powerful path, the body that had once been his childhood friend Yahiko, stood on a balcony high up in his own personal tower and looked out over the steady strewn rubble that a good portion of his village still lay in. The cleanup of the village had been slow as Pain had directed village resources towards one thing. Trying to unearth the corpses that he had kept preserved for certain purposes. And it had been a waste of time in the end. By an act of God. No, not God. He was God. By an act of pure, dumb luck in its purest and most genuine form, Danzo's root force had decided to attempt to sack the village during Naruto and Jiraiya's battle against Konan and himself, scattering much of his force and destroying much of the village in what seemed to be mostly diversionary and stalling tactics that allowed Naruto and Jiraiya to somehow escape. One of these tactics wound up being demolishing the building that Pain kept to have his extra bodies preserved and stored for potential usage in case of one's outright destruction or loss, like that of his anima path that had been captured by Jiraiya before his and Naruto's eventual defeat. It was pure coincidence as they had no way of knowing what they had done, as it was a well-kept secret. The only thing anyone in Ame knew about his use for certain bodies was that they would take them to his tower where they would never be seen again until reanimation, and that would be where they remained until they needed to be used by him. His bodies that had been kept were buried under the rubble of the felled building. He couldn't use just any regular body for his anima path. Not only did the bodies need to be specially prepared, they needed to be in general powerful bodies under their own right. The ones that had been found had suffered from the runoff generated by the constant rain in Ame and had become bloated and grotesque. Unusable for what he needed them for. The battle in Ame had produced no such casualties that Pain could use. There were mostly cannon fodder genon that were cut down in the streets by Naruto trying to keep him in place for Konan and by the root that had gotten into the village. The few higher-level shinobi that had engaged Naruto directly had been lost when Naruto cornered himself inside of an apartment skyscraper only to demolish it from the inside and escape by jumping out. Those bodies were utterly obliterated and unfit for any kind of usage. The ones that were still in one piece anyway. This was only the first of the headaches that the Akatsuki leader had been facing. His control over his own organization was steadily fading. Most of his forces were dead or out of commission for good. Sasori, Hidan, Kakuzu, Deidara, and now Itachi had wound up being defeated as well. The rest of his comrades he couldn't trust with the exception of perhaps Kisame. It was clear that Zetsu took orders all the way from the top, so to speak, from Madara Uchiha, who had been under the guise of Tobi to keep a first-hand eye on the organization he had masterminded. Things had been unraveling around him as far back as several years ago when Orochimaru betrayed the group, trying to take Itachi's body for himself and failing, but as more and more time dragged on, the back schemes grew and grew. Kakuzu had killed several of his own partners in the past out of greed and anger, depleting the potential replacements for the group before the time for the plans to be carried out ever even took place. Itachi had planned for all of this to happen with Sasuke, directly going against their group for his own objectives. Having seen the battle play out, he had many things to think about in the future. The most unsettling thing that was grating on Pain's nerves was Madara. Instead of simply letting things go as they had been, the mysterious Uchiha had been asserting his place as the mastermind to try and force Pain into certain actions. He not too long ago, during the strife of battle between the brothers Uchiha and Naruto, had come and ordered Pain to attack Naruto and even Konoha if he had to. There were at least two reasons as to why that would be frowned upon. First of all, Jiraiya survived and learned the secret of his technique. There was no doubt in his mind that there were countermeasures set up to prepare for him if it came down to it now. Handicapped or not, Jiraiya was a dangerous man, and there was an entire village to contend with as well. Attacking Naruto would do no good either at the moment. Despite his defeat earlier, Naruto had already been fatigued from fighting Konan and the entire damned village. His skeletal frame had also been destroyed by whatever that technique was that manipulated his entire physical composition. After seeing Naruto's last battle, Pain knew Naruto would be dangerous to fight at full power, and that was the thing about it. Pain wasn't at full power. With a lack of animal path, he was missing a significant sliver of his combat prowess, and Naruto would have back up from the looks of things to even his odds if he were to attack now. He needed a body for his new animal path. Only then would he plan an attack against Naruto. Underestimating Naruto and going in half-cocked would get him killed, since he had to take Naruto alive, and Naruto had no such qualms about taking him out. And he had a deep-seated desire to eradicate any and all aspects of Konoha root, in particular, the mastermind Danzo Shimura. The man had been moving about in the shade since before Pain's time and was as cunning as he was seemingly mysteriously powerful, with no fear of any shinobi of any caliber, despite his outward appearance making him out to be injured and frail. He had caused Pain more harm and had been a thorn in his side for decades. His perpetual use of shadowed military force to move things to his choosing left Pain weary. He had his troops positioned close enough to Ame out of his range of perception to be able to head right in when there was a window of opportunity, taking advantage of the calamity provided by Naruto and Jiraiya. Pain looked out over the village and narrowed his Rinnegan eyes. He would take no order from Madara that he didn't see as viable. No one would tell God how to enforce his will, and he would handle his own affairs first. No one else's would be prioritized. Madara had no control over him. I need a new body for the animal path. Then I will make Naruto Uzumaki and Danzo Shimura feel the pain of my people for their treachery. XXX. Konan sat on the very edge of the top of Pain's tower with an origami figure in her hand. A sudden breeze shifted and blew the paper figurine away from her hands as she ignored the rain that had become as natural in Ame as sunlight was in other places. The suffering of those that had been rendered homeless in the battle that had taken place not too long before this had been propagated by Pain, directing all forces to search the ruins of the city. Not for their loved ones lost, not for anything they felt necessary to find and recover, but for any sign of an intact body that had belonged to Pain for future use as one of his paths. He's starting to become no more different than Hanzo was. She thought to herself rather bitterly. What had changed since Hanzo's death? Nothing had changed at all. If anything, the only thing that had occurred was even more death in Ame than before. Pain had killed anyone with any sort of attachment to Hanzo at all. Any relations to the man, even anyone walking down the street that muttered anything positive about the last leader of the village and was overheard, found themselves quite dead. On the same outlook, Ame was still isolationist and didn't seem to be making any signs of changing that any time soon. With the battles that had been fought during the coup, the nation's overall military might was weaker than ever. The failed attempt to corner and capture Naruto Uzumaki when he infiltrated the village led to a wide-scale pitched battle that left a segment of the village in ruins with even more collateral damage throughout, and in the aftermath even now efforts of relief were just now being initiated, as Pain had instead used the citizens of the village who believed in him, or his might, to attempt to exhume the bodies of his potential future paths. This was clearly no longer about Ame the way things were supposed to be, the way Yahiko would have wanted it to be. It wasn't about making the world better at this point. It simply seemed like Pain wanted everyone to suffer like Ame had. That was all that his major plan would have entailed. Yahiko would never have wanted that. All these years and with all of Pain's power nothing had changed at all. Madara Uchiha was trying to strong-arm his way back into Akatsuki as if he had been running things all along. He left them alone for years to do their own thing, to set up their own operations and fund things on their own dollar after setting the base groundwork. They had amassed all of the recruits with the exception of Itachi, and the principles that the group operated under were supposed to be their own brainchild. Something was wrong with all of this and she could feel it. Things were being shifted and positioned about around them, and they were being directed by Madara Uchiha. She and Pain were the equivalent of chess pieces in a major game, and she was certain that they weren't intended to be anything much more significant than pawns or, at the best, knights. Akatsuki was on the verge of splitting altogether. The plans and original intentions that had started the group so many years ago seemed to have run into a brick wall fortified by iron due to the will of a man that should have died decades ago. And their country was still crying. Literally and figuratively. Because Pain literally would not allow it to stop. XXX. A hidden location. Inside of a dark cave, a pair of eyes opened and saw nothing but dark. The man sat up and felt that there were bandages on his copious amount of wounds, including bandages over his eyes. Danzo's pet fox sure did a number on you and your brother. The voice said again, you did know that's how he was so strong during your first encounter, didn't you? Danzo trained him personally. The man that had just awakened barely registered what he was hearing. Danzo? No, Danzo swore. He made Danzo swear to leave Sasuke alone. What was this? You didn't believe that steps wouldn't be taken to ensure that he never had to keep your promise? No. Naruto knew nothing of the situation. If he had, he would have left. He wouldn't have fought, would he have? I gave you first aid. Turning towards the sound of the voice, the man saw nothing but heard footsteps moving through the dark towards him. It looks like you achieved your goal after all. Right? The voice sounded completely amused. The bandages over his eyes, no. It couldn't be. Madara, you had better not mean. The person thought with increasing trepidation in his heart. I mean. Just in the nick of time too. You were as blind as a bat. Madara stood and crouched directly in front of the person and reached for the bandages around their eyes to touch at them. I took the liberty of implanting them already, Itachi. You're welcome. You should keep them on for a while though, to let them heal and settle. Itachi reached up and touched his bandages, voice quivering with shock and horror. No. No. What? Why? What do you mean? He asked in disbelief. Madara stood up and walked away from Itachi. What? You mean how did Sasuke die and you didn't? You thought you protected him from Naruto's final attack, didn't you? He let off a short laugh that lacked any humor. The first time Naruto used that new jutsu of his on Orochimaru's Yamada no Jutsu form, did you think that the hydra was the only thing that took damage? Sasuke took every single hit. Orochimaru just regenerated his wounds for him so that he could finish using his jutsu before taking his body for himself in the end. That attack hit everything that it touched. Sasuke was already beaten before you ever sealed Orochimaru's spirit, before you ever jumped in front of him to shield him from Naruto. He drove the nail in his own coffin when he activated his Sharingan for the last time. And you're not dead because Naruto took the brunt of Sasuke's attacks and Orochimaru's hydra. How? Itachi roared. It hurt to move and he couldn't even stand. He fumbled around trying to stand up, to grab anything to help him, but to no avail. How did he die? How could he have died? He was alive, I saw it. I saw him. Madara shook his head. You couldn't see your own hand in front of your face. Sasuke was going to die no matter what after taking that attack. Whatever Naruto did, it affected him on a cellular level. He severed so many nerve channels that the only thing keeping Sasuke moving until the end was his own body's futile attempt at using adrenaline to run temporary damage control. His chakra circulatory system was torn asunder as well. The second he activated his Sharingan out of anger, he basically set off a time bomb near his heart where the chakra centralized from. Itachi began silently crying. His bandages stained with tears as he let his body collapse on the ground. He didn't try to get back up, he just lay there, crying over his loss. Madara just stayed there, staring at Itachi for a moment before turning to let him alone. You very well may possibly go on to be even stronger than me now, Itachi. Whether you wanted it or not, it is what it is. When you take those bandages off, you will never see the world the same way again. I expect you to carry out your duties per usual after you heal. I will send Kisame to you, he said as he seemed to fade into nothing, and don't you ever try to plot against me again, Itachi. You've obviously seen where that got you in the end. Itachi let out a haunting wail of futility. Damn you, Naruto, it wasn't supposed to be him. You killed him. You ruined everything. He broke down into weeping even more, slamming his fist onto the stone floor desperately. It was supposed to be me. XXX. Mizu no Kuni, hospital. Naruto sat alone in his hospital bed with a hospital gown on, bandages on his body and around his head covering his right eye, and his right arm in a brace. He had been brought there after being picked up by his team and had been treated for his wounds quickly. After sleeping for an entire day, he finally awoke to find himself in Kirin with Maki and Sai in his room at his side. He poked at the brace and flexed his fist. This would heal soon. Yep, and Tamari never had to find out that he had used Rasen Shuriken, and he wouldn't get a beatdown from her fan for doing it. Rasen Raiseki was a safer bet long term to use, but if he missed then he wasted the use of an arm for the duration of the battle. He could use Rasen Shuriken twice due to being more in tune with that element before he took any damage, but Itachi simply would not let him get through. He couldn't cut all the way through Susanoo, he was inches away and he just couldn't do it. Naruto played back the battle in his head and groaned to himself softly. What was wrong with him? In the back of his mind, he believed he could have had the happy ending. He believed that he could have gotten Sasuke to help him fight Itachi and then surrender. He didn't know that Sasuke wouldn't allow anyone else to kill Itachi but him, and wouldn't accept anyone trying to do so. He held back on Sasuke early, but the more Naruto tried to bypass him and attack the brother that seemed to be the stronger of the two, Sasuke became more enraged. He attacked with more and more malice and Naruto responded with force in kind. After Sasuke had called down Kirin, Naruto had had enough, and when he actually called on Orochimaru's power to possess his body, it was time for Sasuke to go. If nothing else, Sasuke had to die that day. But he had waited too long, had focused on Itachi. He gave Sasuke too many chances to escape, to try again, to find another way because in his head he remembered Team 7. He remembered Sakura, and despite her faults he didn't want to kill the only thing that had driven her to grow. For the bulk of the fight he had given Sasuke a pass when he focused on Itachi instead, much like Orochimaru had been given by Jiraiya years ago, and just like Jiraiya he paid for it. After he sealed away Amaterasu it was too late for focusing on Sasuke alone. He missed his shot at killing Sasuke when he realized that bringing Sasuke back alive still left him as a dangerous loose end. The man almost brought Orochimaru back and gave him the Sharingan he desired so intensely, and by the time Naruto was committed to the kill it was too late. Damn will of fire. Sometimes it was a bad thing to hold back and to try and understand your enemy's point of view. Naruto recognized that some people needed to be finished off while he had the chance. For the sake of the ninja world some people had to die, whether Naruto knew them personally or not. Sasuke had lost his opportunity for redemption that day. Neither brother died that day. He hadn't been able to finish off Sasuke or Itachi because he had skirted around picking off the weakest link while he could. He fucked up. Or he would have if Sai and Maki hadn't gotten Kubikirabushu away from Sasuke's ally. His decision was flawed. He let his social morals interfere with his morals in battle when he walked into that room without letting Itachi and Sasuke tear each other apart until he was revealed. And in the end he was unable to finish either man. He only wondered what had become of them after his team had evacuated him from the area. Neither of them looked like they would be going anywhere. But this would come back on him somehow, he knew it would. Next time there wouldn't be a chance for any enemy of his to wiggle out and survive. If you were an enemy of Konoha or the alliance Naruto was setting up, you were an enemy of his, and he would destroy you. His time in the light taught him how to protect, but now it was time for him to remember how to kill again. Madara Uchiha would not give him any chances, he would rip the Kyuubi from his body gleefully, just like he would do to Gaara, Yugito, and Kirabai. Not if he had anything to say about it. The door opened to his room and the sounds of a cane tapping against the ground alerted him to the familiar bandaged appearance of Danzo walking in. The man raised his only visible eyebrow as he looked at the bandages around Naruto's head. So you seem to be modeling yourself after me now. Not by choice, Danzo Gigi, Naruto said with a shrug. Why am I not surprised you're here? I am an important figure in Konoha, Naruto-kun. The old man said, I'm as much a representative as Koharu and Homura. I am allowed to go on diplomatic excursions as well, and Tsunade allowed me to be the one to come here to confirm the message you sent. He reached into his robe and pulled something out. A small box that he threw over to Naruto. By the way, your lover, the one that trained you in sealing, she gave this to Tsunade to give to me to give to you. Hamiko-chan? Naruto wondered as he looked at the box. He touched the tip of his communication tattoo to contact his white-haired teacher/lover. Hamiko-chan, you sent something to me? Yes. The response came quickly. After you told me of your injury and intention to fight the Uchiha, I worked on something for you. I didn't know when you would be able to receive it, so I worked quickly. I hope you like it. Naruto looked at the box and tried to open it, only to realize she had placed a seal on it to keep someone else from getting it. Danzo had no way to see what it was before delivering it, so Naruto saw that he was still standing there, looking at him blankly, waiting for him to open it. Naruto frowned before deciding to open the box. He bit his thumb and dragged it across the box to force it to click open, where he saw a neat row of several small concave, clear little circles. He questioningly activated his tattoo again. Contact lenses? Special contact lenses, Naruto-sama. Put one on and find out what I mean. Naruto shrugged and pulled away his bandages from his eye, keeping it shut until right when he had the lens prepared to place into his eye. He heard Danzo gasp, but ignored it as he pushed the lens against his eye and blinked. Upon blinking, he found his Sharingan turned off. What the hell? What the hell did they do, Hamiko-chan? Consider it your eye patch like Kakashi-san uses to keep his covered. I outfitted several of them with a design of your eye pattern and color, to cover the eye when you don't need it. I also put in seals that would make the design transparent when you channeled chakra to your eye, so that you could get to it without having to take the lens out. Naruto got up and walked into his bathroom, where he looked into the mirror and saw two blue eyes staring back at him. Holy shit. Hamiko-chan, I swear I love you. And he proceeded to send that message out to her. Anything for Naruto-sama. I'll see you soon? I don't know. I'll tell you when I'm certain. He sent back as he walked into the room with Danzo, who was staring at him. Naruto was not in the mood to beat around the bush at the moment. Yes, that is what you thought it was. No, I don't want to hear anything from you about why I have it. It was either use it or go in fighting with only one eye. And I don't need you to tell me a damn thing about the decision I made, or should we talk about yours? He said, keeping any of the questions he thought Danzo would ask out of the conversation. Danzo walked over to a nearby chair and sat down. Why did Sai and Maki inform me of your new addition, so to speak, when I spoke with them before? Naruto shrugged, because they knew better than to go around telling my business before it needed to be known, I guess. No one knows how badly I was hurt during the mission except for them, Hamiko, and now you. And I only told you so you could tell me, Danzo Gigi, he said before shutting his eyes to find what he wanted to say. You worked with Orochimaru years ago. Gave him something in exchange for having your own Sharingan implanted, or so I've heard. Apparently mine is a leftover. You probably sent me into the base to either find it or destroy it all those years ago as a double cross. It couldn't be allowed to be studied and analyzed any further than I had allowed. Who knows what might have been done to it to strengthen it past what it already was. Danzo simply crossed his hands over his cane. And how did you come across this information, or that eye? It is very familiar in its feel of chakra, to say the least. Naruto immediately answered, Kabuto Yakashi told me and gave it to me in exchange for attempting to take Sasuke down for him. Now I don't even need to know how you got the eye in the first place, because I already know where it came from. There's only one place and time possible. But something's eating at me about all of this. If you were able to get to the eye in the first place and get away with it, you needed to be aware of the massacre in the first place, and Itachi, after we got out of his genjutsu, didn't fight like a man that wanted to kill the rest of his clan. Danzo narrowed his single eye at what Naruto was beginning to imply. What are you saying, boy? You already know what I'm going to say. Naruto replied without trepidation for who he was talking to. Itachi went out of his way, to make sure I didn't kill Sasuke. He went out of his way to protect Sasuke from my last attack. When he thought I had killed Sasuke earlier in the battle, he completely lost it and attacked me recklessly. Why? He asked as Danzo seemed to just stare at him. What am I doing? I don't need to know this? I'd better drop the whole. Naruto stopped his train of thought. Wait a minute, why the fuck would I think that? He immediately channeled chakra to his eye and saw the chakra focusing on him from Danzo's eye. Don't fuck with me, Danzo Gigi, he yelled with his Sharingan active once more. I swear if you don't stop using whatever it is you just tried, I'm going to rip that goddamn thing out and turn it into a pendant. Danzo didn't seem to be shaken by this. What are you talking about? Naruto wanted to stomp over and rip the Sharingan out of his head just out of principle. Whatever it was you just tried to do with your special little implant. I just saw you use it. Don't dodge the fucking question. I just got through fighting the two bastard. I've got a lot of things to mull around in my head while I'm sitting here. So why don't you tell me a story before do all of that, and maybe I'll tell you one as well, Naruto said rather snappishly. Danzo let out a great sigh before pointing to his throat and shaking his head. Naruto understood that meant not to talk, but communication still needed to occur somehow. At that moment, Danzo lifted up the bandages over his eye and looked right into Naruto's for just a moment. Naruto didn't even bother trying to block it as he realized that's how they were going to be able to talk. The two just stared at each other, with one Sharingan active for each, for about 30 seconds in real time. Over the course of 30 seconds, Naruto's face twisted further and further in distaste and shock before the genjutsu he was under to speak had ended and he quietly hissed an exclamation, "What the fuck? You fucking told him to do what? Kill them all?" Danzo nodded and Naruto's jaw dropped. Danzo, Homura, Koharu, and Hiruzen Sarutobi had convinced Itachi to kill every member of the Uchiha clan except Sasuke. He's a hero, Naruto said, falling back onto his bed in shock. All of these years he lived with that. He's a goddamn hero. A better man than me. He looked down at his hands, he wanted Sasuke to kill him. To end it all right there. Naruto wasn't sure he could ever pull the same thing off if he had been forced to. He had no family, thus everyone that he wound up getting particularly close to he loved them all. They were his family. To kill any of them, Hamiko, Temari, Gaara, Kankuro, Yugito, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Tuya, all of his friends he had been Jinan with, hell even Maki and Sai. He would have trouble pulling the trigger with even one. He just a few days ago remembered hesitating to put Sasuke down early in their battle because he had been on Naruto's squad for most of a year and had bled alongside him as a comrade. Itachi did all of that and more to stop warfare. He killed his actual family. Kill hundreds. Save thousands, Naruto said to himself as if he were trying to put himself in Itachi's shoes before finally shaking his head. No, Danzo Gigi, you've got the wrong man to be Hokage, he said. I understand. I understand everything you've ever told me. Why you've done it. Hell, even keeping the Sharingan from me, I can see why you did that. I can't. I would never be able to. He composed himself. I don't think I would have ever been able to order that to be done. Then what would you have done? Danzo asked in return. He legitimately wanted to know. I don't know. Naruto replied. He was being put on the spot here. How was he going to answer that in 3 seconds? But I would have come up with something. How long had you known it was going to happen? What did you do to keep them quelled? Damn it, you could have done something else, he said as he punched a wall nearby, cracking it, an entire clan. And you guys killed them just like that. There was no bringing this issue to them? You couldn't spare a word. It was to protect Konoha, Naruto-kun, Danzo said, not put off by Naruto's show of emotion. We believed that the Uchiha clan were responsible for the Kyuubi's attack and the coup they were planning couldn't be ignored. I know that, he said. I told you I understood why you did it, but there was a better way to handle it. Naruto calmed himself down. Danzo didn't know. Nobody but him knew. No one else had the pieces of the puzzle that fit together like he had, but if it came to that he wouldn't have ordered Itachi to kill his own family. That was simply sick. For fuck's sake, you couldn't have sent anyone else? It had to be him that did it? You and fucking Homura and that old bat Koharu couldn't get anyone else to do it? Naruto thumped his chest with his fist. We would have done it. I would have done it for him. That's what Root was for, wasn't it? Protecting Konoha from the shadows? Danzo frowned at Naruto's overestimation of Root. How difficult was it for you, after all of these years of training and with a Sharingan of your own, to fight and walk away from your battle with just 2 Uchiha? Itachi was the very best. Do you really think that anything short of all of our force would have managed to even cripple theirs? Naruto growled. Itachi was the best just like you said, and I doubt that many of them were as good as Sasuke was. Win or lose though, we would have fought them to the last man. We would have fucked them up in advance and they never would have known it was us. Unless you actually give certain members like Maki or Sai backgrounds or aliases in public, or somebody was already well known like me, nobody would know that they existed. Then if they were still stupid enough to try and fight the main force of Konoha's shinobi could end things quickly from there, he sighed, shaking his head and looking down. If we had been there, even as backup being led by Itachi. Danzo cut him off. We would have lost nearly everything. All of my best that would have stood a chance would have been destroyed and Root would have been crippled. Everything would have ended there. Self-sacrifice is a ninja's duty. You forgot that, or ignored that, when you made Itachi kill them all, Naruto said earnestly before he looked up at Danzo. This is why we couldn't operate as effectively as we needed to. If you could have just come to an understanding with the Sandaime all those years ago, we could have been more useful than we were. All we did was run Black Ops. We could have been running Black Ops that better supported Konoha's daytime dealings, and we could have gotten recruits easier. You wouldn't have to worry about losing just a dozen of us like you do now. There are always tons of orphans like me and Maki out there that would have joined just for the purpose it gave, or people like Fu and Torune that would have come to you to just disappear from the pressure of their clans. All being regulated by the Hokage in secret would have meant was that you could have better done the things we did. Then change that when you become Hokage, Danzo said with finality, if you believe that you could have handled the situation better then prove it. Take the seat one day and you will have Sai as your root commander. Then you may do as you like, the way you believe things should be run. Fine, Naruto said, I will, that's a promise. Good, Danzo said with a victorious smirk, but didn't you just a moment ago say that you were the wrong man to be Hokage I trained you to be? Danzo stood up and began to walk away, wrapping his bandages back around his Sharingan eye. When you desire to learn how to use your new tool, have your Seal Master servant contact me. I feel you won't be going back to Konoha after this anyway. Danzo reached the door and opened it to reveal two figures in black cloaks and masks that bowed to him and followed him away from the room. Sai and Maki walked back in to find Naruto sitting in his bed with a puzzled look on his face. Wait a minute, what the hell just happened? Naruto asked no one in particular before scowling, damn Danzo Gigi. Making me contradict myself, he said before his eyes widened, wait, tell Danzo Gigi something that I never got to tell him. His face hardened, tell him that Madara is running the show, that he helped Itachi during the massacre and runs Akatsuki, and that I don't know any more than that. Madara who Naruto-senpai? Sai asked as Maki went to remove Naruto's arm brace so that he could leave the hospital. Naruto looked at his pale teenage partner and turned his Sharingan eye off, Madara Uchiha. XXX. Kana Hagakure no Sato, Hokage Tower. Tsunade sat at her desk as the team led by Kakashi dispatched to assist Naruto returned. It had been a successful mission, all things considered. Only Naruto had expressly directed through his teammates that Danzo had told her of that he wasn't coming home yet. This left her kind of perturbed, and it only got worse when she heard of Sakura's contribution to the mission. She looked at her apprentice in a stern and disappointed manner. You allowed a hostile missing ninja to injure your comrade while you held back and tried to reason with him? Sakura looked away from her teacher. What if Naruto's cage Bunshine hadn't shown up? She would have died out there. Sakura couldn't manage to bring her eyes up from the floor. I'm sorry Tsunade Shisho. I'm sorry to you. I thought I could do it, but when I got out there I just froze. It was really him, but those powers he used were so dark. For a while on the way back home she almost tried to tell herself that it wasn't Sasuke, but then she remembered the promises she made to stop making excuses and get stronger. Even after all this time she was dead weight on this mission. Tsunade shook her head. Sakura, what's wrong with you? You fell to pieces over this mission. You were doing so well before this. I can't send you back out as you are. You'd be a liability in the future if your fortitude in situations like that would be weak enough for you to freeze up like that. Next time you won't be so lucky. Now all of you are dismissed except Kakashi. I still need to speak with him. The others all nodded and filed out of the room until Kakashi was there alone with Tsunade and Shizune. So, Kakashi started, you don't seem to be that surprised about Naruto's team. Is there anything you can tell me about them? Shizune placed a pair of files onto the desk, and opened one to reveal it to be Sai. The boy's name as you know is Sai, no surname. He graduated the academy at the age of 9 under Danzo's sponsorship and became a chunin at 10. Since then he has mostly worked with Danzo and having his missions that we provide for him filtered through the man first. He was regularly placed on Naruto's teams regularly at Danzo's request months ago. Since then the two have shown incredible teamwork and a good rapport with one another, so we left them together. Tsunade began to speak when Shizune stopped. When Naruto actually goes out of his way to request his own team he always seems to select Sai to be on them. He seems to have a great amount of trust in him and faith in his abilities. Shizune then opened up the second file to reveal it to be Maki. The girl's name as you also know is Maki, no surname either. She's had a rather normal and steady climb through the rankings and is currently a chunin at the age of 15, 1 year younger than Naruto, 2 years younger than Sai. She was sponsored by Danzo until she graduated the academy at the age of 11, the same year Naruto did, but the two have never interacted to our knowledge until now. Never been placed on the same team, never run across the other in passing, nothing. She explained, sounding rather confused as to why Maki was on the team. 2 years ago at the chunin exams held here she advanced in rank and left her team behind. From there she basically all but disappeared from our mission rosters until now. Tsunade already knew of this as after being given the identities of the two she began looking into them as much as she could. They're both orphans, no known parentage or relatives. All signs point to them being trained from young ages by Danzo like Naruto was. Can we trust them? Kakashi asked. That was what he really wanted to know. Tsunade shrugged. From what you told me, they seem to look to Naruto as their unquestioned leader. No alternative missions from Danzo, they just seem to follow the orders of Naruto, so I think a better question is, do you trust Naruto? Kakashi nodded without hesitation. Then you can trust them. Sai didn't disable you or leave you behind before they left to finish their own mission. They made sure you had gotten away as well. They see you as allies because you are Naruto's friends, and you are his Jonin sensei. Kakashi smiled at her. I also helped him perfect his training with his secondary lightning element. Kakashi let out a sigh of what seemed to be longing. That finished lightning Rasengan is amazing. I wish I was able to perform it, but again, Naruto does the impossible. Those Cage Bunshin are killers. Tsunade rolled her eyes. Anyway, I believe we should wait on word from Naruto about certain matters before we plan another move. Things are going too well for us right now. I have Danzo in Kiri to see if he can finalize the treaty with the Mizukage that Naruto's completed mission brought. I might as well get some sort of use out of him, right? Then we'll find out where Naruto is heading next and go from there. No need, Tsunade-heim, Jiraiya said, appearing at the window. He already contacted us and told us where he's headed after he leaves Kiri. Us? The female Hokage counted, getting a grin out of Jiraiya, who raised his single remaining arm and slowly ticked his fingers down to 0 on his hand when a knock came at the office door. It opened to reveal Hamiko with a rather displeased look on her face directed at Jiraiya. I can't jump that high, Jiraiya-sama. You could have at least escorted me to the Hokage's office. How rude, she said, walking in and shutting the door behind her, and after I let you stay at Naruto-sama's home per your request. Jiraiya just rubbed the back of his head sheepishly before Tsunade spoke up. You were saying that you know where Naruto plans to head to next? Jiraiya nodded and Hamiko bowed to Tsunade before she began to explain. Naruto-sama is recovered enough from his last series of battles to head towards Kumagakure as his original trail dictated he would. I apologize for not telling you his set series of destinations sooner, but he requested that I didn't. My loyalty to my master comes first, Hokage-sama. Jiraiya sat on the windowsill with a notepad in his lap as he wrote away furiously. My loyalty to my master comes first. He had a perverse smile on his face. Man, this girl is gold for submissive dialogue. My next book is going to have talking scenes that make people want to. Jiraiya, Tsunade snapped, getting him to recoil like a scolded puppy and slowly put his notepad away. The good thing about losing his arm was that Tsunade hit him way less these days for being stupid. At least she gave him warnings now. She hadn't given him warnings before hitting him in over 15 years. With Jiraiya properly scared into temporary obedience, she turned back to Hamiko. It's all right. You aren't a shinobi, therefore loyalty to Naruto first and foremost is all right. Now please continue. Hamiko smiled at the busty Hokage and did just that. As I was saying, he will be heading to Kumagakure to get advice on training with his bijou from one final source that may know how to best gain control. Kirabai, the younger brother of the Reikage and the Hachibi Jinchuriki. Jiraiya pointed his thumb at himself. Then that's where I'll be going to meet him next. It's about time for me to begin what I had planned for him. I'll leave as soon as I can get things ready, Tsunade-heim. And I will be coming with you. Hamiko interjected brightly, getting a stunned look out of Jiraiya. What? Naruto-sama is going to be doing a lot of work with his bijou very soon, and he may need me there in case of any irregularities going on with his seal. I would feel better if I were there while he was carrying out his work. He also said something about the Kyuubi refraining from interacting with him and keeping him out of his mindscape. There may already be a problem. She then turned and began to leave the room. Besides, it's not like you can order me to stay here or anything. Can you? But. Jiraiya tried to say, but was cut off when Hamiko reached the door. It's either let me go with you to Kumo, Jiraiya-sama, or leave without me and I'll still go by myself, she said at the door with a sweet tone of voice. If you do that though, then master will be angry, and he might kill you if I'm injured on the way. And even if he's angry at me for doing such a thing in the first place, he will forgive me, because master loves me. She finished, shutting the door behind herself. Jiraiya groaned and palmed his face, and the thing about it is, she's completely fucking right. Cammy, that kid is so whipped and he has no idea. He sadly started to slink back towards the window and climb out, heaving a sigh. I guess there will be no pleasurable detours on this trip to Kumo. If I did, then Hamiko might invent a seal to sterilize me or something. He shook his head before jumping away, leaving an amused Shizune and Tsunade in the office. XXX. Mizu no Kuni, near Kirigakure no Sato. Maki was glaring at Naruto, who wouldn't meet her eyes with his own. Naruto-senpai, whatever you did to your arm you did to yourself. Maybe, Naruto said tentatively. He didn't want to hear this. He thought he had dodged this since Temari was going to find out, but now he was going to hear it from his cute little support member of his squad. Why? While Maki was normally very docile, it was quite clear by now that when it came to Naruto's overall health in the long term, she didn't fuck around. The only reason she didn't wrap his head in enough bandages to stop a kunai when he got his Sharingan was because he needed that eye. And because after everything else she was far too tired to waste the energy, because you did cellular damage to your arm, that's why. Don't do that again. If you're going to use one of those attacks of yours, use Resin Raiseki, it's way safer. He let off a sigh. Yes, Maki-chan, he said in a dull tone of voice before mumbling to himself, I'm still going to find some way to use it though. What was that? Maki hissed dangerously at him, her gray eyes piercing into his blue ones. Yes, she did take her role as the de facto medic ninja of the squad very seriously, and getting blown off like that would make even the kindest doctor upset. Maki was nice, but she also killed people for a living. Having Naruto be hard-headed about the advice that several other medics besides her gave him and the ignoring her himself was not very smart. No Rasen, whatever you call it. Rasen Shuriken. Sai interjected helpfully with his smile on his face. Right, Maki said before turning back to Naruto and pointing at him intently, no Rasen Shuriken. Repeat after me, Naruto-senpai, no Rasen Shuriken. Too many of the cute girls around him could do terrible things to him, and Naruto expected Maki to be no different from any of them in that respect. No Rasen Shuriken, he said, conceding this point to her. Only Resin Raiseki, Maki continued, expecting him to repeat after her, and only use that if you're sure it will hit. Naruto rolled his eyes, but acquiesced to her request/demand. It would make things easier going forward, only Resin Raiseki. And I'll only use it if I'm sure it will hit. He noticed Sai still smiling and wheeled around to him. And get that fucking smile off of your face, Sai, that's the equivalent of anyone else laughing their ass off at me and I don't want to hear it from you. Maki, satisfied with Naruto actually heeding medical advice, calmed down to normal by the time Naruto began laying in on Sai. Sai-senpai didn't make a sound. Naruto-senpai. Naruto turned and glared at her only to realize that she was glaring right back. She'd been dealing with his pissed off attitude since she was a little girl. He wasn't going to be able to punk her like that. What happened to the respect? What, we're not having people after our necks and you both smart off to me again? He said, rather put off by this idea. We call you senpai. They both said simultaneously to dispute his point, getting Naruto to facepalm. You call me senpai more out of irony now when we're not in a fight, Naruto said with a deadpan face before a small smile peeked through. I knew I'd get you guys to loosen up sooner or later. Maki, you were way faster to do so though. Sai took 2 years. Actually, now that I think about it, it technically took you 3 years if we're counting overall time. He chuckled before sobering and looking at them all. I never got to say this before, but seriously you guys, good job. I couldn't imagine pulling off something like that with another team. Maki looked down with a small blush on her face. It was no big issue. You gave us a mission and we accomplished it. Sai nodded in agreement. No, Naruto said, with a serious look on his face, not only did you do everything exactly the way we needed it to happen, you both went above and beyond what I'd asked you to do. You got the sword and got away cleanly, you even made sure we didn't leave our comrades in the crossfire when you broke out. And you made sure they didn't find me and take me back to Konoha, which is what they would have made us do once they followed you to me. He shook his head fondly, remembering how they explained how they had gotten away. It was flawless, you guys, really. I wish I'd actually pulled something like that off for my part of the mission. Sai turned to Naruto and looked at him questioningly. What do you mean? You kept both of them busy. It was a battle against 2 powerful opponents at once, Naruto-senpai. Naruto sighed and ran a hand through his hair. I was too soft and I didn't let them just kill each other before trying to finish the winner. I thought if we had both just killed Itachi that Sasuke would have come back to Konoha without much issue. His job would have been done. I didn't think he would react so violently like that though. And I doubt that the Sharingan helped. He bit back a grunt of anger at himself. By the time I realized that I was a third wheel and they both just wanted me dead and out of the way, I had gotten Amaterasu shot at me, then I started fighting Sasuke to kill. But with what I know now. And after all of that I didn't get either one of them. They looked dead to me, Naruto-senpai, Sai said. I flew over after you passed out. Neither of them looked like they were getting back up, and then that man in the mask came and took their bodies away. He narrowed his eyes, remembering that the masked man had taken them away before he could destroy their bodies. That was a Kekkei Genkai that was still out there and dangerous if someone managed to implant them the way Naruto had done out of necessity. Madara Uchiha, Naruto said, speaking of the man in the orange mask, you can say his name Sai. Just because you won't say him name out loud because you don't believe he's alive doesn't make any difference at all. He's out there, he's running the show in Akatsuki, he wants my head, and now I've got to find some way to beat him too since you say he can teleport. I can't do that crap. I don't even know how I'd begin to learn that. Sai frowned visibly as he recalled his first run-in with the masked man, or Madara. He still was in shock that he had been trying to fight what for all intents and purposes should have been a ghost. In hindsight it made sense that he was though, he couldn't lay a finger on the guy, his tanto passed right through him and even an assault from Suicide Ink birds didn't do a thing. I still can't believe that I was fighting Madara Uchiha. He fought nothing like what I assumed the man would have done in his time. But then again, how much information is on Madara and Konoha? Even in the village any info on him would probably be only known to the Uchiha clan. Naruto and Maki nodded in agreement as they walked along until Naruto stopped in his tracks, his eyes wide in realization. Maki stopped and looked at him strangely. Naruto-senpai, what's wrong, are you okay? Naruto didn't even address the question, instead looking to Sai. Sai, could you repeat that last part again? Sai blinked but did as ordered. Even in Konoha, any information on Madara Uchiha would only be known to the Uchiha clan. I don't see why that's important, Naruto-senpai. Naruto walked over to Sai and grabbed him by the shoulders. You wouldn't, would you? He said before turning his Sharingan on and grinning madly. Why do you think no one knows that much? Because they can't find anything or they can't decipher any of it. The Uchiha clan was good and would know how to hide their secrets only for them alone. Them and their Sharingan. And I know where it is. Itachi more or less showed me when we fought, though I think that was more for Sasuke to see. Before anyone could ask what he was doing, Naruto created a single cage bunshine that had its Sharingan on. Naruto wordlessly threw a punch at the clone who caught it before grinning, saw it coming all the way, boss. Naruto's grin grew more than before. Can you turn it off to save chakra? The clone did just that and Naruto pumped his fist victoriously before talking to the others. We need to get to the mainland now. Once we do, I'm making a clone to go back to Konoha and Naka Shrine. There it's going to read everything that it can with its Sharingan and dispel. Maybe it'll find something we can use. It'll have half of my chakra and orders to quickly do what I made it for and to dispel. If it makes it that far, it should last until I get what I need. What if it gets injured and dispels? Maki asked in concern. Splitting off Naruto's chakra wasn't the issue for her. Even with half of his chakra he still had more than generally any ninja alive. No, the issue was, if the clone made it most of the way there but didn't get to Konoha and get what Naruto needed, that would be a lot of mental backlash and fatigue to Naruto for no reason. That's a chance I have to take. Naruto replied, besides, if I wind up going down for the count for a while, I trust you two to get me to Kumo until I wake up. Hopefully it won't come to that, or we'll get there before my clone dispels. I can't take the time to make a decision on either Kumo or Konoha, this way I can do both. I'm not letting Madara Uchiha get the drop on me if there's anything I can do about it. He started walking forward again with purpose. So, to Kumo? Because we've still got work to do. This isn't over yet. Not even close. Sai and Maki looked at each other before following behind him as Sai spoke up. You already know our answer, Naruto-senpai. Then let's go, Naruto said with a smile on his face. XXX. A hidden location. Itachi had left. He had gotten up and gotten away as soon as he was able to. Kisame had come and taken him away per his instructions from Madara, but had never said a word when Itachi simply silently walked with him, tears silently streaming down his face nonstop. They had left, but there were 3 people that were still there. Sasuke's team that he had amassed. Suigetsu was pissed. He had Kubi Kiribushu in his possession. It was in his hands. He was finally starting to achieve his dream of getting all of the swords. He didn't even know where the others were at the moment. No one did. He had a piece of his dream in his hands and then had it snatched away by a team of shinobi that had been led by Naruto Uzumaki as they were told by Madara Uchiha, and now he would be farther away from defeating Kisame and claiming his sword, the only one he knew the location of, than ever before. Suigetsu would never forgive them or him. The cowards. Juugo was beside himself. First Naruto Uzumaki killed his only closest friend years ago in Kimimaro Kaguya, and now Naruto had taken away the only person left for Juugo to put his faith in, the man that Kimimaro's spirit was to live on in. Sasuke Uchiha. Now there was no one to keep him in check, and he wasn't sure how long his self-control would hold out. If he was to lose control, he could only hold solace in the fact that he would try. Try his absolute hardest to hold it back the way Sasuke had done for him. He would hold out, just long enough for them to find Naruto. And then he would unleash every ounce of the indiscriminate killer that he hated with every fiber of his being. If anyone deserved such a fate, it was Naruto Uzumaki, and he would make sure that it came to pass. Kirin had been inconsolable. She had cried over Sasuke's corpse ever since she had been informed of his fate by Madara. He claimed that she wouldn't want to see his body after what Naruto had done to it, though this was just to keep her from finding that Itachi now had his eyes, lest the girl try to go to him and attempt to rip them out of his head. He swore he would give her ample opportunity to avenge Sasuke's death firsthand very soon. To her, Naruto had to die. Everyone around Naruto had to die. That bitch Tuya, that had chased her and fought her Sasuke for Naruto had to die, and that pink-haired slut that tried to lure Sasuke away. Probably so that Naruto could kill him easier. Had to die as well. They all did. And when she finally got to Naruto, she would cut his eyes out the way she believed he had done to Sasuke from Madara's explanation. It was the least she could do for her fallen love. So now they stood before the man himself, Madara Uchiha. All of them wearing the new cloaks, black with red clouds, given to them by the Akatsuki mastermind. You will all have your chance to make Naruto suffer. But you're all not ready yet. He saw them all bristle angrily and turned his single visible Sharingan to Juugo to hypnotize him into a calm state before he snapped, but you will be. In the meantime, I have a mission for all of you. How would you like to find the location of the man that gave Naruto the power to match Sasuke's Dujutsu and overwhelm him with his own power? Who was it? Kirin growled, I'll rip his fucking heart out, just like my own was. Madara felt rather pleased at the way things were turning out despite how Sasuke was killed. Oh well, Itachi was more useful in that instance than his brother, his spirit was broken, there would be no more acts of rebellion from his once apprentice again. And now he had 3 people to bolster the ranks that had fallen to Naruto already. Locate Kabuto Yakushi. You all should be familiar enough with this person, right? He saw Suigetsu's face twist in anger just as Kirin's did as they turned and left with Juugo. Yes, he had 3 new pawns to use for his own affairs. He would have to find some way to thank Naruto once they met again. Right before he ripped the kyuubi from his body. It was courtesy after all, to thank someone who had done something wonderful for you after all. XXX. Elsewhere. Itachi's eyes were still bandaged, and he hadn't stopped crying since he had learned of Sasuke's death. He was nowhere near 100%, not even close, but his body moved as if he was. Kisame decided not to pry, until Itachi spoke to him, of course, while they were on the road together. Kisame, he said suddenly, getting the man's attention, will you still stay loyal to me, even knowing what you've learned of my intentions for my life? Kisame smirked, not that Itachi could see it. The way I see it, you've always been straight with me, Itachi-san. You've always been the kind of man that was able to see through all of the lies. Maybe because those eyes of yours are so good. Itachi simply kept walking in silence. You were wrong, Kisame, I was only ever able to see what I was allowed to see. It just so happened that was more than most. The only thing I had ever been able to see was my single solitary light. Sasuke was my light. And now my light has been snuffed out. He felt around the material covering his eyes tightly. And I am deep within the darkness of my creation, being led by the sleeve by the master of it. He knew Madara had him trapped. There was nowhere left to go. There would be no way to make good on his threat to reveal Konoha's secrets to all of the hidden villages, with the alliances being enacted through solid and strong bonds and means orchestrated by events spearheaded by Naruto over the last 3 years. So he would let the man do as he wished. There was nothing left for Itachi but to exist for one reason, and he would do whatever he had to in order to achieve his final goal. He cared not for Konoha, nothing was their fault in the grand scheme of things. There was one man that needed to die. Danzo Shimura will fall by my hands to avenge my clan. He thought before switching to another man that had to leave this world in order for him to be able to rest, and Naruto Uzumaki will suffer. Now I will forever have to live with the curse of killing my own clan, the curse of not being able to protect my brother and having him die right at my side. I will make you suffer for what will seem like an eternity, Naruto Uzumaki. But for an immortal as I will be, it will never be long enough. You said that your eyes were wide open. That you could see everything. I can see everything, Naruto. But the only thing I want to see, the only reality or illusion I want to gaze upon, is your suffering and torment. And until I see that with my own eyes, I will allow Madara to lead me through the darkness. Because the darkness is the best place to flush out a shadow. Kisame, Itachi said to his partner, let's make our way to Suna. It's time to begin. A shark-like grin came from his sword-wielding partner. You've got it, Itachi-san. I'll follow your lead. Itachi nodded and continued to let Kisame lead him in the right path. I'll drag you into the dark with me. Naruto Uzumaki. Chapter 49, Better Than Your Best. Naruto and his team continued on towards Kumagakure, having recently passed over into the mountainous terrain of Kuminari no Kuni, and Naruto had finally summoned Gamakichi to confront him while they traveled. So, were you ever going to, let me know about the whole summoning familiars thing? I kept forgetting. Gamakichi admitted sheepishly as he moved alongside Naruto and Sai with Maki taking a seat on his back. They had gotten off of Sai's ink bird so that he could take a rest and get his chakra back. Better late than ever, Naruto ni? He said with a hesitant chuckle, please don't cut me. What? Naruto asked incredulously, why the hell would I cut you? I'd never cut you. Who told you I'd cut you? Yes, he and Gamakichi had beaten the crap out of each other since Gamakichi got big enough to actually fight him back, but that was mostly them playing or training. He'd have never hurt Gamakichi for real. He wasn't sure if Gamakichi was actually afraid of him or not from the sounds of things though. And the answer was obviously a resounding no from the grin that crossed the toad's face when he heard the concern in Naruto's voice. Nobody told me you would, I just wanted you to stop chewing me out about the whole familiar contract thing. You signed it, so I just wanted you to shut up about it. It's in the past. Naruto-senpai would never cut any of us, he's a softie like that, Maki said to the toad that was giving her a ride for the time being with a smile. Naruto grabbed the sword on his back before he stopped himself from unsheathing the weapon at the expense of his comrades. Yeah. I'd never cut any of you, he said in a way that didn't convince any of them that he wouldn't. Yeah, Gamakichi said hesitantly, stopping to let Maki down. Anyway, I'm going to go tell the elders that you're my familiar so they'll get off my back for not getting you to sign my contract way back when we knew we were cool with each other. Later, Aniki, tell the Hamiko girl I said hi when you see her. I always liked her. Because she fed you and let you stay in the apartment that one night after we were done training, Naruto said, explaining Gamakichi's reasoning. Good reasons, I'll admit. You're lucky Hamiko-chan's so sweet. Gamakichi then let off an involuntary shiver. Better than the other one that lived next door to you that cursed me out when I stepped outside the next morning. Naruto smirked, that was just Tuya-chan, and you scared her. You're lucky she only kicked you off the balcony and didn't follow up. Didn't follow up because Naruto grabbed her and kept her from jumping down on top of the downed toad afterwards. But hey, if she stopped, she stopped. Later, Gamakichi. Gamakichi stuck his tongue out at Naruto before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Sai took that moment to check in on their fearless leader. Are you alright, Naruto-senpai? Any problems from your injuries or from anything else? Naruto shook his head. No, I'm good. My left arm still burns a little bit, but it's more than manageable by now. I almost forgot about it until you said something, to be honest. His injury to that arm wasn't really medical since there was nothing Maki could do for it other than keep him lit up out of his gourd with painkillers, and a stone Naruto would be next to useless. Apparently keeping the fires hotter than hell stored in a pocket dimension centered in your left arm hurt, go figure. That was something that needed to go into Fuinjutsu notes the second he got a free moment. Sealing certain things that weren't weapons inside of your body hurt. Good to know. Maki moved up next to him and grabbed his arm that had saved him from being burnt to ashes and checked it over, seeing nothing outwardly wrong with it after running a diagnostic jutsu. Why don't you just get rid of the Amaterasu fire, Naruto-senpai? And label myself retarded? Naruto said in an amused voice, I have Amaterasu stuck inside of my arm. If I can't deal with the little burning feeling and find something cool to do with that, then I don't deserve to be anywhere near my rank. He could unseal it whenever he wanted to. Yes, it hurt like a son of a bitch, but with his mastery of wind chakra and with Amaterasu being fire that would be amplified by that element, along with the fact that he could reseal Amaterasu and even a tiny spark of it would be enough to create more with his wind, he had himself a new weapon straight from the eyes of Itachi Uchiha. So he didn't know what that would do to his arm in the end, nerve damage or whatever, so what? He had two arms, he could deal with one being useless. Jiraiya only had one. Sai looked over at Maki examining Naruto's arm as they walked to let him regain his chakra. So you're willing to keep the most dangerous fire ninjutsu in the world stuck inside of you for fighting? Naruto gave Sai a dry look. You say that like it's not a good idea. It's not a good idea, Sai said, narrowing his eyes at the seal tattooed on Naruto's arm that signified where the black flames were held. You're right, Naruto said, getting looks of surprise from Maki and Sai. It's not a good idea, it's a great idea. Naruto made Maki let go of his left arm so that he could hold it up. There's a chance I could learn how to control this, and then what? Face it, We need every little cheap trick or extra tactic I can muster up for us right now, and learning how to use the Amaterasu is right up there. Maki's gray eyes widened at the prospect of him doing as he was suggesting. Could you really control it? Control it? No. Naruto answered honestly, but I don't need to control it, all I need to be able to do is direct it and restrain it. Hell, I can do that pretty easily. Wanna see? He offered, holding his left arm straight out ahead of them while holding onto the forearm of it with his right hand. No. Maki and Sai both jumped at Naruto and grabbed his arm to hold it down. The last thing they needed was for the countryside of a foreign country to be engulfed in black flames just for a demonstration, even though both of them would be lying if they said that they weren't at least a little bit interested in seeing such a potentially powerful jutsu. Still, setting off a mountain fire right before heading to the hidden village of the country wasn't really worth it. Naruto frowned as they let go of his arm like it was a loaded weapon. Well, it technically was, but that wasn't the point. I could seal the flames right back up, you know. He didn't know if doing that would hurt like hell the way it did the first time though. Oh well, he'd have to find out eventually. Man, he had lots of stuff to handle once he got to Kumo. At least he wouldn't have to work on getting them on board with the alliance against Akatsuki, he had already handled that. My chakra feels fine, Naruto-senpai. Sai informed him, pulling him from his thoughts. Should I create rides for us to reach Kumo with? Naruto shook his head. No, Kumagakure are notorious hard asses with their security, especially after the time when Akatsuki came for Yugi-chan and almost got away with her. They're going to be all up in arms, so us flying right over them, even from this far away, would get us in more trouble than if we just walked the rest of the way. What if your clone pops while we're still heading up there? Sai asked, storing away his drawing scroll at Naruto's behest. Naruto shrugged as he took the lead once more. I don't know. You guys are both strong young shinobi, between the two of you I'm sure you can get us to Kumo if I end up blacking out. It's just one clone though, so I should be fine. XXX. With Naruto clone, Kana Hagakure no Sato. Much to the Naruto clone's amazement, he made it the absurdly long distance to Konoha in one piece. A 2-day trek only to stop and eat to recharge his energy was what it had taken to get there, and now all he had to do was get to Naka Shrine and see what he could find. As much as the clone wanted to stop and see how everyone was doing, especially the people he had been forced to more or less have his team ditch on his last mission, he had to keep moving. He couldn't afford to get caught up in a mountain of questions at the moment, and he especially couldn't get himself caught while he was at Naka Shrine itself. He needed his Sharingan out in order to even read anything, and to do that he would need to cancel the contact lens over his eye. It really sucked having to sneak around his own village, but orders were orders, and he had clear ones from the original Naruto to not get caught and to dispel right after he got what he thought he needed and offloaded what needed to be done. Hence why he was walking around in a henge at the moment as he made his way onto the island in the middle of a lake where the shrine was set. The shrine was on the grounds that used to lay in the Uchiha clan district, and Naruto clone knew full well that he would be by himself in this area of the village, as after Sasuke left there was no one around at all that would have frequented the place. It seemed like a waste of land to keep it like it was. It was like a museum, nothing had been touched since the massacre. He didn't even think Sasuke touched anything past what he needed to train himself. He hated to say it as he moved through it, but it was just an ugly reminder of years past to the rest of the village now. At least he would probably be getting some use out of it. Quickly making his way out to the shrine on the island, Naruto clone followed the directions that had been provided to him by both Sasuke and Itachi during their little talk while the battle raged, and in the main meeting room found the tatami mat that needed to be lifted to find the secret area with the tablet necessary for him to inspect. Naruto clone lit himself a torch and made his way through the tunnel to find his way into a room. Lighting the other torches in the room, he saw the tablet intended for Dujutsu eyes at the back. Okay, here we go. Dropping the henge to save chakra, Naruto clone channeled chakra to his right eye and deactivated the seal on his contact lens to begin to read. Not even Kakashi had seen this tablet, and here he was getting to read it himself firsthand. He didn't need the information on how to get more Tomoe for his Sharingan, since his already had 3 when he received it. He didn't want the information on the Mangekyo Sharingan. He was never going to kill anyone that close to him for the power. But as he read, he discovered something rather important to a problem he had been having that he couldn't get the answer to. Naruto clone began to read out loud quietly to himself, Sharingan is the embodiment of the physical gifts of the Rikadu Senins that have been passed down to our clan. By virtue of this, our eyes hold the power to yoke even the mighty bijou to our will if the user is powerful enough and has a stronger enough will to impress their own onto said tailed beast. Among certain clan members their eyes possess the power to do this, and even beyond, with the ability to plant powerful subliminal messages that the recipient never even suspects. This is different from the hypnotism aspect of our eyes, as it is more akin to mind control. The victim never suspects a thing, even after the fact. This is one of the single most dangerous powers the Sharingan has the potential to bring, even by Mangekyo standards. Those that can even read this portion of the tablet have the potential to use the mind control technique. And that came as a surprise to the clone, even though it shouldn't have. There were so many parts of the tablet that it couldn't read, so why wouldn't there be another part that only certain people could read? Whose eye did I get? Man, I've got a good one, he said to himself, rather pleased at his turn of events as he continued to read what he could. But then he thought to himself about the events that had transpired recently since he had gotten the eye, in particular during his battle against Itachi and Sasuke. Never again. I would rather you die here than fall prey to those eyes. God damn it, Kyuubi, give me enough fucking power to live through this, that's all I want. Naruto remembered his last words to the Kyuubi before it went silent. He hadn't had a chance to go into the mindscape and see exactly what the problem was, but he knew that there was nothing wrong with it. There was nothing holding its power back, it just wasn't speaking to him. And now he could begin putting the pieces together over what had happened. Oh shit. In the middle of the battle, when Sasuke called down the single most powerful lightning technique Naruto had ever seen in his entire life to kill both he and Itachi in one shot, Naruto had requested that the Kyuubi to give him more power than his tenant figured he could handle. The Kyuubi refused to give him the power on the grounds that Naruto would go berserk, and a berserk Naruto wouldn't be able to use the Sharingan as a defense against either Itachi or Sasuke's attempts to control him. And then Naruto had snapped at the massive beast in anger and desperation, demanding the chakra he needed to survive. And he had gotten it. Looking back on it, he had actually been given enough chakra to survive the horribly destructive attack, even if it had only lasted for a second, which was all that he needed it for. Though he had never stopped to question just how he managed to get the power, now he had an idea. He had somehow forced the Kyuubi with his Sharingan to give him what he wanted out of instinct. So he had reached the heart of that issue. Crap. The clone thought as it decided to continue reading on, still having a mission to complete even after it read what it needed. Boss is going to be pissed at himself when he finds out why Kyuubi's been ignoring him. He sighed and turned his eyes back to the tablet. Oh well, it's not my problem. XXX. With Naruto, Sai, and Maki, Kumagakure no Sato. As usual, when Naruto showed the scroll detailing his mission to the guards at the front of the village stamped with seals from the Hokage, Kazekage, and Mizukage, he and his team were all let right into the village. And from there it didn't take much wandering around for someone familiar to find them, or in this case just Naruto. Maki stood beside Sai as she stared at the ongoing scene with a twitching eye. Why am I so mad right now, Sai-senpai? I couldn't tell you, Maki-san. Sai responded as his eyes were locked on the same thing. As they wandered through the village on their way to the Raikage's office, Naruto found himself swiftly and surprisingly swept up in a massive hug and a kiss that almost knocked him out by surprise. Who knew Yugito was so strong? Wait. He did know that. Everyone knew that. Naruto had refrained from fighting back because why in the hell would he do something like that? And instead decided to wait out the beautiful older Jinchuriki's public display of affection, which took about 2 minutes for her to finally break for breath. Man, Yugi-chan, miss me? Naruto said, stumbling slightly on his feet. Sorry, Yugito said, looking uncharacteristically sheepish with a blush on her face. I'm just so happy you're okay. Everyone was told that you went missing in Amigakure, and then we got news that it was a false alarm and that you were fine and traveling all over. She stopped before she started to ramble too much and then noticed the 2 others dressed in similar attire as Naruto. And is this your team? Naruto nodded. Yep, the guy is Sai, the girl is Maki. They're my kick-ass underlings. He smiled as he looked over his fellow Jinchuriki. You look good, Yugi-chan. It's nice to see you again after last time. Did your hands heal up? He could still remember how messed up her hands were from their run-in with Kakuzu and Hidan. Yugito grinned and showed him her palms that, other than a faint mark in the centers of them as a scar, had no injury. It wasn't anything a little physical rehab couldn't fix, Naruto-kun. She slowly sauntered over to him and began walking around him. I see you've got tattoos now. They look like they serve a purpose though, and by the way, I like the new clothes. She looked at the similarly dressed Sai and Maki. You guys look like a well-oiled unit, I have to admit. I hope you all fight as well as you look like you can. Though it was well cailed, her words were directed mostly at Maki, whose eyes had yet to leave her since she appeared. Maki narrowed her eyes at Yugito. I can assure you we can take care of ourselves just fine, Yugito-san. Naruto-senpai trusts me with his body and his life, and I won't let him down. A frown crossed her face as she continued her statement as a thought, again. I won't let you down again, senpai. Yugito just stared at the younger girl before turning back to Naruto. Well, it's a good thing you're here. There are people that wish to see you. They came here expecting you to show up sooner or later and Raikage-sama let them stay until you got here. Naruto looked at her thoughtfully before punching into his palm as realized what was going on. Uro-sennin and Hamiko-chan beat us here. Wow, I didn't expect that. How'd they do that? Uro-sennin's handicapped and Hamiko-chan isn't even a ninja. So that's why I didn't feel the girl with Jiraiya-sama to be a threat, Yugito said quietly to herself. Due to the fact that she knew Jiraiya, she was the one that elected to lead them to their place to stay while they were in Kumo, and during this time she attempted to gauge the character of the girl that introduced herself to those that knew Naruto as his assistant. Your assistant is a very good-natured person, Naruto-kun. That's what she's calling herself now, my assistant? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow as they began to walk again, now with Yugito in tow. I guess it's better than what she called herself when she first started introducing herself to people. Having her introduce herself as his servant and then as his concubine for the first 6 months was not as on the level as the sweet girl thought it was. Yugito nodded in response to his question. She had quite a little interesting talk with the female seal master while she had been showing Hamiko and Jiraiya to the place they would be staying. But now wasn't the time or the place for her to go into any kind of talk with Naruto over what she wanted to say, instead electing to make small talk with Naruto and his team. As usual, Naruto was very warm to her, and the way she had found herself doing the last few times she had seen him felt her heart skip when he smiled at her. Sai was polite but was rather dull, still he would chime in and contradict Naruto whenever he launched into some kind of hyperbole. Maki still kept a rather cool attitude towards her, but she knew why the girl was acting that way. Either she was suspicious of a foreign kunoichi being so familiar with her team captain or something more personal. Probably a combination of both. Eventually she led them to the hotel that Naruto stayed at the last time he had come to the village and took them to the floor that Jiraiya and Hamiko were on when Naruto had a thought, wait, did the Raikage only give them one room? Yugito looked at him strangely but nodded, well then I'm sorry about the noise I'm about to make. Naruto stood outside of the room that housed Jiraiya and Hamiko and cleared his throat before cracking the door slightly. Uro-sennin, I swear if you perved on Hamiko-chan even a little bit while I've been gone I'll take your other arm and beat you to death with it. A panicked yell and a happy yell followed by tons of rapid footsteps followed, some to another place inside of the hotel room, the other set to the front door where it flew open and Naruto was greeted by the eager smile of his lovely helper, Naruto-sama. Naruto opened his arms and let the civilian girl crush herself against him in a tight hug. You're all right. Kami. Having you here in person is so much better than having to sense your life force and talk to you through the seal. Have her boobs gotten bigger since I've been gone? Kami. She's going to be as big as Tsunade Bakken at this rate. Naruto laughed a little bit at having her nuzzle against his chest. It's all right. Everything turned out the best that we could have hoped for with all that happened. And thank you for the gift. Hamiko pulled away from him and placed both hands on the sides of his face, pulling him down towards her to get a good look at his eyes, in particular his right eye as she looked past the scar she had grown used to due to the cut from Kimimaro powered by foul cursed seal chakra. The blue eye she saw she knew was not true, and she just couldn't imagine the actual Sharingan eye that lay behind it. However, she kept it hushed due to Naruto's instruction. No matter how morbid it seemed, it was necessary for him to survive, and if he didn't want anyone to know about it she sure wouldn't be the person to tell. Jiraiya cleared his throat, getting Naruto and Hamiko's attention. Kid, haven't you learned anything from me? If you're going to get all kissy face with the girl then at least get your own room and take her there first. Amateur. Naruto looked past Hamiko into the room to glare at Jiraiya before his eyes softened. Good to see you not all hooked up to machines, Uro-sennin. Jiraiya raised his single good arm in a fist. You can't keep a good man down, Gaki. I'm glad you're here, we have work to do. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he walked into the room and turned around to face everyone else. You're damn right we do. There's some things that you guys need to know, and the Raikage does too. Yugito nodded, not asking any questions yet, just figuring that she would bring them into the Raikage to skip having him repeat himself to the man later. Come with me. He expected to see you once word reached him from the gate that you got here. That's the real reason I found you so fast. What about Tsunade? Jiraiya asked him. With their normal method of communication between Naruto and the Hokage here with them, how was she to get this news that he knew she didn't have? It's covered, Naruto said. I'm everywhere, Uro-sennin. XXX. Kanahagakure no Sato, Hokage Tower. Tsunade stood on the observation deck of the tower that gave a fantastic view of the Hokage monument. As she looked at the face closest to her, she smirked while thinking about the person that would more than likely be filling in the space on the other side. Man, my face is going to look good up there. Tsunade didn't abruptly turn around despite her surprise, but when she did, she caught sight of the very person she had been thinking about since his completed mission that had opened full correspondence between Konoha and Kirin. If only Danzo didn't screw it up while he was there. Bah, that old fogey knew how to play the diplomat game. Things would be fine, not that I'm not thrilled to see you in one piece, but brat, why are you here? I thought you were heading to Kumo. I'm a clone, Tsunade Bakken. Naruto clone said as he walked up next to her and stood beside her, looking at the monument for a moment, just letting himself feel at ease in her presence before he said what he needed to say in accordance to his final mission. He could take a few moments of comfort around someone he cared for when part of his mission was centered around the person in question. Nice new threads. The female Hokage said with a smirk, getting Naruto to smile, and tattoos to boot. You trying to make a statement or something? Naruto clone shook his head. I think the statement was made a long time ago, he said, crossing his arms over his chest with a smile on his face. Tsunade took the time to notice that Naruto was officially significantly taller than her. As far as she was concerned, it was still almost like yesterday since Naruto had barely come up to just over her bust when they first met. He sure shot up like a weed, as he now stood 5 feet 8 inches, and he's only 16. Tsunade placed her arm around him. Even though it was just a clone, it was still Naruto. Naruto clone shut his eyes and allowed himself to lean against her for a moment to enjoy the presence of his mother figure in the place of his original self. After a moment he decided that enough time had passed, he needed to tell her what he had revealed himself to say. There's something really big you need to know, Tsunade Bakken. Tsunade let off a hum to let Naruto clone know she was listening. So on the last mission I wound up taking out another Akatsuki member, Datara. His body. It's gone though. There's not a scrap of him left for any kind of bounty. Tsunade nodded but didn't say anything. It wasn't that big of a deal at all that he wasn't getting this bounty. He had more than enough money, but that wasn't what he wanted to tell her, she was certain about that. Then I fought Sasuke and Itachi Uchiha. At the same time. Wow. She thought he fought one of them since Hamiko never told her exactly who he fought, only that he recovered from whatever it was that he did. He fought both of them though. I don't know what happened to them after the fight since I passed out when I got knocked away, but I was told that they were taken away and I know who took them. Madara Uchiha. Tsunade's eyes widened, something Naruto immediately noticed. I figured you'd know who that was. He's dead, Naruto, Tsunade said, trying to assure him of this fact. At least it was a fact to her. Her grandfather had beaten him into the ground years ago, way before her time even. No, he's not. Naruto replied, I've got a whole lot to tell you, Tsunade Bakken. Are you willing to listen to me, because it's all going to take a while? Tsunade frowned and let out a sigh. She could be stubborn about it and assure him that Madara Uchiha was dead, but from the way he was talking he had hard evidence to the contrary to back up his own claims, and Madara's body was never found after the battle that had formed the Valley of the End, so there was always a chance in their line of work that he managed to live. All right, brat, I'm all ears. XXX. Kumagakure no Sato, Raikage's office. Naruto stood in front of the Raikage with everyone else in tow as he finished telling him everything that he felt they needed to know, and that's all I've got on that. Maki and Sai already knew everything he did at the moment, so they didn't show any surprise towards anything. On the other hand, Jiraiya, Hamiko, and A all had their jaws open after hearing what Naruto said. Jiraiya recovered first. Are you kidding me? Madara Uchiha? Yep. The one that everybody knows about. Itachi said so. Hamiko spoke next. I swear, Naruto-sama, can't you ever make anything easy for yourself? Apparently not. Yugito put a hand on her hip and whipped her ponytail back before looking to her village leader. So what do we do about this? Naruto-kun's beaten more than half of the Akatsuki by now. Are we still just going to hang back and be reactionary? Iwa is out there, Jinchuriki and Kiri is too. Not to mention Taki lost theirs before anyone else. Naruto nodded. The only ones left are Yugi-chan, Gaara, Kirabai, and me. We still can't find out where they are unless they're already moving. That's one advantage that they have over us being such a small force. They know how to disappear, I said to them, rather upset at the revelation of such a powerful shinobi still being alive in addition to the ones that they knew still roamed with the Akatsuki. And if Madara Uchiha had gone for this long without revealing himself to anyone that he didn't want to know of his existence, then the chances of discovering him were low as well. Sai then spoke up. I actually fought this man for a short time while Naruto-senpai was attempting to locate the objective of our last mission. He didn't take me seriously for an instant. Every attack I launched that actually managed to hit him did no damage, as if I never touched him at all. The pale shinobi then narrowed his eyes as he tried recalling more useful information. He could also seemingly teleport at will because this was how he left the area. Jiraiya looked over at Naruto. So what will you do now? Naruto let out a humorless laugh. What else can I really do except for one thing? I'm going to train and then I'm going to beat his ass. Pain too. What do you expect me to do? Let your crippled ass handle it. Naruto gave everyone a grin. Just leave it to me. I'll handle it. There's no way I can lose once I put a little work in. He threw his arms up behind his neck and sauntered out of the room in high spirits. I'm going to go meditate for a bit and talk to the QB. Maybe it has some kind of input on all of this, he said as he left the office, shutting the door behind him. As she watched him go, Hamiko frowned. Once he left the room, she let out a sigh and shook her head, getting everyone's attention at the subtle action. Noticing the eyes on her, she explained herself. You all saw that, didn't you? That smile on his face when he said he'd handle it, it was fake. Naruto-sama was faking it the entire way out. Yugito blinked surprise. He's not scared again, is he? They had gotten past that when he saved her. There was no way he was scared to fight again. He's not scared. Maki commented defensively. Naruto-senpai isn't afraid of anyone. He just doesn't know what he's going to do. She looked down and held her arm. It's complicated, but many things have happened. And now when we thought we were getting ahead, this gets dropped on us. He just needs some time to think. XXX. Naruto's mindscape. Once again, due to him not stopping to change it during his battle with the Uchiha brothers, Naruto's mind was the same sewer it had been when he had first come into his head to confront the Kyuubi. As he walked through the shallow water pooling around his ankles, he couldn't help but think of his father. My old man is actually proud of me. I guess it's time for me to actually give him a good reason to really be proud of me when I stomp Madara out. How he was actually going to do that was beyond him at the moment. According to Sai, he couldn't even touch him, and when he actually did start getting the advantage, the man could just teleport away. In addition to that, he still had pain to deal with. When he beat the two of them, then he could rest easy, but until then he needed to get his house in order, so to speak, and the first place to do that was right inside of his own head. Naruto eventually reached the large cage that always housed the Kyuubi and stood in front of it. I know you're in there. Where else could you be? He got no response. You're not asleep. You haven't slept since I woke up in Kiri. I can always feel your presence, you're just not saying anything, so just talk already. Silence still reigned inside of the leaky sewer as Naruto gave the Kyuubi ample time to respond, only to hear nothing. Preparing to lash into the bijou with a barbed diatribe designed to get some kind of response from the creature, Naruto froze when the memories from the cage bunshine he sent to Konoha hit him all at once, and his mind had already processed the most urgent issue at hand to him at the moment. Naruto's mouth was stuck open as he continued to look at the Kyuubi. You kept your word for as long as you could, didn't you? Kyuubi said, its eyes finally appearing in the dark. I'm impressed. You only kept from controlling me with that eye of yours for 5 hours. I'm impressed, boy. Naruto spoke in a low defensive voice. I didn't do it on purpose. If you had just given me the chakra that would have saved us, I wouldn't have done that by accident. Naruto took a step forward, and it worked. I kept control for long enough to live through that fucking lightning strike, didn't I? You enslaved me against my will again, Kyuubi bellowed, almost knocking Naruto back with the force of its voice. I didn't give you the chakra because you would have gotten yourself hypnotized, and then what would we have done? You would have been berserk, you wouldn't have been able to let the chakra fade, you would have been intoxicated by the power. I turned it off after I knew I survived. I turned it off after I knew we survived. God damn it, Naruto yelled, running up to the bars and punching them as hard as he could, letting out a harsh clang that echoed. What the fuck do you want me to say, huh? What exactly do you want to hear come out of my mouth? Oh, sorry, I did what I had to off of instinct to save our miserable, useless fucking asses from being charcoal briquettes. Forgive me? Naruto said in a high, mimicky voice before flipping the Kyuubi off. Fuck you. I don't care what your reason was, I don't care what you are, you were going to get us killed, and I am not dying because you're scaredy cat. The claws of the Kyuubi slammed through the bars, forcing Naruto to jump back to avoid them. However, his glare on the Kyuubi never relented. Watch your mouth run before I. Before you what? Naruto pestered back at it. All I have to do is make eye contact with you since you're scared to death of anything with a fucking pattern in their eyes. Oh, don't look in their eyes. Or how about, I will not be a slave to the Sharingan. Or maybe that gem when I was getting my ass kicked by pain, I will not allow this pretender to yoke me to his will, I will not be his slave. Naruto scoffed in disgust. For something that talks like a boss you sure do cry like a bitch. I swear I'll destroy you. Then do something about it right now. I'll let you try it, Naruto said with his arms outstretched. He could feel Kyuubi's chakra leaking from the cage and surrounding his body when Naruto unsealed the contact lens and revealed his Sharingan only for the chakra to creep back. That's what I thought. I didn't even do anything. I can't do anything. You're just scared of the Sharingan. Not just the Sharingan, apparently the Rinnegan that Pain had as well. For all of its power, the Kyuubi only ever had to brute force its way through anything. It was all it knew how to do, overpower things. Then it ran into something that could control its own power and use it at a whim. Something like that would make even an overwhelming entity scared, especially since without a Jinchuriki a Bijou lost most of its skills of reason. Even though Naruto felt that he could protect the Kyuubi, it didn't really matter in the end to the creature. It still believed that the Sharingan was the end-all, and that there was no escaping its grasp. If that wasn't fear, then Naruto didn't know what to call it. Naruto turned his head and spit on the ground before turning around and leaving down the hall he arrived from. Where do you think you're going, you miserable punk? The Kyuubi growled to Naruto's back, prompting Naruto to stop in his tracks. You're just going to walk away from me? Naruto's shoulders shook once as he let out a laugh. I was going to come in here and try to hash things out with you about what we were going to do next. There's a lot to get ready for, like Madara himself. But now that I think about it, I don't want a scared little fox kid afraid of a pair of eyes watching my back. I don't need you if this is how you're going to be. Don't make me laugh. The Kyuubi replied derisively, you know full well that you rely on my power to get you through any truly tough situation. You do need me. You're kind of right, but no I don't, Naruto said with finality. You need me, because even though you're trapped in here, if you weren't in here you'd already be Madara and Pain's slave like the others that they caught. He turned around with his Sharingan still out before letting his blue contact resettle over it. So I'll drag you kicking and screaming with me all the way to the battlefield if I have to, because the only reason I need you is so I don't die having you get sucked out of my body. He then kept walking away. I'm muting you and I'm not coming back in here until I'm sure you're not going to be a pussy anymore. I don't need a voice in my head doubting me while I'm fighting. Naruto finished as he faded out of his mind. XXX. Back in the real world. Naruto opened his eyes to find Hamiko sitting directly across from him on his bed with her eyes closed. Once she heard his breathing shift, signifying he was done meditating, she smiled at him and opened her own eyes. Are you okay, Naruto-sama? I'm okay, Hamiko-chan. Naruto noticed her frown at him. She must have thought he was lying. I'm serious, Hamiko-chan, I'm not hiding anything from you. I'm just thinking, he said as he got off of the bed and drew his sword from his back, confusing her as to what he was doing. He suddenly began to take swipes at the air with the blade. Damn. He did it again and frowned. Damn. He did it once more, furrowing his brow. Damn it. What's wrong? Hamiko asked him, not really concerned with him yelling. She had told everyone to give him some time to himself for a bit, and she decided to stay with him to make sure no one bothered him by trying to pull a Jiraiya or a Kakashi and sneak in on him to intrude. Naruto stared at his sword before speaking. I had a clone go back to Konoha to decipher some things on a special tablet with the Sharingan. And I found out something. The reason why I can't channel wind chakra through this thing and why it eats so much of my chakra. He looked up at Hamiko. The reason this thing can turn into the gauntlet and greaves is because it naturally generates yin-yang chakra. Hamiko gasped. That explained why the released form of the sword was never the same for any two users. The yin portion had their thoughts take form and the yang portion made it real enough to become tangible, so why would it take so much of your chakra? The same reason that it generates yin-yang chakra in the first place, Naruto said. You know how this was a gift given to Uzushiogakure? Hamiko nodded. The Shodai Hokage gave it to them as a gift to the Uzumaki clan for their alliance between their village and Konoha. He did it after he fought Madara Uchiha. This is how he beat Madara. He sealed away tons of his chakra into the sword, enough to cripple him and make him easy to finish so that his wife Mito could seal the Kyuubi into herself. That's why it's sentient, it's full of his chakra. So what does that mean? Hamiko wondered. She had tried to study the sword for years, but the seals on it were impossible for her to decipher. She just never understood why she couldn't tell what the seals were meant for. At first she thought that they were how the sword had the power to transform and augment Naruto's power. Wait, so every time you ever used the sword in its released form you had Madara's chakra running through you. It merged, making their chakra one. This is why Naruto was exhausted after using it. Naruto nodded. Yeah, that's pretty much what was powering the transformation. He then stared at the sword again, full of intent. but there's something else. When it's in a regular state like this, it can do something else. It can cut into time and space, but I can't see the tear. Hamako tilted her head cutely to the side. See the tear? You mean in time and space? Are you sure? Madara can do it and the tablet said that the sword can too, Naruto said, voice full of belief. Apparently the Sharingan is supposed to be able to see the ripple that the cuts cause when I try to generate chakra through it. That's the reason my wind won't go through the blade, because whenever I tried it I was just making the sword cut through time and space. I don't know what that means, master. Hamako admitted. These ninja things went over her head sometimes, even though her sealing skills were damn near flawless. Naruto looked over at her and smiled. I don't either, but I guess we're going to find out very soon just what I can do. Hamako then had something come to mind. But what about the Kyuubi? Aren't you going to work on honing your skill with its power? To hell with the Kyuubi right now, Naruto said, surprising her. He had never really openly cursed the Kyuubi before. It's too timid for me to use right now. It'll just get me killed as it is. I can't believe that anything good would come of using it in a fight against Pain or Madara. Naruto ran a hand through his hair before heading towards the door. I need to go see Uro-sennin. He's been talking about teaching me something for the longest time now. Got it, Naruto-sama, Hamako said with a smile. You can count on me to help you with whatever you need. I've been very busy since you left the last time making new seals for you to use. Speaking of seals made Naruto widen his eyes as he fished a vial out of the inside of his root top, filled with blood. There's only one piece of the puzzle left to get Orochimaru's shitty seal off of Anko. I got his blood, now I just need to find his base that let him make the seal's original effects. XXX. Ta no Kuni, remnants of an Otogakur base. Inside of the hidden underground base, Kabuto stepped over the bodies of a group of guardians that had been tasked with defending Orochimaru's secret experiments. Even after the man's death and final defeat they were still willing to attempt to stop him. Didn't the fools get it when I said that I'm the only little piece of Orochimaru-sama left? Oh well, not like there's too much of a waste here, he said to himself as he walked into the leaky lab to begin looking things over to see if there was anything he could use. His control over the parts of Orochimaru that he had placed into his own body was steadily getting better. Still, he felt that he needed Orochimaru's own secret observations of experiments that the man had conducted over himself in his time to help him get better control faster, which led him back to a place that he himself had no more use for, an auto base. You just couldn't keep yourself from coming back, could you? You useless waste of chakra. Kabuto stopped and turned around to see Kirin standing in the dimly lit doorway of the lab he had been perusing through. Ah, Kirin. Are you through running all over the place now that Naruto-kun has dealt with Sasuke-kun? Don't you say a fucking word about Sasuke-kun, Kirin snapped at him viciously, and don't you bring up that demon-toting murderer that killed him either. You helped him do it. Kabuto chuckled, well I indirectly helped Naruto-kun, but I didn't rightly know if he would be able to actually pull it off. I guess I owe him some, thanks for such a job well done. He barely registered the girl as a threat. So what that she found him? What could she possibly do to him as she was? With this in mind he returned to digging through the lab for anything of use to him. He's such a reliable one. He's next, Kirin said coldly, getting Kabuto to freeze. Next you say? He said, his voice hiding a threatening undertone as he turned his head around to give her an even glance. That's interesting. Next after whom I wonder? He tilted his glasses up onto his face. Right after I fucking slaughter you for giving that bastard Uzumaki what he needed to fight and win. Kirin asserted, moving from the doorway into the room where the better lighting allowed him to see her wearing an Akatsuki robe. Kabuto stared at her for a moment before turning his body around fully, revealing that half of his body had been changed by the integration of Orochimaru's remains. I see. Well, those are certainly a pair of tall tasks you've set for yourself. Trying to kill not only little old me but Naruto-kun and the group he keeps with him as well. Kabuto laughed. I'd like to say I'd love to see you try. His laughter then suddenly stopped as he glared at her hatefully. But I'd rather you just drop dead and get out of my way. Leave or I'll kill you here. Kirin voiced out loud in false contemplation, that sounds reasonable, but I'd rather just leave with your head if you don't mind. You'd need a squad of the best to even lay a scratch on me. Kabuto quipped to her, ready to just kill her and get back to business. You were always terrible at fighting. An explosion then rocked the far wall of the lab, forcing Kabuto to jump aside to avoid being injured by any debris. What? He said, covering his eyes and nose from taking in any dust or flying materials. Oh, yeah, Kirin said offhandedly, that's my squad. You know, the one that you said I would need to even lay a scratch on you. The dripping noises in the room stopped as Suigetsu formed in front of her and through the wall that had been destroyed walked Juugo. So do you think this squad is good enough to shake you up, Kabuto? XXX. Kumagakure no Sato, Reikage's office. After an hour or so, Naruto returned to the office with Hamiko in tow and found his team, Jiraiya, and Yugito still there waiting patiently for him. Smiling to himself at seeing the loyalty of the people around him, Naruto walked up to Jiraiya. So Uro-Sennin, you said before we fought Pain that there was something you wanted to show me how to do. He shrugged his shoulders. Well, now sure as hell seems as good a time as any to let me in on it. You sure? Jiraiya said with a smirk. You might not be up for this kind of thing, Naruto. It's only one of the top level techniques that only someone as manly and as awesome as myself can learn or teach. Naruto gave him a deadpan look. I'm sure I'll do just fine with it, Uro-Sennin. He then returned the man's smirk. So how do we get started? Jiraiya bit his thumb and began making hand seals, like this. Kushios no Jutsu, summoning jutsu. In a puff of smoke, Fukasaku appeared on Jiraiya's shoulder. I'm sure you know one half of the two great sage toads. Naruto looked at the small toad on Jiraiya's shoulder and smiled. Yeah, this was the one that was with you when I woke up after the fight with Pain. How are you, Gamajiji? Jiraiya palmed his face. Naruto, could you show the toad elder some respect? Your training is up to him in all honesty. Jiraiya mumbled out something that sounded like stupid brat while Fukasaku just chuckled. It's alright, Jiraiya-chan, Fukasaku said, hopping off of the man's shoulder as he stood in front of Naruto, seemingly looking him over in appraisement. You are extremely talented, and quite powerful. Even stronger than the last time I saw you. As you are now, if you were to fight Pain you could possibly win. Hearing that raised spirits around the room. Hamiko just smiled as did Sai, while Maki gasped almost in elation, remembering the way he looked after his defeat at the hands of the man. Do you know the secret? Naruto nodded in seriousness. Hamiko-chan told me right after she found out about it. None of those bodies are the real one. Fukasaku nodded, confirming Naruto's information. So then where would the real one be? We couldn't tell you, kid, Jiraiya said, never finding out that much, but I'm sure it can't be too far from where the other bodies themselves are at any time, so he can keep control of them. He snapped his fingers on his single remaining arm. So we don't need to do this then? We just need to hone what you already know. The QB is a good enough boost for you to fight Pain then. Hamiko frowned, knowing what Naruto told her earlier, and it was only reinforced when he spoke up. We're not using the QB for this, he said, surprising everyone except his assistant since they all knew that Naruto's capabilities when using the demonic chakra were nothing short of impressive. I can't trust it, I can't rely on it to have my back for this, we're not using it. Besides, he had already been beaten once using the QB's chakra, effortlessly beaten. That meant that Pain could take him on even if he could use more tails of chakra. He left out the part where he figured that the QB was scared, allowing it to save face, but he still wasn't going to use it. Everyone knew that Naruto didn't have Kiribai's range of control over the QB, he didn't even have Yugito's control, though what he did have control over could overpower Yugito if she went all out, especially since Naruto could still use a few ninjutsu while maintaining a chakra cloak when Yugito couldn't while using full power. From the way he was talking, the delicate truce that Naruto had with the QB on a regular basis was once again upset for some reason. Besides, Naruto said, there's still the whole Madara Uchiha thing to deal with. I know I can't beat him. No, if you thought I should have learned this before Pain made us both look stupid, then I still need it now. Not much has changed with me, to be honest. However, he was not being honest. Quite a bit had changed with him since his first encounter with Pain. Jiraiya looked at him and nodded. It's worth you learning it. He mused, even though he intended to get to the bottom of Naruto and Kyuubi's rift between them, as for the most part they usually had a well-working relationship that was far more cordial than Jiraiya figured it to be when he first met the sealed-off Naruto before the Chunin exam finals. Alright, we can start whenever you're ready. Let's go now, Naruto said, ready and sick of sitting around idly with all of the information swimming through his head. He wanted to get through this training, he wanted to catalog a future plan of action. We don't have any time to waste here. Not really. Fukasaku cut in, are you sure, Naruto-chan? For this training we're going to have to head up to Mount Mayuboku. It will be a long process that will take time. Naruto's lips quirked, well then we'd better do it now, shouldn't we? To get it out of the way. Yugito was slightly put off, wishing Naruto would have spent some more time in Kumo so that she could catch up with him. He hadn't even been there for a day and he was already going to head somewhere else. Still, she understood why he needed to. This wasn't a social call, he told them things that they needed to know, and now it was up to them to tell the others in what was shaping up to be an alliance. Maybe this kind of news would kick Iwa's ass into gear over the whole situation and get the Tsuchikage to stop being so archaic over the matter. Even though Naruto was leaving so soon, Yugito still had a way to be proactive about things. Naruto-kun, when you decide that it's time for you to gain full control over the Kyuubi, I want you to come back to Kumo. Me and Kirabai can help you out. She then looked over at the smirking Reikage. If it's alright with you, Reikage-sama. It's alright with me, I said, amused at Yugito trying to cover up her enthusiasm at helping Naruto out by using him as a buffer to the concept. I'll keep you and Kirabai in reserve until Uzumaki finishes with whatever he needs done. Jiraiya and Fukasaku were about to speak up and say that it would probably be a long while before he finished, but Naruto cut in beforehand. You won't have to keep them waiting for long, Reikage-sama. I'll wrap this up in no time. What about us, Naruto-senpai? Sai asked him, knowing full well that he and Maki would not be allowed on the personal land of the Toad Summons as they weren't linked to the creatures by contract. Naruto looked over at his team. I want you to go back to Konoha and take Hamiko-chan with you so that she's safe. I'll need you guys to be ready since I have no idea what's going to be happening soon. Keep things safe while I'm away, would you? And take care of her, you guys, he said with a grin that showed him he was counting on them. Yes, Naruto-senpai. Both Sai and Maki responded in stereo. Jiraiya smiled at seeing the obedience that Naruto got out of his teammates when he needed it. Fukasaku then interjected, well, if you're really all ready to go, then I'll head back and tell Gamakachi to summon you so that we can begin. He disappeared in a puff of smoke, having sent himself back to his home to prepare for Naruto's arrival. Jiraiya put his hand on Naruto's shoulder. Anything you want to say, Gaki? Now would be the time to say what you need to say. Naruto turned to his friends in the room and cleared his throat. I'm going to be gone for a while, you guys, but when I get back I'm going to kick the shit out of Madara Uchiha's dusty old ass and send him back to the Stone Age where he came from. So just believe in me, okay? I'll come back with all kinds of cool moves, I guarantee it. He finished with a small smile. Hamiko smashed herself against him in another hug, getting Maki and Yugito to glower at her slightly. I'll keep in touch with you, Naruto-sama, in case anything you need to know happens, so don't worry about anything. Just train hard. I will, Hamiko-chan, Naruto said as she pulled away again, having said her piece on the matter. He looked over at Yugito, who shrugged. I'll wait and say what I need to say when you get back. I think you might think it's important, she said with a smile. Keeping little mysteries like that in your head might keep you alive or help you do what you need to get done faster to get back to me, okay, Naruto-kun? She heard the Reikage chuckle slightly and had to refrain from glaring at the man. Naruto nodded and turned towards his team expectantly, wanting to hear if either of them had anything to say. Sai spoke first. Just don't die, Naruto-senpai. That wouldn't look very good for you, he said with a smile, not even losing it when Maki smacked him on the shoulder. Maki coughed into her hand and turned towards Naruto, her gray eyes meeting his blues. You can count on me, Naruto-senpai. We'll be ready when you come back. Naruto let out a small laugh. I always knew I could count on you, Maki-chan. He looked around the room one more time before sighing. He then disappeared in a puff of smoke, alarming everyone in the room except for Jiraiya. Man, that was fast, Jiraiya said before blinking in surprise. Wait a minute, why the hell am I still here? How the hell are they going to summon him before me? I've got seniority in this bye. Before he could finish ranting, he also vanished in a puff of smoke. Maki just looked at the fading smoke and scratched the side of her face. I'm going to have an ulcer by the time I'm 19 if I even live that long in the first place, aren't I?